Chapter 1. Lei Yan. As dusk descended, a series of roars echoed in his ears, causing Lei Yan to furrow his brow. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he forced his eyes open. Boom! A tremendous shockwave struck, hurling his body several yards away. Cough, cough. With his eyes now wide open, he found himself in an unfamiliar placia, shattered ground stained with blood, the air thick with the metallic scent of gore that made him want to retch. A tearing pain coursed through him, as if his very being were about to split apart. After gasping for breath, he closed his eyes again, swallowing hard against his parched throat. Ignoring the chaos of battle around him, fragmented memories began to surface in his mind. At that time, he was covered in numerous wounds, blood seeping from his body, his vision blurring as if his very life force were extinguishing. Yet, he clung to consciousness, refusing to fall. Before him loomed a massive volcanic crater, the searing heat almost melting the very air. Yet, standing before him was a colossal creature, its elongated body clad in black scales, each limb ending in 3 razor-sharp claws, its breath emanating an intense heat. Bare-chested, he seemed unfazed by the molten temperature surrounding him, as if it did not exist. Indeed, for them, the heat was merely uncomfortable, unable to inflict any harm. Behind this dark creature hovered a man with a severed arm, barely clinging to life. Before the black beast, he resembled a child, utterly powerless. Standing on the lava, he was tossed about like a rag doll by the surging molten rock. The creature's gaze was fixed upon him, its eyes glinting with disdain, a look of superiority from a higher being directed at a lesser one. A bitter taste filled his mouth as he realized they were venerating a legendary Dragona black dragon. Though it appeared youthful and not yet fully grown, even so, he was no match for it in his current state. Yet, the dragon did not immediately strike him down, rather, its contemptuous gaze shifted. Before he could comprehend, an overwhelming force, far beyond his capacity to resist, drew him in. In his weakened condition, having lost too much blood and utterly exhausted, he finally succumbed to unconsciousness. And then, he found himself here. This was certainly not the place he had known before in his memories. There had never been such a location. A powerful impact struck again, sending his already injured body reeling. Fortunately, given the resilience of his physique, this shock posed no real threat to him. Enveloped by dirt, he managed to slightly open his eyes and gaze at the sky. The blue expanse and fluffy clouds, once a serene tableau, were now marred by the swift passage of dark figures and waves of lethal energy, transforming the scene into a chaotic battlefield. Hurry, hurry! Clear the battlefield alive or dead. Take them all away. A hoarse voice called out, prompting Lei Yan to open his eyes once more. He saw a lithe, dark figure lean down to inspect him. Noticing he still had a pulse, albeit weak, the figure nodded and quietly remarked, "Another half-dead one." Before he could react, the person reached out and dragged his body away. "Those still breathing, take them to ship number 2. The dead go to ship number 1. The hoarse voice resounded again. In the tremor of his body, Lei Yan endured the pain, turning his head toward the source of the voice. He beheld a man clad in black, his right hand, enormous twice the size of his left, commanding a throng of similarly dressed figures to clear the battlefield. Ugh! The pain surged through him, prompting a groan to escape his lips. Still have the strength to groan. The already grievously injured Lei Yan, struck by this blow, fell unconscious once more. Surrounded by darkness, he lay among 30 others, all wounded, including himself. After a while, his robust physique began to regain some strength, allowing him to prop himself up against the surrounding walls for rest. However, as soon as his back leaned against the wall, the entire room jolted violently, displacing everyone within. All present bore various injuries, and the sudden movement only intensified their agony. In this modest chamber, 30 injured souls were gathered, yet it did not feel overcrowded still. The stench of blood was unbearable, mingling with a hint of decay. Furrowing his brow slightly, Lei Yan scrutinized his surroundings. They were in a ship's hold, sailing across the vast ocean. Having been brought here without understanding why or how, he felt a profound bitterness and helplessness swell within him. He had thought this time was surely his last, preparing himself to face death. Yet against all odds, he had survived, albeit in a dire state. But since he was still alive, he resolved to continue living. After a brief inspection of his injuries, he silently lamented the extent of his wounds was severe. Not only did he have numerous external injuries, but there were also hidden traumas, the result of neglecting his body while engaging in intense battles. His strength was reduced to a mere 10%. He was, in essence, a shell of his former self. Yet, given time, he believed he could rise again. However, he knew he could not reach his peak condition in the near future. Leaning against the wall, he pondered his current predicament, growing increasingly troubled. It was clear that one faction had emerged victorious in a conflict, taking prisoners, including him, a hapless soul caught in the chaos. After roughly 2 hours, the door to the hold was kicked open, revealing a burly man holding 2 vials, accompanied by 2 others clad entirely in black. "Stop playing dead and get up." A voice as grating as a duck's quack rang out, causing those with any strength left to turn their gaze toward the speaker. "You bastards, you'll pay for this." A man in his 40s suddenly sprang to his feet, lunging at the speaker, gathering all his remaining energy into a single punch. "Oomph, you don't know when to quit." The man in black sneered, raising his hand to grasp the assailant's fist, then exhaling sharply, sending the man flying like a rag doll. With a loud crash, the man slammed against the hold's wall, leaving a dent, and after a few futile struggles, a pool of blood spread beneath him, rendering him motionless. Take a good look. This is the fate of those who resist. Having killed one, the black-clad figure showed no remorse, merely gesturing for his accomplices to in conjunction with the effects of that inky liquid. Lei Yan could surmise a fair amount. It was a concoction designed to enhance their physical capabilities, albeit with an overpowering potency that induced a measure of discomfort. Soon, as the sensation subsided, Lei Yan exhaled deeply, lifting his arm to ascertain that some strength had returned to him. Regrettably, while the elixir and pills were indeed effective for him, the impact was rather modest. He wished for a greater abundance of their benefits. Aside from him, the others languished in pain, rendered motionless within the confines of the cabin. The sounds of their breathing reached his ears, more robust than before, likely a testament to the effects of the dark elixir. 3 days elapsed, and the cabin door was once again flung open, allowing a beam of light to penetrate the darkness. Lei Yan lifted his gaze. Before him stood a pallid visage, devoid of much color. Perhaps around 20 years of age, the upper body was bare, clad in simple black trousers that fit snugly, while a black headscarf encircled a head of short hair. His eyes were deep-set and bore an icy gleam with rough, calloused hands and a resolute countenance. He was none other than Lei Yan. Chapter 2. Energy amethyst. They all stirred, presenting a state of half-life. Still the same individuals from 3 days prior, accompanied by the same 2 black bottles, presumably filled with that particular elixir and liquid. Those present were acutely aware of the effects of the elixir and liquid. Although unpleasant, they were undoubtedly miraculous remedies for their grievously injured bodies. None expressed any aversion, allowing the cloaked figure to administer the elixir and liquid to them. Once the administering was complete, the cloaked figure did not depart, but rather remained, gazing down upon the wounded with an air of superiority, and proclaimed loudly, "Gather your spirits and listen closely. I have just received the battle report. The faction of Huanliu Island has been utterly vanquished by our forces." "Ah, this is impossible. Do not believe him. He is deceiving us." The injured, with the exception of Lei Yan, all belonged to the faction of Huanliu Island, and upon hearing this news, disbelief washed over them. Anticipating their reaction, the cloaked figure threw back his head and laughed, saying, "Deceiving you? There is no need for that, nor is there any necessity to explain myself to you. Silence. Who are you, and why have you attacked us? Ah, that is simply a misfortune of your fate. he replied, and with that, the cloaked figure exited the cabin, leaving behind a cacophony of furious curses from the wounded, alongside the silent, cold gaze of Lei Yan. 9 days passed, and the cabin door swung open once more, this time revealing a dozen cloaked figures armed with long swords. Why now? It seemed they had been here for nearly half a month. Lei Yan discreetly assessed these newcomers, gauging his chances of escape. At this moment, he had only regained 1/10 of his strength, a feat made possible by his innate recovery abilities. The elixir and liquid merely served as auxiliary aids. "Take him away," commanded the 10 cloaked figures as they escorted Lei Yan and the others, silent and as unyielding as statues. Upon exiting the cabin, they discovered they were nearing the shoreline, where a massive island loomed ahead. Before them lay a vast harbor, dotted with ships of all sizes, numbering in the hundreds. The smallest vessel could accommodate dozens, while the largest could hold over 1,000. The ship they were currently on had a capacity for merely a few hundred. My heavens, this must be the inland sea. How can there be so many people here? One individual gasped in astonishment. Hearing this, the leader of the cloaked men chuckled with pride and declared, "You see? Even in this so-called perilous inland sea, we are still able to establish a base. This is true strength. With power, one can traverse any terrain with ease." At this point, the group fell silent, unable to articulate their thoughts as they stared in disbelief at their vessel gliding slowly towards the shore. Accompanying them were several hundred black elongated boxes, ample enough to encase an adult male without issue. Moreover, a gentle breeze carried with it a pungent aroma of medicine. Lei Yan's heart jolted as he recalled the voice from when he was first captured, regardless of whether living or deceased. All would be brought here. Thus, the contents of those long black boxes no longer require speculation. The guards traversing the vicinity are all clad in dark attire, regardless of the hue, which is invariably deep. Each group consists of 11 individuals, with a leader at the forefront, wielding an array of diverse weaponry. Observing the situation intently, Lei Yan's pupils narrowed slightly. It was evident that the weapons in the hands of these individuals were likely forged from a particular type of ore. At this juncture, even the black-clad figure overseeing them refrained from issuing loud commands, his demeanor now cautious and measured, a stark contrast to his previous authority. "Those who wish to live, stay close to me," he commanded. Noticing their pace had begun to lag, with a low growl, he cast a stern glance at all present. Carefully surveying the surroundings, the multitude of bound groups came to a halt on a flat expanse far from the shore. And soon, a man in his 30s approached, casting a swift glance before stating, "The usual protocol." "Yes," responded the dozens of black-clad men, bowing in acknowledgement, before turning to select from the ranks they had brought. Those chosen were invariably robust individuals. However, most among them were severely injured. Consequently, out of nearly 2,000, only a little over 300 were selected. Naturally, Lei Yan was among those chosen. The more than 300 individuals were escorted forward by the 30-something man and over 100 black-clad figures. As they walked, he addressed them, "Listen well. From this moment on, you will possess a certain degree of freedom, though it is confined to the areas we designate. Should you perform adequately, life can be quite bearable. However, should you be caught attempting to escape, your lives will be forfeit." "Who are you?" inquired a burly man, approximately 30, clad in tattered blue garments. Despite his injuries, his spirited eyes rendered him remarkably conspicuous among the disheveled captives. "Who we are is of no concern to you. Your sole duty is to obey orders." Before long, they were led into a cavern. The further they ventured within, the more expansive the space became, with even branching paths emerging. Lei Yan's exceptional hearing revealed the presence of many formidable individuals, and a heavy weight settled in his heart. Having entered here, the prospect of escape became significantly more daunting. The surrounding circumstances made it evident what fate awaited them. Upon rounding a corner, a vast cavern came into view, where dozens of fully armored black-clad figures stood sentinel, armed with chilling weaponry. In the center, around 10 individuals sat, distributing tools, provisions, and other necessities. "Lord Su, you have arrived." Upon seeing them, several rushed forward to greet the man who had led their group. "These miners are quite satisfactory. Have you not been lamenting the shortage of manpower? They are now yours." Lord Su took a seat on one of the stools brought by the others and waved his hand towards the black-clad guards. Consequently, half of those who had been stationed there approached, arranging the 300 individuals into orderly lines. "Listen carefully. All of you, it is sheer fortune that you have been chosen by Lord Su. For as long as you perform admirably, there exists a chance for you to join our ranks. Rather than being sent off to a diminutive figure straightened his formerly hunched back and raised his voice to shout. Midway through his proclamation, he faltered, seemingly realizing the impropriety of his words, and cleared his throat. His voice was piercingly thin. When raised, it carried a somewhat effeminate emphasis, provoking laughter from the crowd. Faced with the mirth of hundreds, his face flushed a mixture of green and red, and he promptly adjusted his tone. Commanding, form an orderly line, collect your tools, and proceed inside to mine. The first individual received a backpack containing a cloth pouch, a shovel, and a tool with one end resembling a large hammer and the other a pointed pickaxe. Clearly intended for hewing stone one after another, others were handed their implements, while the high-pitched man continued, your task is to extract valuable dark rock or from within, which you may exchange here for your necessities. As long as you procure sufficient dark rock or energy amethyst, you will be able to obtain anything you desire, be it sustenance, weaponry, slaves, or even women. All can be yours, but such rewards are not easily come by. Before his words had fully settled, a stir arose among the crowd. According to his assertions, their forthcoming days did not seem overly bleak. Apart from that, there were merely 3 crystals casually placed within, each resembling crystal in appearance and emanating a radiant purple glow. Upon sighting these crystals, Lei Yan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Energy amethyst. It was indeed energy amethyst, and of remarkably high quality, surpassing what he had previously known by a factor of 10. With his backpack secured upon his back and his right hand firmly clutching the energy amethyst, Lei Yan endeavored to steady his racing heart. Since there existed energy amethyst here, it could not be too different from his prior understanding. Upon entering the dark cavern, he swiftly placed the energy amethyst into his mouth, continuing forward as if nothing were amiss. Slowly chewing the energy amethyst, he found it to be as hard as ice. The shattered pieces were swallowed, and soon he felt a surge of power coursing through his body. Though akin to a trickle amidst a great river, this flow proved invaluable, especially as the river approached desiccation. With an increase in strength, Lei Yan quickened his pace, remaining ever vigilant of his surroundings. He had not forgotten the warning from earlier. Here, one could be slain at any moment. Chapter 3. Mining after swallowing 3 pieces of energy amethyst. Lei Yan took a deep breath and hastened further inward. The luminescence of the glowing orb illuminated a radius of 3 zhong, and given his considerable prowess, he could already discern objects within a certain distance in the darkness. Now, he could see clearly up to 10 zhong. The deeper he ventured, the drier the ground became, devoid of any semblance of moisture. The terrain continued to slope downward, suggesting that the further he traversed, the farther he was from the surface. There were dozens of individuals who had entered before him, most of whom were acquaintances, gathered together in this subterranean realm. Thus far, he had yet to encounter a single living soul. The surrounding silence was unnerving. According to the map, at his current pace, it would take him approximately an hour to reach the depths of the mine, the site where mining could commence. The tunnels surrounding him had all been excavated by previous miners, though this was evidently a relic of a bygone era, as not a single or had been uncovered by calculation. The path he was on could be deemed the main thoroughfare. The entire cavern resembled a grand tree, with numerous branches extending deeper into the earth, many of which were unmarked on the map, indicating that the map could often be unreliable. The cavern was vast, and he chose a path along the periphery. From the map's perspective, this direction was somewhat obscure, with minimal divergence, suggesting that ores were scarce. He opted for this route to avoid the inevitable bloodshed that would accompany areas rich in minerals. After nearly an hour, he had arrived at the depths of the mine, where freshly excavated ores were visible in abundance. New tunnels sprawled in every direction, some extended deep, while others had only just begun. With the luminescent orb in his left hand and a mining tool in his right, the previously tranquil journey transformed dramatically after a turn that a shadow leapt from around the corner, and with a swift sidestep, Lei Yan narrowly evaded a flash of light that sliced through the air before him. Lei Yan fixed his gaze and beheld a gaunt man, clad in tattered garments, stationed at the very spot where he had stood during the battle. Gripping a formidable blade in his right hand, the sword, measuring nearly 3 feet in length, bore numerous scars along its blade, the edge marred by several deep gashes, and a faint scent of blood lingered in the air. In this confined passage, with both men standing there was scarcely any room for maneuvering. Initially poised to retaliate, Lei Yan's complexion suddenly paled further. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed his foot against the ground and retreated 2 paces. Cough, cough, cough. Injured and weakened, he bent over, coughing violently, appearing exceedingly disheveled. Having missed his strike, the shadowy figure halted, casually tossing 3 luminous stones into a recess in the stone wall. The 3 glowing orbs illuminated the surroundings, casting a brighter light than the one in Lei Yan's possession, albeit slightly dimmer, yet their strategic placement allowed them to cover a broader area. The emaciated man cast a glance at Lei Yan, a fleeting chill flickering in his eyes, and spoke. A newcomer? Humph, surrender your energy purple crystals and that vial of liquid, and I shall spare your life. Standing tall in front of Lei Yan, who was a head taller and more robust, the man spoke with a steady tone. Upon hearing this, Lei Yan momentarily paused, contemplating his response, and then replied, I may leave, but my belongings cannot be relinquished. With a long exhale, Lei Yan was not motivated by fear. Rather, in that moment, he wished to avoid conflict, striving to prevent further aggravation of his injuries. Clang, a resonant sound of metal colliding echoed through the silent passage, as a frail figure staggered backward, blocking the man's strike. Lei Yan's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward with his left foot, propelling himself toward the man. This decisive action was a testament to his survival in such perilous surroundings. However, Lei Yan had no intention of allowing this man to escape. He lunged forward with sudden ferocity, his right hand swinging forward to strike, denying the man any chance to react. The sound of a blunt object tearing through flesh and bone reverberated in the desolate corridor. Lei Yan halted behind the man, clutching his tool in his right hand, while his left hand covered his mouth as he coughed forcefully, his face growing even more pallid. Having slain one, Lei Yan felt no trace of compassion or reluctance in his eyes. He appeared almost numb. Enduring the pain in his chest, he retrieved the man's belongings, organizing them to reveal a substantial gain. 5 energy purple crystals, a quantity of the black medicinal liquid, 3 luminous orbs, and 2 maps. 1 map closely resembled his own, yet it featured additional minute branches, evidently later additions. The other was a more chaotic map, resembling a spider's web, interlinked in a labyrinthine fashion. A cursory glance confirmed it depicted the vicinity. Finding a hollow, Lei Yan buried the man's stones within, arranging the 4 orbs together to brighten the surroundings considerably. The map of the area, initially a version akin to the one in his possession, had been modified, resulting in its current form. Upon examining the map, a conspicuous triangular mark caught his eye, situated not far from his current location, likely indicating his place of refuge. Additionally, there were several spots stained with blood, the vibrant red unmistakably marking areas of danger or the presence of others. As he followed the path laid out by the map, he found that every fork in the road was easily identifiable, bringing a sense of relief to Lei Yan. After meandering for a while, he emerged into a chaotic passage, where the stones appeared exceedingly hard and fragmented, as if torn apart by some unseen force. Ahead lay the area marked by the triangular symbol. If the map was accurate, this was indeed the abode of that individual. Perhaps within this place lay some energy-rich amethyst crystals, which he desperately needed at this moment. However, the air here was dry and devoid of life, tinged with a faint yet discernible scent of blood. With cautious steps, Lei Yan focused intently on the dark passage ahead, concealing 3 glowing orbs. He held another in his hand, allowing only a sliver of light to escape between his fingers. The dim illumination guided his path as he steeled himself for what lay ahead. Gripping the large knife he had seized from that person, despite its poor quality and considerable damage, he felt it provided a sense of security amidst the uncertainty. The deeper he ventured into the passage, the smoother the terrain became, as though it had been meticulously cleared. Suddenly, he detected a faint sound of breathing, prompting him to halt and press against the stone wall. Straining to identify its source, that it was not the breath of a human, but rather that of a beast. Lei Yan did not dwell on the reasons for the presence of such creatures in this place. Instead, he slowly retreated, moving with utmost caution. Exiting the winding passage, he exhaled deeply, glancing at the map and involuntarily gasping in apprehension. The markings were undoubtedly accurate, yet they led to a trap set for those who had slain him while coveting his possessions. The beasts capable of surviving here were not to be trifled with by mere mortals. Given that the passage offered only one route to this location, it seemed likely that only the individual he had dispatched was privy to its existence. Otherwise, the beasts residing here would have surely perished by now. Resolving not to linger on these thoughts, Lei Yan turned towards a newly excavated tunnel. The ground was strewn with freshly broken stones, and the passage itself was neither long nor wide enough for more than two to traverse at once. He set down his backpack and arranged for illuminating orbs around him to enhance his visibility. With a firm grip on his pickaxe, he struck the stone, producing a resonant clang as it shattered. However, the recoil from the impact exceeded his expectations. How remarkably hard! He furrowed his brow slightly. The stones here were exceptionally tough. Although there were some loose gravel and sand, which might reveal simpler paths, the task of mining was undeniably laborious. Yet, he was not one to be choosy. Resolute in his direction, he continued to wield his pickaxe, slowly delving deeper into the earth. With each stone he struck down, he would test it with his pickaxe, listening intently for the telltale signs of hidden or within. However, the yield in this area was dismally low, and it was not until a considerable time had passed that he discerned a sound distinct from that of the surrounding stones. The denser rock produced a more fleeting sound. Observing the stone in his hands, which weighed several dozen pounds, a smile crept across his face. With a slight exertion of his right hand, the pickaxe plunged into the stone, and with a forceful twist, the rock shattered into several pieces. Among these fragments lay a stone the size of an egg, dark as coal, smooth to the touch, and remarkably hard. It was evident that this was the ore they sought, the coveted black rock. Though the yield was meager, the mere act of extraction signified that he was on the right path. With the strength he currently possessed, he could only leave a faint mark upon the stone. As the passage grew deeper and wider, he filled 3 of the 4 nearby tunnels with the rubble he had unearthed. However, these tunnels were not particularly sturdy. A sufficient force directed at a weak point would easily breach them, potentially triggering a collapse of the stones above. Leaving himself a means of retreat was a habitual precaution he had adopted. The surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of any other presence, and he relished the solitude. Although fatigue lingered, the black ore continued to accumulate in his backpack, a testament to his labor. With effort comes reward, and he found solace in mining these stones, trading them for tranquil days and energy-rich amethyst. Yet, he knew that such tranquility could not endure indefinitely. 2 days later, a bare-chested man, accompanied by 2 tattered and bloodied figures, strode into a nearby tunnel, calling out loudly, "Lu Lin! Lu Lin, I've brought you 2 people. Come out! Lu Lin, come forth!" As he shouted, the man navigated the familiar path deeper within. Chapter 4. Beasts of the Mind. 2 days had slipped away in an instant, and Lei Yan had consumed all of his energy-rich amethyst and the black medicinal liquid. Though he had not ceased his mining activities, his health had markedly improved. After all, such labor seemed trivial in his eyes. Before his injury, his strength had been commendable. If he could recover to even 50% of his former prowess, he could force his way out of here unimpeded. His backpack now contained over 20 pieces of black ore, the largest as big as a fist, and the smallest no larger than a finger. Reckoning the time, he surmised that with a few more hours of labor, he could emerge, ensuring he did not miss the opportunity to exchange for energy-rich amethyst. With a resounding crack, a fist-sized stone shattered, revealing a piece of black ore the size of an egg yolk. As he tossed the ore aside into his backpack and raised his pickaxe to continue his work, the echo of a voice pierced his concentration, causing him to hesitate. Lu Lin, the loud calling in such a desolate place, coupled with the absence of any other souls, led him to believe that this Lu Lin was indeed the man he had slain. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he swiftly concealed his backpack and followed the sound of the voice. After traversing for a quarter of an hour, the cries grew increasingly louder, compelling him to grip the large blade in his hand tightly. The direction in which these 3 individuals advanced was precisely towards the location where he had previously discovered the presence of beasts. This implies that they were unaware of Lu Lin's true residence. As he noticed the sound receding further away, he had just begun to breathe a sigh of relief, when, suddenly, he lifted his head sharply, an ominous thought crossing his mind, and pursued the 3 individuals. With only a little over 10% of his strength remaining, how could he possibly catch up, especially considering they were separated by several passageways? Before he could close the gap, the voice of a man had already roused the beast he had never even laid eyes upon. A howl, reminiscent of that of a wolf, echoed through the air, causing Lei Yan to halt abruptly, his cold gaze fixed ahead, and his brows furrowing slightly. His concerns had indeed come to fruition. He had scrutinized this map no less than 10 times, committing it to memory. The sounds of a scuffle resonated from ahead, accompanied by 2 piercing screams. Lei Yan's heart sank, as it was evident that this creature was formidable. After navigating a few turns, the sounds of battle became increasingly distinct. As if they were unfolding right before him. Two illuminating orbs were clutched in his hands, remnants he had kept for precaution. Just as he rounded a corner, a shadow darted swiftly past him, crashing violently against the hard stone wall with a resounding thud, dislodging some rocks. He took a slight step back with his right foot, only to have another dark figure sweep past him, pouncing upon the shadow that had just collided with the wall. Help! Help! It's just me. The shadow that struck the stone wall was a disheveled man, his left arm torn off, blood streaming from his mouth and nose, his clothes tattered and torn. Upon seeing Lei Yan, fear mingled with a glimmer of hope in the man's eyes as he extended his remaining left hand towards him. The figure behind him was a creature resembling a rat, yet covered in glossy black scales, its small, sharp forepaws currently resting on the shoulders of the half-dead man. A howl, akin to that of a wolf, erupted from the mouth of the scaled creature, and with a swift motion of its claws, the man's body was cleaved in two. Demon beast. Lei Yan was taken aback, unable to fathom that such a creature truly existed. The lightning once again flickered, and with a swift motion of his left hand, Lei Yan cast two luminous orbs, which illuminated the stone walls to either side, casting a dim glow around him. Despite two failed strikes, the beast paused momentarily, lowering its body, its sleek black eyes fixated on Lei Yan, while it slowly shifted its stance. Both Lei Yan and the creature were engaged in a silent duel, each seeking to uncover the other's vulnerabilities. After more than 10 breaths, the beast had unwittingly positioned itself in the center of the passage. The corridor, already narrow enough to accommodate only 4 individuals side by side, was now rendered perilous by the creature's presence. Should it launch an attack, there would be no avenue for escape. This realization struck Lei Yan with a jolt. While weaker beasts typically lack intelligence, this one had managed to corner him, restricting his lateral movements without him even noticing. Retreating was not a viable option. Should he turn back, he would expose his flank to the beast, leading to graver consequences. Having secured its position, the beast scraped the ground and surged forward with remarkable speed. With no chance to evade, Lei Yan clenched his teeth and swung his blade, positioning it defensively before him. The impact reverberated with a resounding thud, and Lei Yan felt a tremendous force surge through his right arm, causing him to stagger back a step. The beast, capable of forcing him back despite his diminished strength, was not to be underestimated. It was no wonder it had claimed 3 lives in such a short span. Seeing this, Lei Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, letting out a quiet sigh at that moment. If he disregarded the worsening of his injuries, he could swiftly eliminate the beast. However, such recklessness would exacerbate his wounds, leaving him uncertain of when he might recover. This predicament was precisely what he wished to avoid. Fortunately, although the beast had compelled him into a direct confrontation, it had not yet forced him to act recklessly in a state of severe injury. Tilting his blade, he slashed towards the creature. Yet, upon the moment of contact with its formidable claws, the force of his strike was deflected, or rather, he had managed to dissipate the beast's attack. The creature, exerting all its strength, found itself airborne. Upon contact, it felt its momentum redirected towards the adjacent stone wall. Despite sensing something amiss, there was no way to alter its trajectory. With a resounding crash, the beast collided with the wall, creating a significant dent. In a flash, the creature emerged from the rubble, appearing lively and unscathed. Not a single scale shattered. A howl echoed in his ears, and Lei Yan gritted his teeth as he advanced a few steps toward the beast. Observing his approach, the creature instinctively retreated slightly. The beast. This man seemed far more formidable than the 3 humans that had come before. Yet, despite its relatively stronger intellect compared to typical beasts, it still paled in comparison to human cunning. After a moment's hesitation, the beast steeled itself, letting out a low growl before charging at Lei Yan. Prepared for the onslaught, Lei Yan once again raised his blade to intercept the beast's attack. Under his control, the impact of the demon beast was largely neutralized, rendering the remaining force insufficient to invoke fear. Meanwhile, the beast grasped his large blade, and his eyes sparkled with determination as he swung it. With each motion, the creature seemed to be pinned against the edge of the blade, unable to escape. By increasing speed through a vigorous flourish, he was able to exert a force equivalent to 3-fold of his own. Employing this method to confront the demon beast, after several rotations, as he sensed the strength of the blade beginning to surpass his control, Lei Yan made a decisive cut towards a sizable rock. Though the stone was sturdy, it could not withstand the force generated by the beast, shattering with a thunderous crash. At the center of the rubble, a fist-sized piece of obsidian emerged. This massive stone weighed over 100 pounds. But Lei Yan had no time to admire it. His gaze remained fixed on the demon beast. Despite being struck by his force against the stone, the creature merely exhibited a fleeting daze in its eyes, with its body suffering no significant harm apart from a layer of dust. Observing this, Lei Yan couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh. Resolute, he charged forward, his right hand wielding the blade aimed at the beast. The creature, still disoriented, was met with a decisive strike that sent it staggering back several paces with a clang that a slight crack appeared in its scales. Yet the beast quickly regained its composure and rose once more. Noting this, Lei Yan frowned slightly, denying the beast any respite as he lunged forward again. The large blade in his grasp seemed almost alive, dancing wildly as gusts of wind surged around it, swirling up fine particles of dust and rendering the already dim surroundings even more obscure. After a brief moment, amidst the swirling dust, a tremendous sound erupted, splitting the air as it dispersed in both directions. Lei Yan retreated, clutching his chest with his left hand, his blade propping him up as a faint metallic taste lingered in his throat. Before him, the demon beast's scales bore numerous cracks, yet not a drop of blood was visible. Within those fleeting moments, Lei Yan unleashed over 100 strikes, leaving the creature with no opportunity to retaliate. However, the beast's formidable defense meant that his efforts only succeeded in shattering a few scales. While his own injuries worsened from the relentless assault, that a bitter smile crept onto Lei Yan's face. As in contrast, although Lei Yan's strength is diminished due to his injuries, the foes he has previously faced were far more formidable than the current beast before him. With his keen perception, he recognizes that even with his limited power, he would not fall prey to this creature's assault. His right hand, wielding a large blade, is already positioned defensively before him, effectively blocking the full force of the beast's lunge. With a resounding clang, Lei Yan's body is forced backward, akin to a sandbag, struggling against the impact. Meanwhile, the beast maintains its forward momentum, its pupils gradually dilating. Lying on the ground, Lei Yan gasps for breath, slowly closing his eyes, his left hand trembling slightly, indicating the prior blow has inflicted some damage upon his arm. Chapter 5. The lion strikes the rabbit. After a considerable time, Lei Yan finally rises to his feet, confident in the potency of his strike. While his current attack is not lethal to the beast, it merely grazes the surface of its robust, scaly exterior, which can deflect the majority of his assault. However, he is not without means to contend with it. A surge of force, emanating from the exterior to the interior, merely causes a tremor for the beast. Yet, should this force erupt from within its body, the creature's innards would be unable to withstand the onslaught. After all, the beast's internal organs are no match for the formidable layer of scales encasing its body. Even the presence of a mere insect within could render it gravely incapacitated. This punch, seemingly lacking in power from Lei Yan's left arm, actually harbors 1/3 of the strongest force he can muster at this moment. This energy, vibrating through his arm, does not impact the beast directly, but instead travels like a wave, penetrating its scales and striking at the creature's internal structure. Given the fragility of its insides, this force is sufficient to rend it asunder. Lei Yan refers to this technique as dark energy, a method of controlling power. From a young age, Lei Yan's memory and learning abilities have been significantly inferior to those of others. While others may grasp concepts after a single exposure, he requires 3 or 4 times that effort. Where others may master a skill in 10 days, he often needs 20 to 30, a disparity of no small measure. Moreover, as an orphan without any backing, the path he has traversed is fraught with hardships and tribulations. With a poor sensitivity to the energies of the world around him, he chose to focus on physical training. Though primarily dedicated to honing his physique, he has not neglected the cultivation of his own energy, pursuing both in a balanced manner. By first enhancing his physical strength, the subsequent elevation of his energy would be expedited tenfold. Unfortunately, a recent calamity, an insidious concoction prepared by his enemies, has rendered his sensitivity to energy utterly nullified. Reflecting on this, Lei Yan chuckles to himself, recognizing that his already limited talent has now left him akin to a half-disabled individual. After flexing his right hand, though still somewhat uncomfortable, he finds it manageable. Lei Yan gathers his spoils and swiftly departs from the scene. Upon the 3 individuals slain by the monstrous beast, there lay a total of 9 energy purple crystals, with the remainder consisting merely of mining picks and various other items of little significance. However, what brought great joy to Lei Yan was the body of the beast itself. Such a creature, from head to toe, was a treasure trove. The blood, flesh, and bones of the beast were all exceedingly rare and valuable, particularly in his current state as an injured party, devoid of energy, purple crystals, and elixirs, unable to absorb the energies of heaven and earth for healing. The beast, having absorbed a substantial amount of natural energy, despite its inability to retain it, had a considerable reserve within its body. With a large knife, he made an incision in the softer area beneath the beast's neck, disregarding the pungent aroma, and opened his mouth to catch the blood. The blood, having just been drawn from the freshly slain beast and having undergone intense combat moments before, was slightly warm as it entered his stomach. Coughing, he noted it was not overly foul. As Lei Yan observed that the beast's body had nearly exhausted its blood supply, he took a moment to breathe, only to be met with a wave of the beast's scent that caused him slight discomfort. Calculating the passage of time, he realized that the 3-day mark was nearing. No longer engaged in mining, Lei Yan chose to rest, awaiting the passage of time. After several hours, he exhaled deeply, clenched his fists, and felt a resurgence of strength, prompting a smile to grace his lips. With his basket on his back, he concealed the beast's carcass and made his way towards the location of the tri-daily exchange meeting. Along the way, he encountered several individuals, all hurrying along, whether in small groups or alone. Though these individuals regarded him with hostility, none chose to act aggressively. Instead, they maneuvered around him, each continuing on their own path. Upon returning to the site where they had initially entered the mine, Lei Yan was taken aback by the scene before him. Hundreds of people were gathered, each carrying a basket, most of which were wrapped in maps to obscure their contents from prying eyes. Those dressed in orderly attire had set up tables, laden with an array of items, ranging from weapons to elixirs, and even a few individuals. The most conspicuous area was that designated for the exchange of energy purple crystals. A dozen or so armored guards stood watch, accompanied by several burly men and an individual facilitating the exchange of energy purple crystals. After a brief observation, Lei Yan gleaned a general understanding of the proceedings. 100 pounds of black rock could be exchanged for a single energy purple crystal. After waiting in line for a while, it was finally his turn. "Bring forth your basket," commanded one of the burly men, who swiftly seized Lei Yan's basket before he could utter a word. Weighing it in his hands, he appended the black rock onto the ground and declared, "A little over 1,000 pounds. Grant him 10 energy purple crystals." Next, the burly man returned the basket to Lei Yan without so much as a glance, immediately beckoning the next individual forward, accepting the 10 energy purple crystals. Lei Yan now possessed a total of 19. As he examined the crystals in his hand, his gaze settled upon a short gun, approximately 4 feet long and 2 fingers thick. Upon hearing the commotion, Lei Yan looked up at the stall owner, a man appearing to be in his 30s. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded and stated, "I shall give it a try." The stall owner hastily handed the short spear to Lei Yan, his face adorned with an unchanging smile. The weapon felt rather heavy in his hands, weighing approximately 600 pounds. Lei Yan subtly nodded, and with a flick of his right hand, the short spear sliced through the air, producing a whooshing sound that he swung it a few times, finding it quite satisfactory. 19 pieces of energy amethyst, coupled with this blade. Would it be a fair exchange? The short spear suited Lei Yan's preferences perfectly. To be precise, its length, size, and color closely resembled the long sword he had previously wielded, evoking a sense of comfort. This seems rather insufficient, perhaps. Observing Lei Yan's demeanor, the stall owner displayed a hesitant expression and spoke with obsequiousness. "This is all I have. Will you buy it?" Before the stall owner could finish, Lei Yan interjected, disliking the scene of haggling and eager to depart swiftly. Noticing his impatience, the stall owner gritted his teeth and replied, "Very well." After exchanging the energy amethyst and the shattered sword, Lei Yan accepted the short spear and turned towards the mine. As he departed, the stall owner's ever-present smile vanished, replaced by a cold, murderous glare. He gestured discreetly towards an inconspicuous area, signaling to 2 individuals who then followed after Lei Yan, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he murmured, "2 level 3 warriors. Let's see how long you can survive." As Lei Yan exited the exchange area, his pace was deliberate as he navigated through some lesser-traveled passages. He was acutely aware of the 2 individuals trailing him. Given their capabilities, it would be impossible for them to evade his keen senses. He was fully cognizant of their motives and chose to traverse a more secluded route until he ultimately reached a nearly deserted corner. This area had once been a productive site, now marred by a vast chasm, extending over 20 yards in depth. The darkness loomed like the gaping maw of a monstrous beast, lying in wait for unsuspecting prey. The sound of their slightly labored breathing and racing hearts was utterly inescapable in such a tranquil setting. "Come out." Upon hearing his voice, the two men paused momentarily before emerging from a side passage. One was tall, the other short, both clad in tattered garments and bearing gaunt features, yet the murderous intent in their eyes was unmistakable. "It appears you have long since discovered our presence." Noticing that Lei Yan exhibited no sign of unease, the two felt a wave of trepidation wash over them, realizing that their actions had merely rendered them the subject of ridicule. "It was the one who exchanged this short spear for me who sent you, wasn't it?" Lei Yan remarked, gazing at the spear in his hand, his tone indifferent, as if the entire affair bore no significance to him. "Humph, cease your pretense," a disdainful snort echoed from one of them, inciting a surge of anger within the pair as they perceived Lei Yan's dismissive attitude. The taller of the two scoffed audibly. Commanding, "Attack," the shorter individual, feeling indignant at the sight of Lei Yan towering over him, surged forward with a forceful kick. His foot struck a piece of debris with a resounding crash, showcasing the sheer power behind his attack. Not to mention his explosive energy. Meanwhile, another taller figure followed closely, wielding a large blade that he swung towards Lei Yan with great force. Within the confines of the mine, the surrounding space was rather limited, compelling most individuals to resort to close combat weapons such as broadswords and longswords. The two individuals before him were both armed with large blades. The nature of such weapons allowed for powerful, slashing attacks, enabling the wielder to exert tremendous force. Lei Yan, who had been fixated on the short firearm in his hand, suddenly lifted his gaze to regard the two men. A palpable aura of murderous intent emanated from him, surging forth like a tidal wave. Sensing this ominous energy, the two men felt a chill run down their spines, a shiver that originated from the depths of their souls. At that moment, they seemed to comprehend that the man before them was not to be trifled with. Nevertheless, both men unleashed their full strength, striving to eliminate Lei Yan in one fell swoop. With no opportunity to react, as they were suspended in midair, Lei Yan, who had remained stationary until now, suddenly lunged forward. The first to engage was the shorter man, who swung his large blade with all his might. The short firearm, measuring 4 feet in length, was longer than the broadsword, and Lei Yan charged directly at his opponent. As the two collided, Lei Yan deftly stepped onto a stone on the ground, which remained steadfast, while his body skillfully evaded the blade of the diminutive assailant. In his grip, the short firearm resembled a black serpent, slithering towards the taller man. With both combatants hurtling forward, they left behind a trail of crimson staining the earth. The throat of the shorter man bore a gaping wound, while the taller man suffered a grievous injury to his chest. Lei Yan, who had been inactive until now, struck with lethal intent. The force he employed to dispatch the two was akin to using a sledgehammer to swat a fly. However, he was not one to dawdle, nor did he derive pleasure from torturing his adversaries. Most importantly, he understood the principle of never underestimating one's opponent. Even when they appeared on the verge of collapse, he was well aware of the adage regarding the lion's treatment of a rabbit. Chapter 6. The power of authority. Having slain the two men, Lei Yan felt no sense of elation. He swiftly gathered any useful items from their bodies and found a lower area to conceal their corpses, covering them with small stones as a makeshift burial. Once the last few stones were placed, applause resounded from behind him. Well, I did not anticipate such a formidable individual lurking within." After a brief hesitation, the speaker approached Lei Yan's direction, casting appraising glances at the surroundings. Upon 4 larger stones nearby lay 4 luminous orbs, providing sufficient illumination to discern the scene. Albeit dimly. To have dispatched 2 third-tier warriors in such a brief period. It seems your strength must be that of a 5th-tier warrior, my friend. With such prowess, do you not find it somewhat, to be frank? What is it that you seek? As the stranger drew within 10 paces of Lei Yan, a flicker of coldness flashed in Lei Yan's eyes, accompanied by a hint of severity. "Very well, let us dispense with pleasantries. I shall speak plainly." Feeling the chill in Lei Yan's gaze, the man halted his advance. Having long established a stall here, this individual possesses a modicum of understanding regarding the miners within. He knows that should he take a single step forward, he would be met with a tempestuous onslaught from the person before him, leading to a truly irrevocable confrontation. Before proceeding, he offers a sincere apology for the disturbance caused to the two individuals. As he speaks, he bows respectfully to Lei Yan, expressing his contrition. You say they would not have perished were it not for you. Do you not fear that by refraining from avenging them, you might chill the hearts of your subordinates? Casting a glance at the stone heap concealing the bodies of the two, Lei Yan seemingly inquires casually. These individuals merely sought to survive and acquire more energy purple crystals, which is why they obeyed my command. In truth, their primary task was the mining of black rock, and our relationship is one of superficial acquaintance, merely a matter of mutual benefit. Their fate is of no concern to me, the man replies, following Lei Yan's gaze to the stone pile, exhibiting no sign of distress, as though the deceased were nothing more than common ants or cockroaches. Upon hearing this, Lei Yan rubbed his nose and replied, "Perhaps it is time to discuss your intentions. Your strength undoubtedly surpasses that of a level 5 warrior. With such prowess, I propose a transaction." The man asserts earnestly. Observing that Lei Yan shows no inclination to interject, he continues, "This matter presents a mutually beneficial opportunity. Upon its successful completion, I can offer you 300 energy purple crystals." 300 energy purple crystals. Even if they are of tenfold superior quality compared to those I have encountered before, they held little allure for me in the past. However, circumstances have shifted. I find myself in dire need of energy purple crystals to bolster my recovery. Here, 300 energy purple crystals represent a substantial fortune. That a sense of pride emerged on the man's face. Yet he felt a twinge of embarrassment upon witnessing Lei Yan's indifferent demeanor, clearing his throat. The man continued, "I have acquired some information. Deep within the mine, in a secluded locale, there resides a black armored beast. It is estimated that this creature possesses strength akin to that of a level 4 or 5 warrior. In this mine, we humans, under equal conditions, are naturally no match for these indigenous black armored beasts. However, should two of us join forces and prepare adequately, we might stand a fair chance of slaying this not particularly intelligent beast." After a prolonged silence, Lei Yan finally spoke. "Are you suggesting that I assist you in vanquishing this black armored beast in exchange for 300 energy purple crystals?" "Precisely." After a brief pause, the man, unable to contain his anticipation, added, "Once you agree, I can offer you 100 energy purple crystals up front before we set out, with the remaining 200 payable upon our success. That I can assure you. Should you consent to assist, I possess a 90% certainty of defeating the black armored beast. 90% certainty. If your assurance were that high, would you even require my assistance?" Lei Yan regarded the man's words with skepticism, estimating that he likely had only a 60 to 70% chance of success. "That is agreeable. We shall reconvene here in 3 days' time," Lei Yan stated. The man's face lit up with joy, a smile breaking forth. "Very well, my friend. Until we meet again in 3 days." The individual offered a slight bow, turning away with an air of nonchalance, utterly unperturbed by Lei Yan's sudden assault. Observing the retreating figure, Lei Yan shook his head inwardly. Although the man appeared to depart graciously, his hands were brimming with latent energy, ready to either strike or defend at a moment's notice. Such a trivial ruse was not lost on his keen gaze. While he maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, his mind was rife with questions. The information gleaned from these individuals diverged from his previous understanding. Fortunately, some elements aligned, and after careful contemplation, he managed to piece together a considerable amount. Yet, much remained shrouded in mystery, compelling him to seek out another for clarification. In this unfamiliar realm, he felt like an outsider, out of place, yet he recognized the necessity to assimilate. Otherwise, his progress would be severely hindered. From a distance, Lei Yan, despite the dimness, discerned the peculiar tension surrounding Fong Wan. The man was visibly anxious, beads of sweat forming, though he feigned composure, evidently on guard against any sudden aggression from Lei Yan following their prior conversation. "Farewell." With that, Fong Wan's figure vanished around the corner, his faint footsteps gradually receding. Watching him disappear from sight, Lei Yan closed his eyes to listen intently for a moment, relieved to confirm that Fong Wan had indeed departed. He swiftly organized the information he had gathered, stowing it in his backpack before making his exit. Returning to the original passage, he kept his head lowered, his mind persistently sifting through his newfound understanding of this place. However, his insights were merely superficial. Even with his best guesses, he could draw only partial conclusions, which was decidedly disadvantageous for him. An hour later, while grappling with a particularly perplexing thought, Lei Yan abruptly halted, slightly turning his head back, only to resume his forward motion as if nothing had transpired. From this point onward, He navigated according to his map, striving to move toward less populated areas, listening to the persistent footsteps trailing behind him. A faint smile crept onto his lips. In a cavern devoid of alternative passages, Lei Yan came to a standstill, dispersing 8 luminous orbs around him, gripping his short firearm with his right hand. He awaited the appearance of the individual pursuing him, sensing Lei Yan's awareness. The man understood he had been discovered and ceased his concealment, stepping forth. He was a man of similar height to Lei Yan, yet his muscular frame was like gnarled vines wrapping around him. His bulk at least double that of Lei Yan. As the distance diminished, the grotesque scars on the man's face became increasingly pronounced. "Hand over everything you possess, and I may spare you," he declared, as the scars seemed to writhe, as if eager to engulf Lei Yan whole. Lei Yan remained silent, his gaze fixed on the man's form. Resolute and unmoving. As the gap between them narrowed. 5 zhang, 4 zhang, 3 zhang. When they were merely 1 zhang apart, both men sprang into action simultaneously. 2 towering figures collided with one another. One wielded a short gun, while the other brandished a long knife. Their weapons narrowly missed each other in midair, failing to connect. However, the expressions on their faces were markedly different. The man revealed a look of astonishment. He had anticipated that his blade would meet with Lei Yan's. Believing that with his robust physique, he could inflict severe injury upon the individual before him, even at the cost of his own wounds. Despite incurring some damage, he thought he could swiftly conclude the perilous confrontation. Given Lei Yan's previous reactions, it was clear that he was not someone to be trifled with, a fact that the man was acutely aware of, hence his choice of a self-damaging yet adversarial approach. Unexpectedly, the anticipated clash transformed into something unforeseen, catching him entirely off guard. In contrast, Lei Yan maintained an air of calm, as if everything had unfolded precisely as he had foreseen, his gaze unwavering, the very moment they diverged. Lei Yan's left fist struck the burly man's abdomen. With a resounding thud, Lei Yan landed firmly on the ground, while the other man was sent hurtling backwards, crashing against the stone wall before collapsing to the ground. Despite the burly man's considerable strength, the full force of his power had been concentrated upon the long knife, leaving him with no defense and sustaining significant injury in his eagerness to deliver a decisive blow. He had neglected his own protection. "You are decisive, yet somewhat reckless." Step by step, Lei Yan approached the fallen man, his complexion slightly pale. The impact of their clash had exacerbated his own injuries. He coughed, blood surging from the man's throat. "Speak. What level of warrior are you, and how much strength do you possess?" As he crouched before the man, Lei Yan observed the terror etched upon his face. I will tell you," the man stammered, retreating a couple of steps, though only managing to shift slightly, his fear palpable. "I am a level 3 warrior, with a strength of 20 June, a level 3 warrior." Possessing 20 June of strength, Lei Yan was momentarily taken aback. With his experience, he discerned that the force this man had previously exerted had exceeded 20,000 Jin, excluding the opposing force generated by their encounter. The man's potential strength was approximately over 20,000 Jin. This implied that 1 June equated to 1,000 Jin. Such revelations began to elucidate the matter. After a brief contemplation, Lei Yan ventured a probing statement. A level 1 warrior possesses 1 June of strength. A level 2 warrior, 3 June. A level 3 warrior, 9 June. And a level 4 warrior, 27 June. You are nearing the threshold of a level 4 warrior. Your foundation is commendable. Yes, yes, yes. Please, noble sir, spare my humble life, and I shall serve you faithfully in the future." The man was overjoyed, mistakenly believing that Lei Yan had recognized his potential and wished to retain him. The term June serves as a simple collective nomenclature, compressing a vast quantity into a singular measure. Observing the man's excitement, Lei Yan felt a stirring within him, prompting a myriad of inquiries that drew forth a wealth of information from the man's lips. Chapter 7. Fongwen once again. Through the robust man's words, he gleaned some information about the circumstances here. Although his inquiries were somewhat tangential, the responses he received fell far short of the truths residing within the man's heart. Nevertheless, the primary questions had been addressed, and from his previous knowledge, he could infer a considerable amount. After a quarter of an hour, Lei Yan obtained the answers he sought and felt no desire to prolong the conversation with this individual. Calculating the passage of time, he cast another glance at the man, sighed deeply, and murmured, "You have only yourself to blame for harboring murderous intent towards me. Upon hearing this, the man's eyes widened in alarm. Fully aware of the gravity of the situation, however, having already lost half of his life, he possessed neither the strength nor the will to retaliate. In an instant, a shadow flashed by, and a torrent of blood erupted from the man's throat like a spring. Standing upright, Lei Yan relieved himself of the possessions belonging to both himself and the robust man before burying them and departing from the modest cavern, returning to a stone hollow he had excavated. He organized the spoils of his recent endeavor, which proved to be quite substantial. The short gun was a product of his own labor, and from the corpses of the deceased, he had acquired 22 energy purple crystals. He also collected nearly half a vial of that black medicinal liquid, ample enough for a hearty gulp. Several tattered weapons held little utility, proving less advantageous than the illuminating pearls and maps he had obtained. Spreading the maps of several individuals across a stone he had roughly polished, it served as his makeshift bed for the time being. The gathering energy realm is divided into 10 tiers, each level being thrice as formidable as the last. However, this classification is rather generalized. An ordinary person, given sufficient time and energy purple crystals, can sense the energies of the world and easily reach the 6th tier. Thus, the 6th tier represents a significant threshold. Beyond that lies the breakthrough into the gathering energy realm, marking a second formidable barrier. Lying there, he whispered to himself. For the next 3 days, he intended to rest and refrain from mining. As he pondered, he suddenly realized that wherever he went, it seemed that something was destined to transpire. The entrance had been sealed. A common person would likely remain oblivious to its existence, and even if discovered, entering would require considerable effort. With these preparations in place, Lei Yan felt secure enough to drift into a restful slumber that he needed to recuperate, both physically and mentally. After a day of rest, Lei Yan emerged from the stone hollow he had fashioned for himself. Approaching a stone wall, he meticulously examined his surroundings, and upon finding no anomalies, he retrieved a stone slab from the wall. He then produced the corpse of the beast he had concealed within. Given the resilience of the beast's body, it would not decay even after a considerable period of death, requiring no special preservation. This creature was indeed the black armor beast, as Fongwen had mentioned. According to the local classification, this black armor beast had just attained the status of a 5th-tier monster, equivalent to a 5th-tier warrior. Grasping the short gun in his right hand, Lei Yan took a deep breath and drove it into the scales of the black armor beast. Prying them off with force. As scale after scale fell away, beads of sweat began to form on Lei Yan's brow. As the last scale was pried free, he finally exhaled in relief, wiping away the beads of sweat from his brow, and murmured softly, "Truly tough, but worth it. I shall have the opportunity to forge you into my weapon." After gathering the scales, his gaze fixed intently upon the heart of the monstrous beast. The short blade pierced the heart of the black-armored creature, creating a gash from which a glistening jet-black orb, accompanied by a trickle of blood, emerged. At this sight, Lei Yan's eyes sparkled with delight as he held the pea-sized orb in his hand, the first glimmer of joy illuminating his countenance. The inner core of the demon beast, a 5th-tier entity, held immense value. Even the bounty from slaying several individuals would pale in comparison to a mere fraction of this core's worth. The blood he had previously consumed from the black-armored beast had already facilitated some healing, and its effects continued to manifest gradually, not to mention the potential of the demon beast's inner core. Without a moment's hesitation, he placed the inner core into his mouth and swallowed it whole, allowing it to be digested within his body. Soon, a torrent of domineering warmth surged from the core, radiating throughout his limbs and meridians, transforming the sensation from warm to searing. While the inner core was indeed potent, it was also rife with impurities, and its effects were exceedingly forceful. Had it not been for his exceptionally robust physique, he would not have dared to ingest it so recklessly. As someone who had achieved considerable prowess in body cultivation, he was acutely aware of the negative repercussions that the inner core could impose, 2 of which were particularly notable. The first was that when the medicinal properties were unleashed, they could inflict considerable pain upon those with weaker bodies. The second was that excessive consumption of demon beast inner cores could introduce impurities into one's system, consequently hindering one's progress and strength. Given his physique, the pain brought on by the 5th-tier inner core was negligible. As for the impurities, he could expel them through intensive training coupled with certain herbal remedies. Thus, for him, the direct consumption of the demon beast's inner core posed no significant risk. After swallowing the core, he remained seated, utterly still. 2 days later, the effects of the inner core had reached approximately 50%, elevating his strength to about 20% of its peak. Huff, He exhaled deeply, murmuring to himself, "With such progress, when shall I fully regain my strength?" Achieving complete recovery would be a formidable challenge, yet restoring 60 to 70% was relatively feasible. However, to regain merely 20% had consumed an inordinate amount of his time and energy, leaving him uncertain as to how much longer it would take to recover further. Yet, upon reflection, the stronger his restored abilities, the greater the likelihood of acquiring items beneficial to his injuries. Thus, he need not dwell too heavily in despair that it is time. Fongwen, do not let me down. After securing his belongings, he departed from the location, resembling a miner making his way to the exchange point. Just as 3 days prior, the passers-by moved with caution and respect, refraining from making a move simply because he was alone. To ascertain who among those daring enough to traverse this place alone possesses strength exceeding that of a level 3 warrior is no small feat. After navigating a few turns, he evaded the throngs of people and arrived at the designated meeting spot. With Fong W. and to his surprise, Fongwen had arrived ahead of him. Noticing his presence, Fongwen rose and clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Brother Lei, you are quite punctual." Stopping 3 zhang in front of Fongwen, Lei Yan scrutinized him, observing that he had changed out of his merchant attire. At this moment, Fongwen's clothing appeared somewhat tattered, indistinguishable from that of the local miners, yet his outfit was relatively neat and clean, lacking a backpack. He also wielded a 3-foot-long staff, which was slightly shorter than Lei Yan's short gun. "When shall we depart?" Lei Yan inquired directly, eschewing any unnecessary conversation. "Let us wait for half an hour. Once those heading to the exchange have departed, we shall proceed. This will ensure our safety," Fongwen replied. Promptly abandoning his habitual smile and adopting a serious demeanor, he was well aware that Lei Yan would not develop any fondness for him merely due to his smile. "Very well, we shall wait," Lei Yan said, before finding a stone to sit upon, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. With only the 2 of them present, and one preferring silence, the atmosphere quickly fell into a tranquil stillness. Fongwen, understanding the unspoken sentiment, also found a stone to sit cross-legged upon. Half an hour swiftly passed, and the 2 opened their eyes simultaneously, exchanging glances and nods of acknowledgement. This time, it was Lei Yan who spoke first. "Let us proceed. You lead the way." With a nod, Fongwen stood and began to guide them, saying, "Brother Lei, let us quicken our pace. We can reach the location of the armored beast in half an hour." Aware of Lei Yan's skepticism towards him, Fongwen opted to remain silent while leading the way. After walking for a quarter of an hour, Lei Yan noticed that the signs of human activity were diminishing, and a sense of vigilance crept into his mind that he posed a question. "Brother Fong, may I inquire about our objective for this venture?" Startled, Fongwen paused. Lei Yan rarely spoke, making this inquiry notable. "What of the beast's strength?" Fongwen hesitated before responding. "Well, I am not entirely certain. After all, that miner was merely a level 3 warrior, and he dared not venture too close to the armored beast. Otherwise, he would not have been able to relay the information to me. It is estimated that the armored beast's strength should be at level 5, not exceeding level 6, that considering the strongest armored beast encountered here has been at level 6. I believe our luck will not be so dire as to encounter one of that caliber." Following closely behind Fongwen, Lei Yan pondered for a moment, then asked, "How can you be so certain the armored beast remains there if you have never seen it?" "Well, I have my deductions," Fongwen replied. The mine had previously been excavated, yet no armored beasts were discovered, indicating that the creature must have arrived later. This implies that there are still considerable amounts of the armored or yet to be unearthed. For the Yujia beast, which harbors a fondness for the dark, or it would not depart without consuming a significant portion of the ore found there. However, this location is no longer the main mining route, and few venture here. A person would only arrive in this area if they were being pursued. Consequently, the likelihood of encountering the Yujia beast is exceedingly low. Even if discovered, only the 3 Guns and Red Sword factions possess the strength to slay the Yujia beast. Others, unless they unite a considerable number of individuals, lack the capability to do so. According to my information, neither the 3 Guns nor the Fire Sword factions have made any significant moves, and the rest show no inclination to form an alliance. Therefore, it stands to reason that only I am aware of the Yujia beast's whereabouts. Fongwen recounted this with a certain pride evident in his demeanor, though he soon realized the potential inaccuracy of his words, causing a slight change in his expression. Fortunately, it seemed that Lei Yan remained oblivious, lost in thought, prompting Fong Wen to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. The two traversed silently for over half a moment, surrounded by an inky darkness, with no sound save for the noise they generated. Thanks to the two thumb-sized illumination orbs in Fong Wen's possession, their visibility remained adequate. Fong Wen, leading the way, displayed no hesitation at each turn or fork in the path, swiftly selecting the route ahead, suggesting he had prepared extensively for this endeavor. After pondering certain matters, Lei Yan abruptly halted, ceasing his advance. Witnessing Lei Yan's sudden stop, Fong Wen's heart raced, and beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. Should Lei Yan have a change of heart and engage him here, it would spell considerable loss for Fong Wen, who had invested significant effort into this undertaking. He could not afford any mishaps. After a moment of silence, Fong Wen spoke. "Brother Lei, what troubles you? Shall we not continue? It seems you have forgotten something." Lei Yan fixed his gaze upon Fong Wen, observing his every move. "What do you mean?" Fong Wen responded, feeling a twinge of unease, gripping the illumination orb in his left hand while his right instinctively tightened around the short staff concealed behind him. "I believe we agreed that before we take action, you would provide me with half of the reward." Lei Yan cleared his throat, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features. This was not feigned. It was simply his nature to feel somewhat awkward when requesting something from another. After accepting the energy purple crystal, he placed it into his backpack, rubbed his nose, and stated, "Let us proceed." "Very well." Chapter 8. Fong Wen. After acquiring the energy purple crystal, Lei Yan quietly followed Fong Wen. A warm sensation coursed through him, emanating from the inner core of the demon beast. Despite the passage of more than 2 days, he had not yet been able to fully absorb the medicinal effects of this inner core, which still retained about 40% of its potency. Moreover, after 2 days of acclimatization, the pain brought on by the core was now negligible for him. Before long, the passage ahead widened significantly, indicating that they were nearing the mine. Upon reaching a fork in the path, it was Fong Wen who paused this time, turning to Lei Yan and saying, "Brother Lei, the left passage leads directly to the location of the Yujia beast. On the right side lies a dead end. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, remember, under no circumstances should you venture down this path." "Very well." Lei Yan nodded. Glancing around, both sides were shrouded in an inky darkness, rendering visibility non-existent. "Prepare yourselves. We shall proceed forthwith." Given the ferocity of the black armored beast, should it detect our presence, it would swiftly emerge to attack us. Fong Wen made his way towards the left passage, simultaneously retrieving a small vial from his robe, from which he extracted 2 black pills. He consumed one himself and extended the other to Lei Yan. Upon receiving the pill, Lei Yan sniffed it, detecting a faint, unpleasant odor. Confronting the black armored beast head-on may indeed be the most straightforward approach, yet it is also the most foolish. "Brother Lei, this is an antidote for a poison. Take it first," Fong Wen instructed. "When we encounter the black armored beast, I shall release a toxin I have prepared. Should that beast inhale even a single breath, it will be rendered incapable of exerting more than 30% of its full strength." Noticing Lei Yan hesitating to swallow the pill, seemingly skeptical, Fong Wen proceeded to clarify. "Very well then." Lei Yan tossed the pill into his mouth, tilted his head back, and swallowed, his throat visibly moving. After traversing several dozen paces, despite the prolonged absence of visitors, the air in this cavern remained breathable. Not only here, but throughout the entire Yan mine. The same could be said. Although the breeze was imperceptible, they could breathe freely. It seemed that within the stone walls, there existed numerous minute vents, originally present and connecting to the surface in considerable quantity. Before long, the two men arrived at a vast cavern, nearly 30 paces across. Fong Wen scattered several illuminating orbs around, casting enough light for them to see clearly. By the light, Lei Yan observed that most of the cave walls were etched with extremely fine grooves, seemingly carved by some creature. "This is the very location where the black armored beast appears. Let us wait here," Fong Wen said, scanning the surroundings, his eyes glinting with the cold light. "Here, we shall wait?" Lei Yan inquired, surveying the area. "The black armored beast harbors a deep-seated animosity towards us. Should it discover our presence here, it will soon come to eliminate us." Fong Wen glanced at Lei Yan and then seated himself upon a rock. Closing his eyes to restore his energy, Lei Yan ceased speaking, found a spot to sit, and stirred up some dust, instinctively waving his hand beneath his nose to fan away the particles, with his eyes closed. He listened intently. The surroundings were eerily silent. After about a quarter of an hour, while attentively observing the area, Lei Yan's brows slightly furrowed. Noticing that Fong Wen remained still, he relaxed once more. Since Fong Wen had taken his seat, he had shown no further movement. The two sat there like statues, until a shadow darted past, prompting Lei Yan to react. His short gun swiftly crossed before him, and with a resounding clang, his body rolled back twice in a most undignified manner. "Brother Lei, are you unharmed?" Realizing the situation, Fong Wen's eyes snapped open, glancing at Lei Yan in astonishment. Lying prone on the ground, Lei Yan slowly rose to his feet, his eyes scanning the surroundings. A pallor washed over his face, and he coughed twice, saying, "It's nothing, merely caught off guard. Otherwise, it wouldn't have come to this." He turned his face aside and spoke in a more measured tone. Fong Wen cast a glance at Lei Yan, and once his mind settled, he couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Lei Yan's attempts at concealment only served to evoke a sense of disdain in Fong Wen, which was precisely Lei Yan's intent. The two ceased their conversation, redirecting their focus to the dark figure ahead. As the dust settled, a creature with glossy black fur emerged. Indeed, it was the same type of massive rodent-like beast that Lei Yan had previously slain. In comparison, this particular beast was larger than the one he had vanquished, clearly indicating a greater strength. He had not anticipated the sheer force of this creature's attack, which had nearly aggravated his internal injuries. Fortunately, he had detected the beast's presence early on. However, he estimated that a typical 5th-level warrior would not be able to perceive its stealth, prompting him to feign ignorance. It was only when the creature had chosen him as its target for ambush that he had no choice but to retaliate. "This must be the beast," Fong Wen remarked, observing its size. "It should be a 5th-level demon beast. Where is your toxic smoke? Are you not going to deploy it? We may not be able to withstand the beast's assault." Lei Yan gritted his teeth and replied. In response, Fong Wen's expression turned to one of knowing amusement as he remarked, "Do not fret. It is merely a hairless beast, incapable of escaping my grasp." A roar echoed through the air, and Lei Yan couldn't suppress his delight as he watched the beast charge towards Fong Wen. The formidable might of the beast's attack left even Lei Yan hesitant to confront it head-on. What courage did Fong Wen possess in such a scenario? As the creature barreled towards him, panic seized Fong Wen, and with a swift motion of his left hand, a semi-ethereal shield materialized before him. Simultaneously, his right hand brought forth a short staff, positioning it defensively in front of himself as he retreated hastily. Yet, Fong Wen's speed paled in comparison to the beast's charge, and he was quickly overtaken. The creature's razor-sharp claws struck against Fong Wen's shield, shattering the translucent barrier and sending a wave of debris into the air, obscuring much of their vision. Lei Yan observed as the two dark figures collided. Fong Wen's shadow staggered backward while the beast was pushed back slightly. "Lei, quickly assist me. I require some time." In a moment of desperation, Fong Wen called out for aid, his voice betraying the internal turmoil he was experiencing. It was evident from his tone that his organs had sustained a significant shock. With a series of leaps, Lei Yan positioned himself in front of Fong Wen, turning his back to him and urging, "Hurry, I cannot hold off this beast for long." "Understood." Fong Wen gritted his teeth, dismissing his reservations as he tremulously retrieved a small black vial from his bosom with his left hand. In that fleeting moment, the armored beast charged forth once more, albeit with a slight reduction in speed compared to its previous assaults. Lei Yan firmly grasped his short gun, positioning himself diagonally to confront the creature. Upon their initial contact, both the armored beast and Lei Yan were forced apart, each retreating towards opposite corners. Meanwhile, Fong Wen had already taken refuge behind him. "Hurry." Though he felt a twinge of disdain towards Fong Wen's reaction, he refrained from voicing his discontent, urging him in a low tone. "Yes, right away." At this juncture, Fong Wen shed his earlier demeanor, donning a serious expression. With a swift gesture of his left hand, he shattered a small vial, revealing a black object resembling a wooden block, no larger than a grain of rice. "Drink." A pale red flame erupted from Fong Wen's left palm, causing the surrounding temperature to soar dramatically. Sensing the change in temperature, the armored beast emitted a low growl and charged forward with ferocity. Reluctantly, Lei Yan advanced to meet it, employing his adept skills in the art of evasion to block the beast's relentless attacks, thereby buying precious time for Fong Wen. As he engaged the beast, he seized the fleeting moments to observe Fong Wen's actions. The surrounding changes were acutely perceptible to the familiar armored beast, inciting it to further madness. Struggling to withstand the beast's onslaught, Lei Yan silently calculated his next move. The flames in Fong Wen's left hand blazed fiercely, igniting the black object under the intense heat, which began to emit a plume of gray-black smoke. As the smoke billowed forth, Fong Wen's face brightened with delight. He clawed upward, extinguishing the flames. The gray-black smoke was enveloped by a transparent energy sphere. With a resounding clang, Lei Yan once again intercepted the beast's attack, but a sense of foreboding washed over him. He hastily retreated, only to discover a cloud of smoke rushing towards him, holding his breath. He caught a glint of cold light in his eyes as he cast a sidelong glance at Fong Wen. There stood Fong Wen, exuding an air of arrogance, sweat still glistening on his brow. Yet wearing a triumphant smile, his gaze fixed solely on the armored beast. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Lei Yan's face contorted with anger as he bellowed, "Fong Wen, what is the meaning of this? Oh, do not take offense. I merely wish to ensure that this smoke is accurately inhaled by this hairless brute. You did consume the antidote earlier, did you not? You should be just fine. Now, watch as I deal with this hairless creature." Fong Wen replied with a chuckle, entirely unfazed by Lei Yan's expression. Noticing Fong Wen's back turned towards him, Lei Yan let out a subtle sigh of relief, secretly inhaling a breath of fresh air. Little did Fong Wen realize that his reaction was so potent that he had managed to hold his breath in time, avoiding the smoke. Although the armored beast possessed intelligence, it could never rival that of a human. This time, it inhaled a substantial amount of the smoke. The recently halted beast felt no immediate difference, merely perceiving a human standing before it, and it lunged forward, intent on rending him with its sharp claws. Yet, as it charged, the beast sensed something amiss. Its speed had significantly diminished, and its vision had become notably blurred. Humph, hairless brute. With a cold snort, Fong Wen grasped the short staff in his right hand. A tremor coursed through him, and a surge of energy erupted from his body, enveloping the staff. In an instant, the staff appeared to double in length and increase in size, although in reality, it remained unchanged. Swinging the extended staff forward, it collided with the black armored beast, sending the creature tumbling backward, while the energy atop the staff became somewhat disordered. Blushing slightly, Fong Wen stole a glance at Lei Yan, who lay sprawled on the ground, his eyes dazed as if lost in thought, causing a flicker of joy to spark within Fong Wen. Having suffered a setback, Fong Wen's energy surged even more. Launching a relentless assault upon the incapacitated black-armored beast, the creature, utterly powerless, could not withstand the barrage, soon bearing numerous wounds, both internal and external, as blood seeped from the gaps in its scales. Meanwhile, Lei Yan, though appearing completely limp, had eyes that concealed a sharp glint, sweeping toward the entrance. There, a fleeting shadow darted past, disappearing into the void. Concurrently, he observed the black-armored beast's reactions, wiping the sweat from his brow. Fong Wen turned to Lei Yan and inquired, "How are you feeling, Brother Lei?" "You." Lei Yan's facial muscles twitched, uttering a single word before falling silent, his gaze cold and fixed on Fong Wen. "Ha ha ha. So how does it feel to be utterly relaxed and comfortable?" Fong Wen looked down at Lei Yan, his grin broadening. Lei Yan remained silent, merely fixing his gaze on Fong Wen, revealing a hint of astonishment buried deep within his eyes. "I must admit, your strength exceeds my expectations. You managed to withstand the assault of a beast approaching level 6. But this is even better. Henceforth, my rank shall include a level 5 warrior. A level 5 warrior, mind you. There are fewer than 5 individuals within the entirety of the Wuyan mine who possess such prowess." As Fong Wen grew increasingly animated, he noted Lei Yan's increasingly grim expression and squatted down, saying, "But rest assured, as long as you heed my words, I guarantee your stay here will be most comfortable." "Do you think I would listen to you?" Lei Yan struggled to sit up, locking eyes with Fong Wen. "Just imagine having a little creature burrowing within your belly. What a sensation that must be." Fong Wen observed Lei Yan's silence and chuckled, adding, "But worry not, for I have a remedy. Just a tiny pill, and that little creature will slumber for 3 days and nights as long as you follow my instructions. If I say go east, you go east. If I say go west, you go west. I promise you will be unharmed." As he spoke, Fong Wen unconsciously began to move, turning his back to approach the black-armored beast, watching Fong Wen's retreating figure. Lei Yan felt an urge to strike but halted midway, waiting. Chapter 9. Preparations before escape. Having achieved his objective, Fong Wen was in an exceptionally exhilarated state, with both the black-armored beast and the level 5 warrior Lei Yan seemingly within his grasp. What was there left to fear? Laughter echoed through the dark passage, accompanied by the sound of footsteps, steady and unhurried, belonging to 4 individuals. Such distinct footsteps could not have escaped Fong Wen's notice. Yet, observing the composed demeanor of Fong Wen, it was evident that these 4 had been orchestrated by him. To this realization, Lei Yan felt a surge of murderous intent. It became clear that Fong Wen had regarded him as prey from the very beginning. "Humph, are you not yet coming over? Your slow pace suggests that you are destined to wait longer for the antidote." Sensing the leisurely pace of the 4, Fong Wen scoffed audibly, his voice carrying through the air. Suddenly, a clattering sound emerged, causing Lei Yan to pause, his gaze sharpening as his pupils constricted. He sensed an impending spectacle. As the first severed head tumbled forth, 3 more followed in succession, all freshly decapitated. Witnessing the 3 heads, Fong Wen's expression shifted dramatically. He stumbled back 3 steps, terror etched upon his face as he fixed his gaze on the ominous source of darkness. In that moment, the shadowy passage loomed before him like a gaping maw, poised to consume him whole at any moment. The unmistakable sound of footsteps grew louder, each step weighing heavily upon Fong Wen's heart. Clap, clap. The sound of applause resonated as 4 figures emerged slowly from the passage. Fong Yaoshi, what audacity you possess. One of the newcomers, wielding a longsword, remarked with a subtle smirk. It is you. Were you not supposed to be contending for a lucrative mine rich in Wuyin, or how is it that you find yourselves here? Fong Wen's complexion paled further upon recognizing the 4. That was merely a jest among my subordinates that could not possibly have caught your esteemed attention. Fong Yaoshi. Meanwhile, Lei Yan, observing the 5, quickly deduced that Fong Wen's spies embedded within the local factions had already been discovered, and their lives extinguished. It seemed that those individuals had divulged everything, allowing Fong Wen's movements to fall into the hands of others. The 4 before him included 3 men wielding short spears, measuring only 5 feet, considerably shorter than most spears. Yet, within the confines of this mine, such spears would still prove cumbersome in combat. The 3 men were surely aware of this. Yet they chose not to alter their weapons, perhaps due to preference or other motives. Bearing these characteristics, the 4 were the leaders of the 2 dominant factions within this domain. The Sanxiang and Qi Jin represented the largest powers here. The leader of Sanxiang was the trio of spear-wielding men, while Qi Jin was represented by a man wielding a sword imbued with intense heat. The 4 before them were undoubtedly the most formidable individuals present. Fong Wen possessed a deeper understanding of the factional dynamics than Lei Yan. He recognized these 4 with greater clarity at this moment. Cold sweat soaked through his simple garments. You have any words left to say? One of the older spear wielders scrutinized Fong Wen with a watchful eye, surveying the surrounding changes. Gentlemen, I am but a businessman. Let us engage in a transaction. The armored beast in this 5th-level warrior, along with all the possessions on my person, can be summoned forth, should you gentlemen show a modicum of leniency and allow a path to be opened. How does that sound? Fong Wen swallowed hard, gritting his teeth as he spoke. How amusing. What qualifications do you possess to bargain with us now? One of the men wielding a spear erupted into laughter, stepping forward with his weapon in hand and declaring, I shall seize you now. Let us see what you have to say then. Wait. Fong Wen retreated a step, hastily adding, this armored beast and the 5th-level warrior have already succumbed to my poison. While it is not lethal, there is no antidote. They will require at least a month to recover. The man intent on capturing Fong Wen froze momentarily, casting a glance at the other 3. At the gesture of one holding a spear, he stepped back. Fong Wen, you have embedded spies among us, and you must surely be privy to some of our secrets. It is impossible for us to release you now. However, once we depart from this place, you may leave, spoke the man bearing a longsword, taking a step forward and speaking in a calm tone. Absolutely not. Fong Wen shook his head. He could not place his life in the hands of another. Despite the fact that this man, Qi Yangji, had an impeccable reputation within these caverns. In such circumstances, one could not afford to be so trusting. Brother Qi, if that is the case, there is little use in keeping them alive. Among the 3 spear wielders, one appeared the eldest, with a square face, clearly the leader of the trio. The 4 were divided into 2 factions, the group with the sword-bearing man on one side, and the 3 on the other. Although they were numerous, both sides maintained a balance, with neither able to deliver a decisive blow to the other. United by a common goal, they had come together. Very well, we have no other choice, nodded the sword-bearing man, drawing forth his blade. As the sword was unsheathed, the surrounding air grew noticeably warmer, as if it were a piece of burning coal. Lei Yan, who had been vigilantly observing the surroundings, suddenly realized that the sword-wielding man was not gazing at Fong Wen, but rather at him, the one feigning death on the ground. Momentarily taken aback, Lei Yan managed a bitter smile, and then ceased his pretense. With his left hand grasping a pill, he lunged forward, and before Fong Wen could react, he forced the pill into his mouth and swiftly tapped his chin upward. Before Fong Wen could fully comprehend the situation, he blinked in surprise, feeling something slide down his throat, only to be struck hard from behind, causing him to lose consciousness. After incapacitating Fong Wen, Lei Yan rummaged through his belongings, uncovering a plethora of vials and containers. Without scrutinizing them, he hastily gathered all the items and stood there, regarding the 4 men ahead. Esteemed brother, you have finally chosen to take action. I am Qi Yangji, and these 3 are the esteemed brothers of the Yang family, Yang Feng, Yang Shan, Upon witnessing his actions, neither Qiangji nor the leader of the Sanjiang faction, Yang Feng, displayed any signs of astonishment. While the other two members exhibited a momentary pause, yet concealed their reactions. Lei Yan, he remarked, this individual has succumbed to my poison, and the antidote lies within my grasp. You may take him, along with that injured Wu Jia beast. With a kick to the unconscious Fang Wen, Lei Yan gestured towards the half-dead beast. Yang Feng raised a hand to halt him, stating, Brother Lei, there is no need for haste. As he exchanged glances with Qiangji. The latter nodded in agreement and continued, Brother Lei's strength must have reached the level of a 6th-tier warrior. Being captured here is undoubtedly against your will. Thus, why not join forces with us to escape? With so many guards surrounding this place, attempting to leave would be tantamount to inviting death. Instead, it would be far more prudent to remain here, where we could mine and ensure our sustenance. Lei Yan chuckled lightly. Qiangji furrowed his brow slightly and replied, Brother Lei, there is no need to test our resolve. We have exerted considerable effort to find a way out of here. From the very first day of our arrival, I have been contemplating escape. My brothers from the Yang family have invested just as much effort into this endeavor. Not only was Qiangji's reaction profoundly fervent, but the three brothers surnamed Yang displayed similar intensity, their eyes indicating that today's matter must be resolved in their favor. After a wry smile, Lei Yan sighed, escaping this place is also my desire. Yet, Brother Lei need not worry. We have already gained control over the entire mine, but if we choose to depart, rest assured that the guards outside will not discover our absence for at least a month. Qiangji laughed heartily, a tone of pride evident in his voice. Indeed, a month is ample time for us to make our escape. The three young brothers shared the same sentiment, with leaving becoming their utmost aspiration. Very well, but when shall we act? Lei Yan inquired with a nod. We need to take Fang Wen with us, as we will require his assistance in the future. Should he vanish, the outside world will soon take notice. So the sooner, the better. Qiangji glanced at Fang Wen at Lei Yan's feet and exchanged looks with Yang Feng before stating, after some deliberation, I propose we move in one day. I need to gather some supplies and make preparations. Upon hearing this, Qiangji and the three young brothers exchanged glances filled with delight. Qiangji nodded. Agreed. Let us reconvene here in one day. As for the Wu Jia beast, I will take charge of it. It will greatly aid us in our departure from this lightless mine, and we shall take responsibility for Fang Wen, ensuring he is compliant, Yang Feng remarked, casting a glance at the unconscious Fang Wen. No problem. However, all the goods on this fellow are mine, correct? Lei Yan nodded, surveying the four individuals before him. Regardless of their agreement or dissent, he had no intention of relinquishing those items. That is only natural. Very well. Qiangji and Yang Feng held no objections, as all three parties benefited in some manner, each fulfilling their own needs, thus allowing their collaboration to persist. Moreover, attempting to seize anything from Lei Yan's grasp posed a daunting challenge for both Qiangji and the three brothers of the Yang family, who had little assurance of success. The speed and strength demonstrated by Lei Yan during his earlier confrontation left the four of them secretly astounded. It is worth noting that Fang Wen, despite his shortcomings, was nonetheless a 5th-level warrior. To be rendered unconscious by a single blow from a 5th-level warrior, without the slightest chance to react, indicated that should he choose to strike any one of them, they would have no hope of defending against him. As they watched him depart, the remaining four exchanged glances and nodded in agreement before also taking their leave. He would not presume that these individuals would allow him to leave so easily. He was acutely aware that any attempt on his part to send a warning would swiftly be discovered. After some contemplation, he resolved to follow these individuals, hoping to find a way to escape this place. Directly confronting them was beyond his current capabilities, and he could not ascertain how long it would take to attain such strength. Having come to this decision, he ceased his musings and began to examine the items he had pilfered from Fang Wen, methodically sorting through them. Most of the vials contained various elixirs, the majority of which were healing potions, a fortunate windfall for him. He hastily consumed these potions, disregarding whether their effects would be maximized. Time was of the essence. Among the spoils were 850 energy purple crystals, combined with his own 150, totaling 1,000, 2 vials containing black elixirs, and 1 vial filled with over 100 diminutive red potions. The multitude of red potions likely corresponded to the substances Fang Wen mentioned, capable of inducing slumber in small creatures. With these elixirs in hand, Lei Yan would be able to exert control over Fang Wen. Despite the latter currently being in the custody of the four, he wrapped the map he had acquired in the scales of the black armored beast and stored it in his backpack, layering it with additional wrappings to obscure its contents from prying eyes. Once these tasks were completed, he settled down to await the dissolution of the black armored beast's core and the healing potions he had ingested. Before long, a day had elapsed. With a sigh of relief, he assessed that recovering 30% of his strength would suffice to handle any unforeseen circumstances presented by them. Lei Yan stretched his limbs, the sound of cracking joints echoing around him. After digesting the elixirs and the core of the demon beast, he regained approximately 30% of his strength, boasting over 600 June of power, adequate for managing any sudden developments. Upon arriving at this location, he discovered that Qiangji was already waiting for him. Chapter 10. Exiting the mine. Upon seeing Qiangji, Lei Yan was momentarily taken aback. He was not surprised by Qiangji's early arrival. Rather, it was curious that he was accompanied by 4 individuals, one of whom was the nearly lifeless black armored beast from a day prior, along with a small black armored beast perched on Qiangji's shoulder. "Brother Lei, you are remarkably punctual." "Excellent," Qiangji remarked with a calm demeanor, smiling and nodding upon spotting him. There were 10 individuals in total accompanying him. Beneath a luminous orb the size of a child's fist, the surroundings brightened considerably, rendering visibility unobstructed. "Haha. It appears that Qi Xiong and Lei Xiong have arrived faster than us. Indeed, we are the slowest." Yang Feng, accompanied by his 2 younger brothers, has already entered the cavern with 6 burly men and the listless Feng Wan. Upon seeing Qiangji, he offered a slight nod. However, upon noticing Lei Yan seated nearby, he paused for a moment and exclaimed with laughter. "Thus, there are now 16 individuals within this mine. On one side, there are 5 people with Qiangji, along with a black armored beast on the other side. We have the 3 brothers of Yang Feng, 6 strong men, and Feng Wan, totaling 10. Meanwhile, on Lei Yan's side, he stands alone, creating an air of solitude. Now that everyone is prepared, let us embark. From this moment forth, we must not squander a single moment." Qiangji rose, brushing off the dust from his garments. "Wait," interjected Feng Wan, who was in Yang Feng's grasp. At this moment, Feng Wan lacked the previous bravado. Appearing as if he could scarcely stand, he stumbled forward a couple of steps and shouted angrily at Lei Yan, "Return my medicine to me, I have consumed it." Lei Yan regarded Feng Wan with a hint of amusement at the corner of his mouth. "I do not believe you. I only want those red pills, the rest are yours." Feng Wan's countenance turned ashen as he struggled to suppress his fury and advanced a few steps toward Lei Yan. With a grin, Lei Yan replied, "Not a chance. With this in my possession, you must comply with my demands. Otherwise, I shall withhold it." The muscles in Feng Wan's face twitched as he inhaled deeply, energy rippling through him as he seemed to resist something. After a moment, he exhaled a long sigh and said to Yang Feng, "If you desire me to concoct elixirs for you, seize the antidote from him." Yang Feng cast a glance at Feng Wan, but remained silent. Behind Yang Feng stood a towering man, slightly taller than the rest, wielding a large cleaver on his back. Hearing this, he stepped forward and addressed Lei Yan. "Listen here, boy, if you know what is good for you, hand over those red pills, and we shall escort you out of this wretched place." Since entering, Lei Yan had been assessing the individuals surrounding him. With his experience, he could gauge their general strength from their breathing and other subtle cues. He estimated that among them, Qiangji possessed the strength of a level 6 warrior, while the 3 brothers of Yang Feng and a slender man beside Qiangji were at level 5. The rest were predominantly level 4 warriors. Even allowing for some margin of error, his perceptions were unlikely to be far off. He would not concern himself with a level 4 warrior's provocation. However, the implicit acknowledgement of the strength of Yang Feng's trio and Qiangji could not be overlooked. It seemed that this time, he must reveal a portion of his own capabilities to dispel their notions. "What if I refuse to hand it over? What will you do?" He fixed his gaze solely upon the level 4 warrior. Only those with strength are worthy of safeguarding such items." The level 4 warrior felt a chill as Lei Yan's piercing gaze fell upon him, and he could not help but feel a twinge of retreat. Yet, considering the many eyes upon him, he gritted his teeth and took a bold step forward, a surge of energy emanating from him. Instilling a semblance of courage, Lei Yan ceased to speak, his body suddenly moving with great force, leaving behind a fleeting shadow. With a swift motion of his right hand, he wielded the short gun, adopting a style reminiscent of a broadsword. With a mere flick, he exuded an indomitable aura, rapidly and fiercely. That was the impression the onlookers had of Lei Yan's strike. The burly man at the forefront felt an overwhelming intent to kill approaching him, instantly extinguishing the flicker of courage that had just begun to stir within him. In a moment of desperation, he could only muster all his strength to raise the broadsword, attempting to position it defensively before himself to block the impending blow. As Lei Yan unleashed the short gun, he focused intently on the burly man's upward swing of the broadsword. With a sudden twist of his wrist, he aimed the blade of the short gun at a gap in the broadsword and struck downwards. The sound of metal clashing rang out as half of the broadsword flew away. Struggling under the impact, the burly man retreated 3 steps, his right arm instantly losing sensation before he could regain his footing. His body froze, paralyzed by fear, no longer daring to make a move. Now, Lei Yan stood merely 5 feet away from the burly man, his right hand gripping the gun, its tip poised against the man's throat. A trickle of blood already seeping down. Should he choose to do so, a mere push of the short gun would extinguish this man's life. Lei brother, please show mercy. Yang Feng, sensing the formidable aura emanating from Lei Yan, realized the dire situation and understood that his subordinates were no match for him. However, before he could intervene, it was already too late. Witnessing the scene unfold, Yang Feng hastily pleaded, fearful that a slight exertion from Lei Yan might seal the man's fate. Lei Yan, holding the fate of the burly man in his hands, did not spare a glance at Yang Feng, his gaze fixated solely on the burly man. Slowly retracting the short gun, he shook it lightly, causing the blood to vanish without a trace. Lei Yan then cast his eyes over the remaining individuals, uttering no further words, merely standing there. The burly man, having narrowly escaped death, clutched his wound and retreated behind Yang Feng, daring not to meet Lei Yan's gaze again. Ahem. This. Yang Feng felt exceedingly awkward. It was evident to anyone that this situation had been orchestrated long ago. Chi brother, when shall we depart? Lei Yan interjected, preempting Yang Feng's words. Now would be best, the sooner, the better. Chi Yangshi, who had maintained a spectator's attitude, smiled slightly and added, before we set off, we must establish an agreement, since we all wish to leave this place. We need to unite our efforts. If any further internal strife arises, do not blame us for taking action. Upon finishing, Chi Yangshi cast a glance at Yang Feng. That is how it should be. Lei Yan replied with a smile. Indeed, Yang Feng concurred repeatedly, though inwardly he cursed Chi Yangshi. Ignoring Yang Feng, Chi Yangshi nodded at Lei Yan and said, then let us set off. He led the way out, introducing Lei Yan to the others as they walked. Although Chi Yangshi did not fully trust him, he acknowledged Lei Yan's strength. After all, those with power are respected wherever they may be, even by their adversaries. As he listened to Chi Yangshi's introductions, Lei Yan observed the others, noting that nearly everyone carried a large backpack, obscured from view, making it impossible to discern their contents. It was evident that these were items they had prepared. However, their specific nature remained a mystery to him. As they continued their journey, the ever-erratic Fong Wen suddenly shouted, Lei Yan, give me the medicine. You, that was originally mine. By what right do you claim it? Fong Wen's complexion had turned ashen, barely able to stand. Were it not for the support of another, he would have collapsed onto the ground. Whatever is in my possession is inherently mine. Furthermore, our initial encounter was predicated upon my desire to purchase this very item, was it not? Now, it is merely a swap of roles. Lei Yan smiled faintly, raising the short gun in his hand, as if to mock Fong Wen's current predicament. Upon hearing this, Fong Wen's face fluctuated between shades of blue and white. The small insects contained within the elixir he had ingested stirred violently within his body, rendering Fong Wen, a level 5 warrior, incapable of even standing, a testament to the horror of his condition. Beside them, Chi Yangshi cast a glance at Lei Yan, amusement flickering in his eyes as he regarded the Yang Feng trio. Lei brother, considering his agony, perhaps you should grant him a single elixir. Yang Feng coughed, a hint of embarrassment coloring his tone. No, replied Lei Yan, shaking his head decisively. We shall proceed. He strode forward, dismissing Chi Yangshi's guidance. Witnessing Lei Yan's determination to leave, Yang Feng gritted his teeth and declared, Lei brother, here are 5 energy purple crystals. He tossed the elixir to Fong Wen, his icy gaze fixated on Lei Yan's retreating figure, his face involuntarily twitching. Walking side by side, Chi Yangshi shielded the other's line of sight with his body, giving Lei Yan a thumbs up. The passage ahead was exceedingly intricate, with sections narrow enough for only one person to traverse at a time. After approximately half an hour, they stumbled upon a mine cavern capable of accommodating over 40 individuals. However, it held no further passageways. This is it, Chi Yangshi remarked with a hint of nostalgia. I discovered this place 3 years ago, but regrettably, I was never prepared. Let us begin, urged Yang Feng, glancing at Chi Yangshi, his tone laced with urgency, clearly brimming with excitement. Very well, Chi Yangshi acquiesced, emitting a series of peculiar sounds. The black-armored beast that had been following him surged forward, swiftly digging with its sharp claws. The beast's speed in excavating was remarkable, having previously breached this now blocked area. Before long, A narrow passage suitable for a single person to enter appeared. "I shall go first," Qi Yongji announced, leading the way with the black-armored beast. After a moment's hesitation, Lei Yan followed suit. Gripping his short gun tightly in his right hand, Yang Feng trailed closely behind, maintaining a distance of a little over a yard. Following them, a gap of approximately 2 yards separated the remaining individuals. Each one alert and wary, mindful of the potential for treachery. Though they understood that violence was counterproductive in this setting, one must always remain vigilant. After several breaths had passed, a blinding light emanated from ahead. Lei Yan squinted slightly, taking a decisive step forward as he swiftly darted out into the light. The individuals behind could hardly contain their eagerness as they emerged, surveying their surroundings and inhaling the fresh air deeply. They found themselves at the base of a precipice, with the remnants of the Wuyan mine's cavern looming behind them. Upon their exit, the group took a moment to regroup. A mournful sound echoed, emanating from the Wujia beast that had forged the passage, which gazed upwards at the scorching sun, seemingly voicing its grievances. "I nearly forgot about you," chuckled Qiangji, as he exchanged a glance with the Wujia beast in its peculiar tongue. Gently lifting the small Wujia beast from his shoulder and placing it onto the back of the larger creature, the little Wujia beast, having vacated Qiangji's shoulder, appeared somewhat anxious, pacing atop the larger beast's head. "All right, we are temporarily safe now. The Wujia beast will assist us in blocking the passage," Qiangji remarked, suppressing a hint of reluctance in his expression. "This Wujia beast can be trusted." Behind Yang Feng, a relatively slender man muttered something under his breath. "Sometimes, the demonic beasts are more straightforward than humans." Lei Yan shot a glance at him, causing the man to immediately fall silent, afraid to utter another word. "What Lei Yan suggests is wise. Let us convene and deliberate on how to depart from this place." Qiangji nodded in agreement with Lei Yan's statement. Lei Yan gazed at the obstructed passage, savoring the long-awaited sunlight, and a smile broke across his face. Chapter 11. By the sea. Lei Yan had not anticipated emerging so swiftly. Despite some setbacks, he felt a degree of assurance. "Could you enlighten me as to our current location?" he inquired of Qiangji as he found a stone to sit upon. "Let us all take a moment to rest and discuss our present circumstances." Qiangji addressed the group around him before settling beside Lei Yan. "Although we have escaped this dark abyss, our situation remains dire. I urge everyone to set aside past grievances and unite in our efforts." Given the conflicts that had arisen within the mind due to various interests, it was unrealistic to expect old disputes to dissolve with a single statement. Observing the indifference of those around him, Qiangji sighed and continued, "We are currently on an island within the inner sea of the Chonglu. While I cannot ascertain which island we are on, it is evident that those who abducted us possess sufficient strength to establish a foothold here and engage in such actions. Therefore, our paramount objective is to prepare swiftly for our departure." However, he could not merely listen. Doing so would invite suspicion from the others. "Are you suggesting that we must seize a ship in a short span of time and escape?" Lei Yan asked, a note of concern evident in his voice. "Not quite," Qiangji replied, shaking his head with a wry smile. "With our current capabilities, should we be discovered, we would swiftly meet our demise." Lei Yan's expression shifted, falling silent as he exhaled deeply in relief. It was then that Yang Feng spoke up, first casting a stern look at his younger brother before addressing the group. As they conversed, the peripheral glances of Yang Feng and Qiangji occasionally drifted towards Lei Yan, who seemed to be sulking in silence. Upon observing that Lei Yan had finished listening and cast a glance at Feng Wan, who had quieted down after consuming the elixir, followed by Lei Yan bowing his head in silence, Feng Wan and Qiangji exchanged a knowing look and nodded slightly to each other without uttering a word. Most were already aware of the situation, and soon someone began to curse those individuals through gritted teeth. However, there was reassurance among the crowd. Although they lacked elixirs, they had Feng Yaoshi with them, and all they needed to do was gather some herbs. Qiangji shot a friendly glance at Feng Wan, offering a smile. As soon as this was said, all eyes turned to Feng Wan, making him feel a surge of anxiety. He hastily exclaimed, No, I won't assist you. It's impossible. Don't even think about it." Lei Yan chuckled and replied, "Well, that's entirely up to you. We certainly won't be accommodating the useless this moment." Feng Wan's greatest fear was not Yang Feng or Qiangji, but rather Lei Yan. From the very beginning, Feng Wan had plotted against Lei Yan, who naturally held no favorable opinion of him. Yet, ironically, the elixir that could suppress the creature within Feng Wan's body was in Lei Yan's possession as long as Lei Yan was unwilling to provide it. No one here could compel him to hand it over unless they all acted in unison. The others, understanding the unspoken tension, fell silent. Although some harbored ill feelings towards Lei Yan, he had a firm grip on Fong Wen's pulse, ensuring that Fong Wen would obediently concoct elixirs for them. Seeing that no one was speaking up, Fong Wen felt a surge of desperation, yet no one would advocate for him. There are no materials here for me to concoct elixirs. Nor is there a furnace. How can I create any medicine? Fong Wen stood up and exclaimed loudly. Sho. If you wish to live, lower your voice, Yang Feng admonished. Glaring at Fong Wen, he then retrieved a bundled item from a subordinate's backpack. Unwrapping it to reveal a small alchemical furnace, roughly the size of 2 fists, its appearance resembled that of an incense burner, seemingly repurposed from one. This. Fong Wen's heart sank at the sight of the incense burner. Indeed, it was an alchemical furnace, albeit crudely fashioned from other materials. After accepting the furnace in silence, Fong Wen examined it. It was barely usable, but could only produce simple elixirs. It will have to suffice. Both Lei Yan and Fong Wen fell silent, recognizing the struggles reflected in the furnace before them. Given the harsh conditions, managing to create such a furnace was already their utmost limit for finding additional materials in this forest. It should not prove too difficult. After all, they merely needed to gather enough resources to substitute for energy crystals and create basic healing elixirs, enabling them to navigate the seas for extended periods. Qi Yongzhi regarded the furnace with the same hope shared by the others, resting his aspirations upon it. Supporting the rough furnace, Fong Wen felt the weight in his arms, yet after a moment of resolve, clarity returned to his eyes. Now, let us allocate tasks. Qi Yongzhi, subtly recognized as the leader of this group, found that as long as the interests of the other 2 parties were not compromised, there were no objections from anyone. After all, Lei Yan was not well acquainted with the circumstances here. He needed to observe, listen, and understand more, and he had no desire to seek the limelight. Thus he chose to remain taciturn. On the other hand, Yang Feng's overall strength was inferior to that of Qi Yongzhi's group, which is why he was also reluctant to confront Qi Yongzhi directly. We can hunt some low-level demon beasts, preserving their flesh and blood to serve as sustenance for our journey at sea. This task shall be entrusted to us, as we are more familiar with it. Qi Yongzhi nodded in agreement. Taking on several responsibilities, that works for me. As for the matter of herbs, we shall take charge of that. Yang Feng nodded as well, accepting a share of the tasks. After this, the group turned their attention to Lei Yan. It is worth mentioning that the 2 exceptional individuals here are Lei Yan and Fong Wen. Fong Wen possesses the ability to concoct medicine. Despite being a prisoner, he still holds a certain status. As for Lei Yan, he represents a third-party force here, yet he stands alone. Observing the gazes of those around him, he pondered for a moment and then said with a hint of resignation, I believe I can assist with shipbuilding. However, constructing a large vessel is beyond my solitary capabilities, and I will require a knife. As he spoke, he raised a short gun in his hand. As for the knife, I can certainly lend my efforts to heat it. The rest will need assistance from Brother Yang. Qi Yongzhi extended his right hand, and a surge of energy emanated from it. This energy bore a faint crimson hue and radiated intense heat. Lei Yan's pupils constricted slightly, but he quickly returned a warm smile. I happen to possess a set of simple tools. However, the individual who used them perished during a significant collapse in a previous mining expedition, leaving no survivors. Thus, while we can provide the tools, we lack the manpower. Yang Feng then retrieved a forge hammer over 2 feet in length from a backpack, along with several smaller hammers. In total, there were 3 hammers of varying sizes, the largest being as big as Lei Yan's fist, while the smallest measured merely 1 foot long, with a hammerhead no larger than his little finger, though still quite weighty. Observing this, Lei Yan let out a silent sigh of relief and remarked, That is reassuring. I can manage the labor myself. Upon hearing this, the others turned to him with expressions of surprise and curiosity. Lei Yan elaborated, I have previously forged iron for others. Altering the shape of a weapon with a hammer is certainly within my skill set. However, I am unable to craft weapons as exquisite as those of Brother Qi. That will suffice. Brother Lei, our weapons have not been maintained since we acquired them, and many bear significant damage. We kindly request your assistance. Yang Feng chuckled, continuing, since Brother Lei can utilize this, we shall entrust these tools to you. Accepting the 3 forge hammers, Lei Yan offered a wry smile and nodded. With only 3 hammers at his disposal and nothing else, it became evident that he would need to locate a suitable place to set up a forge. As for the fire, Qi Yongzhi could provide assistance, while water could be sourced from any nearby location. A sturdy rock would suffice as a makeshift anvil. They were all acutely aware that time was a luxury for them, prompting their immediate departure. Having discerned a direction, the 16 set forth. At that moment, they were devoid of any clear path, relying solely on the sun to guide their way. For them, The most advantageous course was to venture in the opposite direction of those who had captured them. 3 days later, the 16 individuals cautiously surveyed their surroundings, ensuring no danger lurked before they hastened onward. For them, enduring 3 days without sustenance or rest posed no significant challenge. Yet the heightened tension had begun to take its toll. During this period, Fong Wen had received an antidote from Yang Feng, procured with 10 energy purple crystals, and suffered no major ill effects. Moreover, whenever they encountered herbs suitable for alchemical refinement or small creatures, he would insist that Yang Feng and the others collect them. Yang Feng and his companions were more than willing, for as long as Fong Wen remained in their custody, all necessary materials would be provided by them. Consequently, any elixirs they concocted would require a price in exchange, a notion imparted to them by Lei Yan. At the forefront of the group, Qi Yongji walked side by side with Lei Yan, both vigilantly scanning their surroundings. After receiving a safe signal from Lei Yan, they pressed onward. Lei, your auditory and olfactory senses appear to perceive distances that surpass my energy detection range. Is this an innate gift? Initially, their pace was exceedingly slow due to unfamiliarity with the terrain. However, 2 days prior, Lei Yan stepped forward, offering to lead the way. Utilizing his keen senses, he could often detect the presence of dangerous beasts ahead. His primary assets were his sense of smell and hearing. Beasts typically emanated distinct scents. The aroma of higher-level beasts could intimidate their lower-level counterparts, preventing them from encroaching upon the former's territory. By discerning these scents, Lei Yan was able to ascertain the potential presence of beasts ahead. Although he could not guarantee absolute certainty, his auditory skills allowed him to reach a high degree of confidence. When he detected a beast in their path, he would deftly circumvent it, avoiding contact even if he was over 90% sure they could swiftly dispatch the creature. In that case, Lei, you should be able to lead us out of here. Right. Qi Yongji's eyes lit up as he regarded Lei Yan, finding him somewhat inscrutable. Although he appeared youthful and exhibited some immaturity in certain interactions, he possessed a clear understanding of the thoughts and calculations of those around him. Choosing neither to expose them nor to disrupt, instead opting to observe from the sidelines. I should be able to. I'll do my best, Lei Yan nodded, discerning the direction before continuing onward. Along the way, he would also gather seemingly inconspicuous herbs, while Qi Yongji could only watch helplessly, as he had no knowledge of such matters. 3 days later, with Lei Yan leading the way, they had navigated through without incident. The group took a moment to rest, striving to replenish their energy. Here, they abstained from food and drink, wary of potential toxins, thus relying on their energy to sustain their existence, while continuously absorbing energy from the outside world to replenish itself. It was typically sufficient for sustaining their normal lives. However, at this moment, it became apparent that their resources were running thin. After resting for over an hour, Lei Yan rose to his feet, inhaling deeply. A hint of a smile gracing his lips, the scent of the sea. Observing the weary group of over 10 individuals, Lei Yan spoke. Upon hearing his words, the eyes of everyone brightened with renewed hope. Truth be told, their fatigue was not solely from exhaustion. It was the relentless journey without end that weighed heavily upon them. Really, how much further? A flurry of inquiries ensued, yet Lei Yan merely smiled and pointed ahead, stating, "We have approximately half a day's journey remaining. We should reach the seaside before nightfall." Witnessing the glimmer of hope in their eyes, Lei Yan found his perception of them shifting, despite the trials of the past days. None had voiced complaints about his leadership. Half a day later, the group stood atop a rock, gazing at the horizon where the sea met the sky, the sun having dipped halfway below the line. Collectively exhaling a sigh of relief. Chapter 12, Preparations before departure. Throughout the night, everyone kept their eyes closed, uncertain if they truly fell asleep. When the first ray of sunlight illuminated their faces, they all opened their eyes to behold the vast expanse of the ocean before them. From this moment on, they would establish their base here and prepare for their next course of action. Qi Yongji took a deep breath. Turning to the others, I believe it would be prudent to first ascertain if any demon beasts are lurking nearby. Lei Yan surveyed the surroundings. Although he felt no immediate threat from demon beasts, the vigilance honed through life and death experiences stirred a sense of unease within him. Can't you sense anything? Qi Yongji was taken aback, glancing around. Upon hearing this, the rest of the group tensed up. After a thorough examination of the vicinity, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Although traces of demon beast activity were evident, they appeared to be remnants from long ago, with the assurance that no immediate threats loomed. They decided to establish a modest base at this location. Some ventured to search for medicinal herbs, while others fanned out from this center to scout the area, preparing for future hunts against demon beasts. Meanwhile, Lei Yan and Qi Yangji discovered a spot on a rocky cliff by the sea that met Lei Yan's criteria. A cave was situated within the stone wall, half of which was elevated and relatively dry, while the other half held a substantial pool of water due to the lower terrain. Qi, could you heat this stone? I will refine it to enhance its hardness, Lei Yan instructed, standing before a 3-foot-tall rock. Of course, Qi Yangji replied, extending his right hand as a surge of energy enveloped the stone. When the temperature of the rock reached the desired level, Lei Yan inhaled deeply, swinging the largest forging hammer in his right hand, striking the stone with a resounding clang. The stone, nearly melted by the intense flames, yielded under the force of the blow, creating a significant indentation. With great effort, the hammer rebounded as Lei Yan loosened his grip, simultaneously twisting it ever so slightly. The hammer made a complete rotation in the palm of his hand. At a certain height, he gripped the hammer fiercely and brought it crashing down. With a resounding clang, a dent formed in the stone. Each strike upon the rock diminished its size, though its surface area remained unchanged. It simply grew thinner with every blow. Observing from the side, Qi Yangji heated the stone while keeping a keen eye on Lei Yan, secretly astonished by the latter's mastery of power, which was far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Initially, every strike possessed greater force than the last, yet the power he wielded remained relatively consistent. The excess force stemmed from the rebound of the previous strike, which, under his command, left behind a fraction of additional energy. Although this residual force was minimal, its accumulation was not to be underestimated. When only 1/5 of the stone remained, Lei Yan ceased his efforts. Qi Yangji mixed in several pieces of high-quality black rock ore, reheated it, and Lei Yan resumed the refinement. Despite the careful selection of the black rock ore and the stone, the quantity was insufficient. Lei Yan had no choice but to retain a certain amount while enhancing the hardness of the stone slab. Merely a few hours later, he had refined the stone and incorporated it with the black rock ore, ultimately crafting a slab measuring 3 feet square and 3 inches thick. Gazing at the slab, he let out a wry smile and shook his head, saying, "This is the best I can do. The materials are limited. It's quite commendable," Qi Yangji replied. "We merely need to reinforce and repair our weapons." He exhaled deeply, wiping away the sweat that had begun to bead at his temples. "Now, let me assist you in repairing your weapon." Lei Yan glanced at Qi Yangji, taking note of the long sword on his back. Momentarily taken aback, Qi Yangji smiled and said, "I would appreciate that." With that, he unsheathed the long sword. As it emerged from its scabbard, the temperature in the vicinity gradually rose. The sword measured 2 feet and 8 inches in length, 3 fingers in width, and only a third of its width and thickness. Its blade flowed elegantly to the tip, exuding a natural grace. The pale red blade bore faint indentations, and the edge displayed several nicks. Observing his beloved sword in such a state, Qi Yangji felt a pang of distress. Eager for a prompt repair, yet he harbored lingering reservations about entrusting it to Lei Yan. Noticing Qi Yangji's hesitation, Lei Yan was moved. He removed his own 4-foot short gun and handed it to Qi Yangji, saying, "Your sword is of excellent quality and retains its own warmth. Achieving a forgeable state will require considerable time. Let us first forge my weapon." "Very well." Upon hearing Lei Yan's words, Qi Yangji understood his intent and, after weighing the options, nodded in agreement. Grasping Lei Yan's short gun, Qi Yangji summoned an energy that enveloped their weapons, continuing to heat them. The 4-foot short spear, of mediocre quality, exhibited several flaws after a few encounters. Despite the efforts of Lei Yan to shorten the duration of combat, the spear bore some noticeable defects. Due to its inferior craftsmanship, it soon reached a state suitable for reforging, although only 2 feet of its length was heated. The temperature of the remaining half soared to an exceedingly high level. Should an ordinary person grasp this spear, their palm would quickly be reduced to a charred remnant, under the watchful gaze of the scorching sun. Lei Yan extended his left hand, seizing the edge of the spear's unheated portion and drawing it towards him, casually remarking, "Brother Qi, if you would be so kind, please heat those discarded weapons for me as well." Having slain some adversaries, he had acquired a few damaged weapons, which, though irreparably broken, could be melted down for metal to incorporate into his own arms. It is but a trifling task, Qi Yangji replied with a faint smile, stepping back to grant Lei Yan some space. Throughout this exchange, Qi Yangji's gaze remained fixed upon Lei Yan, with one hand gripping the short spear and the other wielding a forging hammer. Lei Yan took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and soon reopened them. In that instant, he seemed transformed. An aura of unwavering resolve emanated from his being, his legs standing firm like 2 iron pillars, immovable in the slightest. Qi Yangji was inwardly astonished, Perceiving that as Qi Yangji gazed from beginning to end, he could not help but exclaim, his complexion as pale as Lei Yan's. For 3 days, they had toiled without rest, enduring a relentless 3 days and nights. Come forth, Lei Yan commanded, seizing the already searing longsword from Qi Yangji, placing it upon the stone slab. He blew gently on his palm, grasped another forging hammer to steady himself, and began to strike. Witnessing this scene, Qi Yangji's pupils dilated sharply, and as he looked again at Lei Yan, a profound sense of wariness surged within him. The temperature of the sword was such that even with his own energy supporting it, he found it difficult to bear, yet Lei Yan grasped it without sustaining any injury. Just how formidable was this man's left hand? Or perhaps, Qi Yangji dared not contemplate further. If Lei Yan's body was indeed that strong, how powerful must his overall capabilities be? Suppressing the fear in his heart, Qi Yangji regarded Lei Yan, a robust youth slightly taller than himself, sensing something amiss, yet unable to pinpoint what it was at that moment. Deep down, Qi Yangji felt that if he could just comprehend it, then perhaps Lei Yan would not seem so terrifying after all. The sword, while inherently high in temperature and possessing commendable hardness, merely required some repairs, which would not take long. After mending Qi Yangji's long sword and a few other weapons, both men felt fatigued and decided to pause for rest. Once they had recovered, they resumed their work, continuing this cycle. Eventually, they found their rhythm, maintaining a consistently good state. In total, 10 days had passed. After this period, the two emerged with their weapons fully repaired and a few simple tools in hand. Ah, Brother Qi, Brother Lei, you have finally emerged. The materials for our shipbuilding are nearly ready. We await your expertise, Brother Lei. Lei Yan was taken aback and replied, this is sufficient. Just bring me a few more people to assist with these tools. No problem, Yang Feng nodded, waving over several individuals. Here, aside from the simple tools recently crafted by Lei Yan, there was only wood available, so they employed basic joining techniques. Consequently, they could withstand ordinary waves, but would falter in combat situations. However, given their current circumstances, there was little else they could do. Shortly after, Yang Feng approached with 10 energy purple crystals, handing them to Lei Yan. Brother Lei, may I have the antidote for Feng Wan? Accepting the energy crystals, Lei Yan smiled and provided Yang Feng with a red pill, saying nothing. Every 3 days, the parasites within Feng Wan's body would torment him mercilessly. Without the antidote, he would have perished long ago. Under these conditions, Feng Wan was unable to concoct the antidote himself, thus necessitating a purchase from Lei Yan. Each pill cost 10 energy purple crystals, a non-negotiable condition set by Lei Yan. Yang Feng willingly accepted this arrangement. Purchasing the antidote from Lei Yan, however, he stipulated one condition. He would prepare some pills that would allow them to survive without food for an extended period. Such pills were exceedingly simple to create, requiring merely basic alchemical knowledge. Only a few simple herbs are needed to neutralize the essence of the demon beast's inner core and blood, allowing for the concoction of the elixir, although he harbors a profound resentment towards Lei Yan. Feng Wan finds himself compelled to obtain the antidote from him, a situation he particularly loathes. With Yang Feng's presence, Feng Wan can circumvent any dealings with Lei Yan, and he feels a measure of gratitude towards Yang Feng, despite being aware of his ulterior motives. Thus, Feng Wan reluctantly prepares to refine those straightforward medicinal pills. Thank you, Brother Lei, he expresses, glancing at the antidote in his hand, a grateful smile gracing his lips. It's a small matter. Just be sure to share some of those pills with me when the time comes. Lei Yan replies with a cheerful demeanor, his gaze drifting towards a distant cave where Feng Wan is engaged in alchemy. That is only right. Regrettably, we cannot reveal our intentions just yet. Otherwise, we could procure some superior medicinal materials and the inner cores of demon beasts. Yang Feng muses, casting a sigh in the direction of the forest. We must wait. It is not the right moment to alert the nearby demon beasts that we shall discuss it again when we are ready to depart. By the way, did Qi Yangji leave with a few others? Surely, they aren't hunting demon beasts. Lei Yan inquires, a hint of urgency creeping into his voice. Rest assured, Brother Lei, he is fully aware that they are merely scouting the surroundings. Yang Feng reassures him. That is good to hear. Lei Yan nods, surveying the vicinity. Aside from a few individuals assisting him with the shipbuilding, the rest are preoccupied, each preparing for the moment of departure. Chapter 13. The Slaughter in the Night and the Subsequent Fortnight. Everyone is busily engaged in their tasks. Lei Yan seldom takes a break. Many matters elude his understanding, and he can only navigate through them by trial and error. A vessel measuring 30 feet in length and 10 feet in width has taken shape. Towering over 2 feet high, with a slightly pointed bow. The deck, cabin, and oars have been completed, and should any unforeseen circumstances arise, the ship is ready to set sail, albeit with considerable risk. The remaining work involves reinforcing certain aspects, and unfortunately, they lack sufficient fabric for sails, leaving the vessel largely dependent on manual rowing by the crew. This ship, even with their 16 members aboard, would provide ample comfort, without feeling cramped, even if the numbers were to increase tenfold. Days have passed, and after nearly a month of preparation, the vessel is finally ready for a long voyage. Qi Yangji is scouting the area, while Yang Feng and the others are primarily foraging for herbs, enabling Feng Wen to continue his alchemical endeavors. At this juncture, they find themselves devoid of suitable ingredients for crafting pills. To persist in their alchemical pursuits, they would need to hunt demon beasts. But the time for that has not yet come. They are still in a waiting phase. The surplus herbs are accumulating, poised for the materials they will acquire from the demon beasts they intend to hunt upon their departure. As night falls, Lei Yan reclines upon a large rock, appearing as though he has succumbed to slumber. His injuries are gradually healing, having recovered about 40%. Meanwhile, he has repaired the weapons for everyone and swiftly constructed this grand vessel. While it may seem he has accomplished much, he knows that the camaraderie displayed is merely superficial. Should any conflict of interest arise, he would find himself in the most vulnerable position. Yet, he remains unconcerned, confident in his ability to fend off any assaults from his companions. In the stillness of the night, memories of times long past often drift to the forefront of his mind. Brother Lei, what troubles you? A sense of foreboding weighs heavily on my heart. Their tranquility over the past month suggests that when the storm does break, it will signal their departure from this place. I am uncertain. Yang Feng gazed at Qi Yangji and shook his head. Qi Yangji, somewhat anxious, remarked, "It seems we have been discovered." While I was surveying our surroundings, I came across traces of numerous humans approximately 30 li from our point of origin. Judging by those signs, their numbers far exceed ours, although in terms of strength, most do not match us. Beyond that, I cannot ascertain further details. Upon hearing this, both Lei Yan and Yang Feng were momentarily taken aback. Exchanging glances, "Let us investigate," Lei Yan declared, effortlessly drawing forth a 4-foot-long blade. Observing his stance as he unsheathed the weapon from the stone, a palpable aura of danger enveloped them, causing both Qi Yangji and Yang Feng to feel a shiver of trepidation. They could not comprehend the source of this unease. Despite the fact that Lei Yan's every action was under their control, an unsettling sensation lingered. Contemplating this, they stole another glance at the blade he wielded. Unlike ordinary swords, this weapon appeared remarkably robust. The blade itself was only slightly wider than 2 fingers and possessed a thickness of 1 inch and 1/3, while the handle, wrapped in a layer of beast hide, was somewhat larger. At first glance, it resembled a longsword, yet upon closer inspection, it was unmistakably a knife. Let us proceed. Aware of the gravity of the situation, the trio wasted no time. They quickly informed the others, placing their vessel into the sea from a concealed spot, ready to depart at a moment's notice. Under the cover of night, the 3 moved swiftly through the forest, striving to remain as silent as possible. Within less than half an hour, they arrived at the location where Qi Yangji had detected the human traces. Observing the subtle signs, Lei Yan furrowed his brow and entered into deep contemplation. After a brief moment, having surveyed the area, Lei Yan exhaled slightly, stating, "Fortunately, these individuals do not seem to be targeting us. They are headed in that direction." As if pursuing something that he gestured toward a path leading deeper into the island. "How can you tell?" Qi Yangji asked, momentarily taken aback, gazing at Lei Yan with curiosity. "Having lived in the mountains previously, I possess a certain familiarity with such traces and can discern a few details." Lei Yan explained, casting a glance at the other 2. "If they have established a base here, yet no beast has disturbed them, suggesting some form of trade with the creatures. Therefore, it is unlikely that they are chasing after beasts." "So, you mean they are pursuing others who, like us, have escaped?" Yang Feng exclaimed in astonishment, but then shook his head, adding, "That cannot be. We are barely managing to evade them, and now you wish to seek them out? That would be courting disaster. What do you think?" Lei Yan fell silent for a moment before turning to Qi Yangji for his opinion. With their views now diverging, Qi Yangji contemplated for a moment before finally stating, "Let us take a look." This startled Yang Feng, who glanced at the 2, his mind racing. Before he could voice his concerns, Qi Yangji spoke again. This declaration left Lei Yan perplexed. Indeed, Lei Yan nodded slightly and followed the traces left by those individuals. Along the way, he observed that everything around him seemed unremarkable, his gaze lingering on Qi Yangji, who was gracefully maneuvering among the towering trees. The corners of his eyes narrowed slightly. Brother Qi, do you not harbor concerns that Yang Feng and his two brothers might seize the opportunity to strike against your people and commandeer the vessels in your absence? As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Yangji abruptly halted, landing beside the equally stationary Lei Yan. Closing his eyes to listen attentively, Lei Yan exhaled in relief. There were 3 individuals in total. 2 were gravely injured while 1 sustained minor wounds. Relying on his keen hearing, he could ascertain their condition and number merely from their breaths. Let us proceed to investigate. Upon hearing his words, Qi Yangji also breathed a sigh of relief. Before long, the 2 moved stealthily, circumventing several conspicuous locations, and flanked the trio of wounded men, 1 on the left and 1 on the right. The 3 men in black bore injuries, all from sword strikes. The bleeding had ceased, yet the pain persisted, causing them to groan incessantly. The surrounding area was dominated by towering trees, with the ground covered in shade-loving vegetation and decaying leaves. The 3 individuals rested upon a large boulder, awaiting rescue. After confirming the area was clear, Qi Yangji stepped for sensing the ominous aura of impending danger. Qi Yangji subtly distanced himself from Lei Yan, declaring, "Very well. Whoever has taken a life shall claim the spoils." Shortly thereafter, over a dozen shadowy figures emerged from the front, swiftly approaching them. There were a total of 16 individuals, led by 2 prominent figures. While the latter wielded swords, the remaining assailants were armed with long blades. What is the situation ahead? Upon noticing the 2 individuals, the newcomers mistakenly assumed they were allies sent to assist them. "Captain, something is amiss. Look over there." One of the cloaked figures gasped in alarm upon spotting the 3 lifeless bodies. Urgently alerting the others the sound of his voice, the 16 felt a jolt of apprehension, and upon seeing the corpses, they recognized that the 2 before them were foes rather than friends. Hastily drawing their weapons, yet it was already somewhat too late, Lei Yan and Qi Yangji transformed into 2 dark shadows, each lunging towards one of the armed adversaries. With a resounding clash, Lei Yan's blade struck the raised weapon of the black-clad assailant, producing a thunderous sound that rendered the latter's arm numb, causing the weapon to slip from his grasp. As the remaining attackers scrambled to provide aid, Lei Yan surged forward, his body following suit. And with a swift motion of his right hand, he slashed the throat of the black-clad figure, blood gushing forth. His decisive strike claimed a life and instilled fear in the hearts of the remaining adversaries. On the other side, Qi Yangji also incapacitated a black-clad opponent, only to find himself encircled by 1 swordsman and 5 wielding large blades. The remaining 10 formed a tight circle around Lei Yan, while the leader, brandishing a long sword, moved with the grace of a fleeting light, continuously engaging Lei Yan in combat. Amidst the encirclement, Lei Yan remained remarkably composed, gripping his long knife and parrying the onslaught of attacks with deft precision. The clanging of metal resonated through the stillness of the night, a sound piercing to the ears. Although the noise was loud, it remained within manageable bounds. It seemed as if both sides had tacitly agreed to refrain from unleashing energy for widespread assaults. This realization brought a sigh of relief to Lei Yan. As long as the attacks remained localized, these individuals lacked the prowess to inflict harm upon him. The 10 assailants relentlessly attacked, but only 3 or 4 would strike at a time. And their coordination was far from seamless, granting him precious moments to breathe. After a quarter of an hour, noticing that the frequency of their attacks had begun to wane, Lei Yan adjusted his defensive rhythm accordingly. Feigning a struggle to maintain composure, suddenly, his body sprang into action. No longer confined within the circle of attackers, he deflected one assailant's strike and swiftly advanced towards him. Upon reaching his opponent, Lei Yan unleashed a powerful left hook, landing squarely on the man's chest. With a resounding thud, the assailant was sent soaring through the air, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. Meanwhile, Qi Yangji commenced his own counteroffensive. In an instant, the tides of battle shifted. Those who had sought to kill became the hunted. Chapter 14. No Sect. Once the counterattack began, Lei Yan swiftly dispatched another foe. His long knife held horizontally before him, serving as a formidable barrier against the oncoming threats. As the blade made contact with the long sword of the cloaked figure before him, the Lei Yan long knife sliced through the air. And with a deft twist of his wrist, he propelled his body backward, evading the flurry of attacks aimed at him. Upon landing, he deftly propelled himself forward once more, his speed so remarkable that under the mottled moonlight of the night, he left behind a fleeting shadow of ebony. Possessing only 30 to 40% of his peak strength, he found himself confronting these adversaries, mere level 4 or 5 warriors. Although he could not claim to be entirely at ease, he was certainly capable of managing the situation. At this moment, these foes were diminished to merely 30 to 40% of their original might. However, he still retained 80% of his own combat prowess. Dispatching these opponents would prove to be no arduous task. With a series of swift movements, the clash of metal rang out as several great swords were sent flying, accompanied by splatters of crimson fluid. The air was filled with the echoes of anguished cries, and in the brief span of 3 breaths, only 1 swordsman and 2 knife-wielding assailants remained of the original 9 cloaked figures. As Lei Yan halted, he gasped for breath, a fresh wave of pain coursing through his chest. His injuries had not yet fully healed. This counterattack had exacerbated his wounds, and his complexion momentarily paled. Coughing violently, he suddenly bent over, his left hand pressed to his mouth. When he opened his palm, several vivid droplets of blood glistened ominously. "That brat is injured. Attack him," exclaimed the swordsman among the black-clad figures. A surge of delight filling his heart at the sight of Lei Yan's condition. Drawing a deep breath, he summoned his inner strength, his presence intensifying as a faint aura enveloped his right-hand sword. The 2 men beside him hesitated momentarily, but upon witnessing one of their fallen comrades, slain by Qi Yangji's counterattack, their fear deepened. Yet, seeing their leader's resolve, they steeled themselves and charged forward. Observing the 3 adversaries ahead, Lei Yan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his left hand and, with his right hand poised, surged forward. With a powerful swing of his knife, he struck the swordsman, sending him staggering back several paces. Following swiftly, he unleashed his utmost strength, and the sounds of clashing weapons echoed as the 2 knife-wielders casting a fleeting glance at the adjacent battle where Qi Yangji fought fiercely. I noticed that the only remaining adversary was a lone swordsman clad in black, who had yet to be defeated. The figure bore traces of blood and was retreating unsteadily, his right hand gripping a long sword enveloped in a faint layer of energy. Barely managing to hold its ground at that moment, Qi Yangji's sword glowed with a hue reminiscent of blazing flames, raising the ambient temperature to a critical point, causing the damp, decayed leaves and twigs beneath to lose a considerable amount of moisture. Poised to ignite at any moment, observing that there was still 1 foe left, Lei Yan hesitated no longer and swiftly struck with his blade. In his final moments, the black-clad swordsman's eyes flickered with a glimmer of fear as he feebly summoned a modicum of energy with his left hand in a desperate attempt to parry Lei Yan's strike. However, it was evidently a futile endeavor. After vanquishing his enemies, Lei Yan felt beads of perspiration form on his brow. He spared the life of this remaining opponent. Regaining his composure, he noticed that Qi Yangji's onslaught had intensified. Cornering the black-clad swordsman, who now had no avenue for retreat, with a call, he urged, "Well then." Responding affirmatively, Qi Yangji's energy surged to an apex, and with remarkable speed, his right hand unleashed a flurry of strikes upon the swordsman's blade. After several exchanges, during one collision, Qi Yangji managed to dislodge the man's sword, and with a powerful left-handed strike, sent the black-clad figure hurtling through the air, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. With a sword poised at the neck of the vanquished foe, Qi Yangji exhaled a breath of relief, the energy fluctuations surrounding him gradually calming. "Brother Lei, I admire your prowess," he remarked, gazing at Lei Yan, who, despite facing 10 adversaries, had brought the battle to a close before him. Lei Yan merely shook his head slightly and replied, "There is no need for such formalities. We are all aware of the unspoken truths. I have stated before that which is slain belongs to the slayer. My sole interest lies in the spoils on these individuals. You need not claim them for yourself." Fully cognizant of Qi Yangji's true capabilities, he recognized that they far exceeded this display. Taken aback by Lei Yan's candidness, Qi Yangji paused, then smiled, inquiring, "What shall we do with this man? You apprehended him. It is you who should decide." Lei Yan retorted, "I shall tend to the battlefield and collect some items." Lei Yan gathered the 11 slain foes together, setting their weapons aside, and from their bodies, he extracted several energy crystals, amounting to over 500, alongside about 30 black pills and some dark liquid. Without hesitation, he consumed the entirety of the black liquid. Qi Yangji, who had been observing, felt a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. While the liquid appeared beneficial, the accompanying pain lingered in his senses. Witnessing Lei Yan swallow it without so much as a flinch, Qi Yangji could not help but reassess his view of him. He was merciless to others, yet equally ruthless to himself. Once Lei Yan had stowed away the gathered items, he approached Qi Yangji, casting a glance at the half-conscious black-clad swordsman. Though injured, the man refused to divulge any information. rendering their efforts fruitless. If he proves you the blade came to a sudden halt, poised precariously against the man's throat, already grazing the skin. A single drop of blood trickled down the edge of the knife, slowly sliding to the tip before falling to the ground. Speak. Why are you people here? What are you called? How many of you are there? Why have you captured so many individuals? What purpose do those corpses serve? The knife remained steadfast against the neck, yet the fear within the cloaked figure did not diminish. Suddenly, he realized that this youth, seemingly no more than 20, was quite formidable. I am merely a small captain here, possessing limited knowledge. Share what you know. With a slight movement of his right hand, Lei Yan pressed the blade deeper into the man's neck. I, too, was once captured, but later I joined the organization known as Wuzong, which spared me from laborious toil. The man hastily replied, fearful that Lei Yan's blade would further exacerbate his throat's wound. As for those corpses, I am not certain. Each time bodies are transported, they are preserved with some sort of medicinal liquid before being taken deep into the island. Moreover, we are merely peripheral personnel, our strength largely lacking. Those who emerge from the island are either drenched in the stench of blood or resemble lifeless wood, uttering not a single word. Each one of them possesses remarkable physical prowess, as if forged through some extraordinary trial. In a bid for survival, the man gradually revealed all he knew in detail. This time, we received orders to provide support here. That a 7th-level warrior has escaped our control and fled deeper into the island. Along the way, he has slain dozens, and now he is severely injured. Our orders are to capture him alive. Listening in silence, Lei Yan refrained from speaking. Lei, let us hasten our departure, Qi Yangji urged, gathering the weapons alongside Lei Yan and setting them aside. Very well. With a slight exertion of his right hand, the knife glided across the man's throat. In his final moments, the man could not comprehend why Lei Yan had suddenly chosen to strike. He had intended to buy time. Qi Yangji shook his head and smiled, gazing at the moon. That we have 3 hours to spare, that we should be able to make it. Quickly, let us follow and see whom these individuals are pursuing. Lei Yan did not take the belongings of the cloaked man, for they were those subdued by Qi Yangji. With one hand grasping 11 weapons, Lei Yan and Qi Yangji pressed onward in a concealed location. The two hid the weapons before continuing their journey. They deftly avoided the territories of some demonic beasts and could sense that the individuals ahead were drawing near. Finally, after more than an hour, they came to a stop at a hillock. Before them, in a depression, dozens of cloaked figures surrounded a tattered man, relentlessly attacking. The besieged man wielded what appeared to be a stolen longsword, his body radiating a potent energy as he defended against the onslaught. The clashing sounds echoed. Although the black-clad assailants were numerous and not weak in strength, they lacked coordination. In this tumultuous scenario, the casualties continued to mount, and some even perished. The man had stated that within this entity called Wuzong, they were merely the periphery. In the depths of this island, there exist individuals who are truly without creed. These practitioners of non-belief. Others merely serve as gatekeepers. Lei Yan perched upon a branch, observing the fierce battle unfolding before him, his heart filled with uncertainty. Should we intervene? Qi Yangji gazed down at the fray, his eyes betraying a simmering anger within the caverns of Wu Yin mind. Qi Yangji and his companions harbored an intense loathing for those who watched them toil. Yet at that time, they could only swallow their bitterness in silence. Now, before them stood nearly 30 individuals. With their current strength, even if they could not slay them all, they could certainly eliminate a significant portion. With such an opportunity for vengeance at hand, Qi Yangji yearned to act immediately. However, our true adversaries do not reside among those below, but rather among those nodding affirmatively. Lei Yan pointed forward with his left hand, following the direction of his gesture. Qi Yangji was taken aback to see 7 dark figures swiftly approaching under the cover of moonlight. Judging by their speed, they were undoubtedly warriors of at least level 5. Among the 7, there must be a leader, whose strength likely surpassed level 6. These individuals epitomized the so-called practitioners of non-belief. It seemed that if we wished to rescue this person today, we would have to engage in a proper confrontation with these non-believers. A cold smile crept across Qi Yangji's face as energy surged forth, enveloping his body and sword. Sensing the rising temperature around him, Lei Yan regarded Qi Yangji with a mix of astonishment. Lei brother, let us divide our efforts. I shall confront these 7, while you go rescue that individual. Qi Yangji chuckled softly, his body launching into the air. He watched Qi Yangji depart. Lei Yan caressed the blade in his hand and murmured, "Non-believers, that very well. Let us see just how deep this non-belief runs." Chapter 15. Fong Sun taking a deep breath, Lei Yan produced a handful of black pills. Swallowing them down, He stealthily approached the 20 or so individuals clad in dark garb, managing to discern their situation before they became aware of his presence. There were a total of 28 individuals, accompanied by over 10 corpses. Their attire was disheveled. Though they wore black garments, they resembled a band of unruly ruffians, akin to street thugs. At the perimeter of the encirclement stood a man towering a head taller than Lei Yan, his face adorned with excess flesh, hefting a massive blade. The spine of the sword was an inch thick, embedded with 9 circular rings that jingled with every movement. Lei Yan also caught sight of the individual surrounded by these men. In his 20s, he appeared only slightly older than Lei Yan himself. At that moment, he was clad in tattered rags, blood seeping from numerous wounds. Despite his injuries, the man exhibited remarkable ferocity, wielding his sword with relentless vigor. After observing for a moment, a resounding crash echoed from a distance. Upon hearing the sound, not only did Lei Yan turn, but the black-clad figures did as well. Yes, the 2 men nodded, signaling 3 others to break from the encirclement and move toward the source of the noise. Observing the departure of the individuals, Lei Yan extended his right hand horizontally while his left hand caressed the blade. The sound, unmistakably emanating from Qi Yang, served 2 purposes. First, to divert the attention of the 7 cloaked figures, drawing them away, and second, to signal him to take action. Once the 7 had vacated the area, he seized an opportunity, deftly evading the burly man, akin to a wolf stalking its prey, and surged forward. Before the assailants could react, he swiftly struck, eliminating 4 of them in quick succession. What is this? The corpulent man's gaze sharpened as he sensed the commotion, his eyes widening with ferocity. In that instant, the brutish figure, fueled by rage, bellowed loudly and lunged towards Lei Yan with a formidable blade. Ignoring the man, Lei Yan remained laser-focused on the massive weapon descending upon him. As the blade approached, he deftly angled his wrist, positioning his own sword to meet the assault. Upon impact, a tremendous force reverberated through him. A flicker of joy crossed his face, although the strength behind the attack was overwhelming. Its directness made it manageable. The blade's angled edge deflected the man's strike, redirecting its momentum. With a slight maneuver, Lei Yan dissipated a significant portion of the assailant's force, absorbing merely a fraction of its power. As the trajectory of the assault shifted unexpectedly, the burly man faltered, witnessing Lei Yan nimbly sidestep, causing him to inadvertently surge past. Taking advantage of the opening, Lei Yan retracted his blade and pivoted, unleashing a powerful kick that connected with the brute's back, yet it seemed to have little effect. The force of the kick propelled Lei Yan backward, utilizing the man's back as leverage to accelerate his retreat. As he landed, he steadied himself with his left hand on the ground, his pallid complexion growing even more as he noticed the bewildered gaze of the man he had rescued. "Let us go," he urged, seizing the man and pulling him away into the distance. Initially resistant, the man found himself devoid of the will to struggle. "After him. Leave that brat to me. I shall deal with him personally." The burly man, now enraged, swung his weapon with all his might, only to find himself brought low by Lei Yan's swift blade and kick. Rising to his feet, he fixed a fierce glare in the direction of Lei Yan's departure and shouted vehemently. Yet, as his words trailed off, he stood rigid as eye upon the utterance of those words. The surrounding individuals were inevitably taken aback. After a long pause, one person surveyed the area and murmured, "So, shall we pursue them?" "Pursue? That's courting death," came the reply. "That individual possesses formidable strength. Even I, a level 6 warrior, was vanquished in a single encounter. It would be wise for us to refrain." Another person let out a cold snort. Enveloped by a sense of helplessness. In the cloak of night, Lei Yan, accompanied by the young man, had fled over 20 miles to a designated hideout that he and Qi Yangji had previously arranged. It was a cave, once a dwelling for beastly creatures. "Who are you?" After coming to a halt, the stranger leaned against the wall, fixing a frosty gaze upon Lei Yan. "Like you, I was captured by those cloaked figures. However, we managed to escape without their notice," Lei Yan replied, producing a vial from which he poured over 20 pills into his mouth. He then tossed the vial to the man, saying, "Consume this. It will not harm you." The man hesitated for a moment upon receiving the vial, but then a glint of determination crossed his face, and he swallowed the pills whole. Observing this, Lei Yan smiled faintly. He had little patience for those who spoke too much. Finding this directness rather to his liking, he then took out several energy purple crystals, tossing dozens to the man, urging, "Hurry, absorb these that we may need to face further combat ahead." The man grasped the energy crystals, swiftly extracting the energy within them. To the naked eye, It was evident that the crystals rapidly diminished in size, turning to ash one after another. After approximately 15 minutes, once the energy within the crystals had been fully absorbed, the man let out a long sigh. Though these few energy crystals only replenished about 20 to 30% of his strength, it was sufficient to sustain his movement and short-term combat. The previous pills, clearly, could not be refined in such a brief span. He had no luxury of time to wait. No problem. The man grit his teeth and asked, "Why did you save me? Just the two of us. How could we possibly contend with them?" The man was taken aback and shook his head. "I never suggested it would be just the two of us." Lei Yan continued onward without pause. "Moreover, we do not need to confront them. Rather, we must evade them. Numbers are not necessary. Where are you taking me?" The man maintained his vigilance as he followed Lei Yan's pace. "To rescue someone. Someone else was with me. We saved you together. He should still be around, likely detained. We must hurry. Those cloaked figures are not to be trifled with. By the way, I haven't asked your name yet," Lei Yan said, quickening his speed as he leapt onto a large tree. Making his way through the branches and leaves, "Fong Sun," the man replied, following suit and ascending the tree behind him. Lei Yan came the introduction, after which he fell silent, focusing on the journey ahead, with each landing and leap. Lei Yan perfectly calibrated his strength, unlike Fong Sun who frequently needed to utilize energy to adjust his momentum. Fong Sun, trailing behind, found himself struggling. The pills churned uncomfortably in his stomach, though beneficial at this moment. The sensation was far from pleasant. Before long, they approached the location where Qiangji confronted the 7 cloaked figures. Taking advantage of the moonlight, Lei Yan spotted a small black dot rapidly advancing towards them, closely followed by 7 other black dots. "Halt! The individual is approaching." Lei Yan perched upon a sturdy branch, gesturing for Fong Sun to cease his advance, just as Fong Sun's foot touched the branch. His momentum was not yet quelled, and it seemed he was about to surge forward. Lei Yan extended his hand to halt Fong Sun's movement, urging him to steady himself upon the branch. "Exercise caution. You see those 8 individuals ahead. We must intercept the 7 trailing behind." "Understood. Grant me a moment." Fong Sun nodded, disregarding Lei Yan's presence as he grasped his sword, an overwhelming surge of energy emanating from him. Lei Yan observed in astonishment as Fong Sun's energy radiated from his body, coalescing around the sword in his hands. The blade, enveloped in energy, transformed from a mere instrument into a formidable weapon. The energy intensifying as Fong Sun maintained his output. The energy converging upon Fong Sun's sword took on a more pronounced form. The 8 black dots drew nearer. Lei Yan gritted his teeth, positioning his long knife before Fong Sun. "Now," he bellowed, his voice resonating through the surrounding trees, causing them to tremble. Birds took flight, startled by his powerful call. Qiangji, who had been traversing the branches ahead, paused momentarily, then, feeling elated, raced towards the source of the sound. Behind him, Fong Sun's energy sword grew increasingly potent. Lei Yan clenched his teeth. Though the technique was formidable, it required considerable time to execute, and he knew it would be challenging for Fong Sun to launch another attack soon. At this juncture, he could not afford to interrupt. He had no choice but to act, striving to buy Fong Sun the necessary time. With a leap onto the branch, Lei Yan ascended. In his attack, he targeted the leader among the 7 adversaries. As the individual approached with remarkable speed, he scarcely relied on the branches, remaining predominantly suspended in midair. Enveloped in energy, he wielded a long sword, similarly shrouded in power. Unlike his companions, this opponent did not conceal his face with a black cloth. Under the moonlight, a pronounced scar, as long as a handspan, marred his otherwise handsome visage, rendering it particularly menacing. As he swung his sword, a slight smirk curled at the corner of his mouth, seemingly mocking. With a swift motion, he brought his sword horizontally forward to meet Lei Yan's advance. The clash resounded with a deafening roar, sending shockwaves rippling from their point of contact, scattering the surrounding dry branches and leaves, exposing their surroundings to the night. Upon impact, the overwhelming force struck Lei Yan, causing his internal organs to feel as though they might rupture. It was not due to his physical inability, but rather the lingering effects of his previous injuries. Following the forceful rebound, he was propelled backward, landing on another branch, just as his foot touched down. He executed a backflip, alighting upon the next towering tree, retreating in succession 5 times. The 4 towering trees in front had all been severed. During the last fall, his feet became ensnared in a branch as thick as a foot. Submerging past his instep, a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth as Lei Yan sensed an unsettling shift nearby, prompting him to freeze momentarily. Ha ha. "Splendid," came a voice, revealing the figure clad in black, whose tattered upper garments unveiled a robust torso. This individual's right hand was larger and more muscular than the left, while the rest of his body bore numerous fine cracks, from which droplets of blood seeped forth. "First, receive a sword strike from me." A colossal surge of energy erupted from the foliage. The obstructing branches were effortlessly severed. A long sword, measuring nearly 10 feet in length, shot forth at an astonishing speed, aimed directly at the man in tattered clothing. Boom! The man had no time to react as the energy sword surged before him. A resounding crash echoed, louder than the clamor of their previous collision. Two tremendous sounds reverberated through the air, and distant roars emerged from the woods, clearly the response of formidable beasts. Alerted to the commotion, Lei Yan felt a jolt of alarm, stirring the beast here would bode ill for them. Disregarding the fate of the man, he dashed toward Fong Sun's position. There, he found Fong Sun leaning against a large tree, gasping for breath. The energy sword had drained a substantial amount of Fong Sun's strength, rendering him unable to continue their journey. "Let us go." Grasping Fong Sun, he hoisted him onto his back and called out toward Qi Yongzhi, then turned to depart. "Get away." After shouting, Qi Yongzhi's arms quivered, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy that pushed the 6 black-clad figures surrounding him back. Sensing Qi Yongzhi had followed, Lei Yan quickened his pace, swiftly retreating with Fong Sun. Chapter 16. Departure. Half an hour later, Lei Yan brought Fong Sun to the location where they had stashed their weapons. Shortly thereafter, Qi Yongzhi arrived, looking utterly disheveled, panting heavily, his clothes torn in varying degrees, with faint traces of blood visible. "Is this the person they sought to capture?" Qi Yongzhi paused, finally laying eyes on Fong Sun. Observing Fong Sun's near-death state, he inquired with curiosity. "His name is Fong Sun." Lei Yan took a few deep breaths, his breathing gradually stabilizing. Cough, cough. Fong Sun, still on Lei Yan's back, had been jostled quite a bit due to their descent from the branches, but now he regained his composure and looked at the two men, expressing gratitude. "Thank you both. Without your assistance, I would have surely perished this time. Likewise, we may still require your aid in the future," Qi Yongzhi remarked meaningfully as he sat cross-legged on the ground to restore his expended energy. "Hey, we have little time to spare. Those pursuers may catch up, that we should press on." Fong Sun also seated himself cross-legged on the ground to recuperate, with strong waves of energy pulsating around them. Upon witnessing this, Lei Yan felt a surge of anxiety. The commotion caused by these two individuals was considerable. Should those others pursue them, the potent energy fluctuations in this vicinity would enable swift detection of their location. Rest assured, Brother Fong's energy sword struck that man. Even if he does not perish, he will surely be gravely injured. As for the 6 remaining figures clad in black, given our strength, should they arrive, we can easily defeat them in a one-on-two confrontation. Qi Yongzhi opened his eyes slowly and spoke, then closed them once more. With a sigh, Lei Yan secretly smiled wryly. His innate talent was lackluster, and although he had, due to certain circumstances, learned to sense the existence of energy in the world and integrate it into himself, he was later rendered powerless. Now, he could only rely on the strength of his physical body to engage in combat. This reality placed him at a disadvantage in many respects compared to ordinary individuals, especially in the presence of someone like Qi Yongzhi, or even stronger. Once they reach a certain level of mastery and possess adequate control, they can indeed traverse the void. In contrast, those like him, relying solely on their physical might, can match the strength of energy manipulators, but still fall short in numerous aspects. Having consumed all the elixirs obtained from this venture, he cradled his long knife and leaned against a stone, half closing his eyes to rest. Nearly an hour passed before Qi Yongzhi and Fong Sun opened their eyes in succession, though fatigue lingered in their gazes. They were prepared to continue their journey. Observing Lei Yan still half asleep, Qi Yongzhi furrowed his brow slightly and urged, "Brother Lei." Yet, Lei Yan remained unresponsive, though the temperature of his body gradually ascended, radiating warmth outward. He was in a state of discomfort. This was the moment when the effects of the elixirs within him peaked, making him feel as if he were ablaze. Noticing the changes in his physique, Qi Yongzhi and Fong Sun exchanged startled glances, perplexed, and could only wait in silence. As time wore on, impatience began to creep into Qi Yongzhi. The surroundings were eerily quiet, instilling a sense of unease. They had previously created such a ruckus that the beasts must have taken notice. The current stillness was inexplicable. After enduring a lengthy wait, Qi Yongzhi could no longer contain himself and rose from his position. Seeing Qi Yongzhi gather energy in his right hand and approach Lei Yan, Fong Sun suddenly stood up and said in a low voice, "What do you intend to do?" as he spoke. He swiftly positioned himself in front of Lei Yan. We cannot linger here. We don't know when he will awaken. I merely wish to rouse him. Without causing harm, the energy in Qi Yangji's right hand intensified, forming a circle about a foot in diameter that emitted a faint glow that he too required rest. After a moment of hesitation, Qi Yangji glanced outside the cave, where the dawn light was beginning to emerge, and extended his right hand forward. Humph! Fang Sun, undeterred, met the energy with his left hand. Bang! The two energies collided and erupted. Lei Yan abruptly opened his eyes, extending his hand to support Fang Sun's back. The two individuals retreated a few steps in unison, thereby dissipating the force that had surged between them. What incited the altercation? Once they halted, Lei Yan cast a disapproving gaze at the figure of Qi Yangji before him. It seems I merely deemed your respite to be excessively prolonged, and could not refrain from rousing you. It is imperative to acknowledge that our situation here is perilous. Suppressing his astonishment, Qi Yangji chuckled lightly, turning away to say, let us depart. We must set sail before dawn breaks. Observing the departing silhouette of Qi Yangji, Fang Sun snorted softly and addressed Lei Yan. Now, the decision rests with you. We have constructed a vessel on the coastline yonder, and it is nearly ready for the sea. Lei Yan nodded in agreement, clutching the weapons of those he had slain, and followed closely behind Qi Yangji. Pray tell me about the circumstances in your region, Fang Sun inquired as he walked alongside Lei Yan. Lei Yan nodded, swiftly recounting their current predicament as they made their way. Upon concluding, Fang Sun fixed his gaze on the diminishing figure of Qi Yangji, now merely a distant silhouette, and remarked to Lei Yan, this individual is quite formidable. His decision to accompany you while leaving his subordinates in that vessel behind suggests he has a plan in motion. However, considering your three factions, do you not fear that they might commandeer the ship in your absence? As long as Qi Yangji remains here, the vessel shall not depart, Lei Yan responded. Fang Sun nodded in silence. At that moment, it was evident that Fang Sun had no choice but to align himself with Lei Yan. As their paths had converged as dawn began to break, the three arrived at the sandy shore. Upon their arrival, Lei Yan was taken aback to see the three young brothers seated cross-legged, their men stationed nearby. Opposite them, Qi Yangji's cohort appeared somewhat disheveled, yet seemed to hold the upper hand. Lei Yan could not help but scrutinize Qi Yangji further. On the surface, Qi Yangji appeared to be a 6th-tier warrior, while the opposing figure was merely a 5th tier. However, it was now evident that Qi Yangji's identity was far from simple. Qi Yangji nodded at the man, then turned his gaze to the seated young brothers, offering a faint smile as he said, Brother Yang, the strength of the black arm ape is quite formidable. Is it not, you despicable? Yang Feng gritted his teeth, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. That map is solely in a Fu's possession. If there were no ulterior motives, a Fu would not have entrusted you with that map indicating the territory of the demonic beasts. Now, I must hold you accountable for your actions against my people. Should I not retaliate against him as well? Qi Yangji approached Yang Feng, grinning widely. Do not come any closer. The companions of Yang Feng clutched their weapons tightly, their legs trembling. All right, Brother Qi, I shall not meddle in your affairs. However, we must vacate this place without delay. Lei Yan nodded at Fang Sun and boarded the ship without hesitation. Partake of this, he said. This vessel shall not harbor any threats. Qi Yangji observed as Lei Yan and Fang Sun embarked, tossing a Dan pill to the young brothers. Yang Feng's expression shifted dramatically as he regarded the pill on the sand, his countenance fluctuating, yet upon seeing his two brothers, he ultimately succumbed and was the first to swallow the pill. The remaining two individuals, witnessing this scene, could only grit their teeth and swallow their indignation. On the vessel, Lei Yan observed the unfolding drama, a slight furrow appearing on his brow. The strength on Qi Yangji's side was already formidable, and now Yang Feng's faction had been further bolstered. On his side, there were only he and Fang Sun. His prowess had presumably reached that of a level 7 warrior. Fang Sun, standing beside Lei Yan, was acutely aware of the grimness of the situation. Along with 4 level 5 warriors and 10 level 4 warriors, Lei Yan added, casting a glance at Fang Sun, suddenly recalling an individual and an alchemist, both of whom were level 5 warriors. However, that person had been afflicted by his own poison, the antidote resting in my hands. Under such circumstances, I must align myself with you. A voice emerged from the ship, revealing Fang Wen, staggering as he approached. A fierce expression etched on his face. How delightful it is that we can collaborate once more. Lei Yan handed Fang Wen an antidote and turned to Fang Sun, introducing, this is Fang Wen, a member of your clan. Shortly after Fong Wen swallowed the elixir, Qi Yongzhi, accompanied by the others, boarded the ship. Upon seeing Fong Wen seated cross-legged, refining the medicinal pill, he could not help but silently reprimand himself for his oversight. Fong Wen, from this moment forth, the pills you concoct shall be entrusted to Qi. Brother Qi shall handle them. Yang Feng's complexion was somewhat pale. Gauge my mood, Fong Wen remarked, his eyes remaining tightly shut. You? Infuriated by consecutive defeats, Yang Feng stepped forward, brandishing his spear and directing a surge of energy towards Fong Wen. Lei Yan swiftly interposed himself, his right hand swinging a blade to dissipate that energy. Stating, I have painstakingly assembled this ship, investing considerable effort. Those who wish to depart may do so at once. A palpable aura of murderous intent emanated from him as he reverted to the persona of a killer. One who had emerged from the brink of death, marred by countless sins of slaughter. This transformation stemmed solely from his inner turmoil. In a fleeting thought, he unleashed the killing intent that resided within him. Yang Feng bore the brunt of this, his face blanching instantly as he staggered back 3 steps. With a cough, he could no longer suppress the blood that erupted forth, a consequence of his prior injuries. Now exacerbated in the presence of Lei Yan, energy radiated from Fong Wen, shielding Lei Yan, Fong Sun, and himself from the ensuing crimson mist. Very well, let us set sail that I can oversee the navigation for the time being. As for you, row the boat. Lei Yan cast a cold glance at Qi Yongzhi's group, ultimately fixating on Qi Yongzhi himself, directly stating, I seek only a quiet departure, wishing to avoid further complications. Agreed. Qi Yongzhi's thoughts shifted, and he nodded in acquiescence. Let us proceed. Lei Yan led Fong Wen and Fong Sun into the cabin, leaving the 15 individuals behind. Observing them, a retainer named Fu, positioned beside Qi Yongzhi, huffed disdainfully, inquiring, Young master, why a Fu? This was my oversight. I should not have intervened. That individual named Fong Sun appears to be a level 7 warrior, despite his current diminished strength. He remains formidable. As for Fong Wen, he is an alchemist, skilled in energy manipulation, rendering him generally superior to opponents of similar energy levels. However, in comparison to them, the depths of Lei Yan's waters are unparalleled. A faint layer of energy envelopes Qi Yongzhi, muffling the sounds around them, rendering them inaudible to all but themselves. The vessel is nestled in a relatively concealed corner, yet it is poised to set sail at any moment. With their numbers gathered, departure poses no challenge. Particularly among Qi Yongzhi's entourage, there are no fewer than 14 4th-level warriors. Although these individuals possess formidable strength at this moment, they are relegated to the role of laborers. Rowing the boat, with a mindset geared towards stability, the vessel is equipped with numerous large and sturdy oars, sufficient to endure the exertion of the journey ahead. On either side, 3 4th-level warriors wield 3 zhonglong, 6-foot-wide oars, propelling the boat with remarkable speed to the bow of the ship. Lei Yan directs its course. The others do not rest. Instead, they meticulously dissect the carcasses of the beasts hunted by Yang Feng and his companions, handing over the usable materials to Fong Wen while retaining the unusable parts for later. The beasts are predominantly 1st and 2nd-level creatures, and given their prowess, dealing with these foes incurs little effort, allowing for swift extermination. The blood and inner cores of these beasts serve as excellent medicinal materials. By merely neutralizing them with some herbs, they can concoct healing elixirs and restorative pills, even in the absence of herbs to temper the potent effects. Simply drying and compressing them for ingestion can yield some restorative benefits. Such rudimentary creations cannot be termed elixirs. They can only be referred to as pills. Fong Wen takes responsibility for these matters while Yang Feng observes. The resulting pills are divided into 2 portions, with one side claiming a share. The ship has set forth into the sea, moving at a rapid pace. The further they travel, the larger the island appears in their rear view. Chapter 17. The pursuers arrive on the boundless ocean. A simple, sailless vessel sails swiftly. Leaning against the ship's railing, Lei Yan gazes into the horizon, enveloped in silence. Here, take this. Fong Wen tosses him a vial. His demeanor resembling that of a spent soul, clearly exhausted from the recent alchemical endeavors. Receiving the vial, Lei Yan uncorks it and inhales the contents. It comprises merely a mixture of herbs, beast blood, and inner cores, possessing modest healing properties. However, such elixirs are more suited for sustaining daily life, sufficient to consume one every few days. How many more do we need to produce? He secures the vial. Noting that this is the 3rd he has received, not much left. The herbs were already scarce, and I've utilized them as sparingly as possible. Only one more batch can be concocted. Fongwen replies, shaking his head with a wry smile as he gazes towards the sea. 5 days. I recall being captured while traversing this ocean for over half a month. Our speed is significantly reduced. It may take us twice as long. If we calculate, we have about a month before we can consider ourselves safe. Lei Yan speaks slowly, charting a course toward the sun and stars, deliberately turning their backs on the island to avoid straying off course. A month will not pass quietly. Fong Sun approaches, and the three of them lean against the ship's railing, side by side. Fongwen remains silent, gazing at the vast sea with a deep sigh. After a considerable while, he finally spoke, stating, I have no relatives left. It makes little difference where I am, as long as I can survive. Given the commotion we have caused, those cloaked figures must have noticed us. By now, they are likely pursuing us from behind. Lei Yan unsheathed his long knife, gently gliding his fingers along the blade. Although it was a newly forged weapon, the edge had already begun to dull slightly. Each of the three harbored their own thoughts, choosing to remain silent. Before long, a voice echoed through the air. Everyone tensed, sensing the presence of an enemy. It was the voice of Qi Yangji. Upon hearing this, Lei Yan and Fong Sun exchanged glances, disregarding Fongwen, and made their way to the stern of the ship. At that moment, Qi Yangji, along with the young brothers and the fifth member, a Fu, stood at the rear, fixated on a distant black dot approaching them. At just one person. Fong Sun's gaze was fixed on the shadowy figure, his eyes seemingly ablaze with intensity. For now, they could only see that singular figure, yet they could not dismiss the possibility of others lurking nearby. Yang Feng appeared somewhat flustered, having not anticipated being pursued so swiftly. Keep the ship moving. Do not stop. You two, go and check it out, Lei Yan instructed, maintaining his composure, a conclusion he had anticipated. Understood. Qi Yangji and Fong Sun nodded, a surge of energy coursing through their bodies as they propelled themselves into the air. Utilizing their own power, they soared, albeit at a moderate pace, in a straight line. Witnessing this spectacle, the Yang brothers gasped in astonishment. Initially, they had felt a twinge of anger at having been outmaneuvered by Qi Yangji. But upon witnessing his prowess, their ire diminished considerably, for he possessed undeniable strength. Meanwhile, the three individuals engaged in battle loomed 10 zhang above the surface of the sea, exchanging no words as they clashed. Both Qi Yangji and Fong Sun wielded long swords enveloped in energy, their blades slightly elongated. At this moment, Fong Sun's sword was one he had acquired from a black-clad adversary slain by Lei Yan, and it was quite formidable. The three combatants engaged. Waves of energy manifested as sword qi, filling the air. The thunderous sound reverberated as the sea was disturbed by the explosion of energy. Lei Yan stood at the stern, observing the three fighters, a slight furrow appearing on his brow. Although the approaching cloaked figure did not seem to gain the upper hand, he navigated through Qi Yangji and Fong Sun's energy assaults with remarkable agility, evading their strikes with ease. Furthermore, there was no discernible fluctuation of energy emanating from his sword while he defended and countered. After a quarter of an hour, the skirmish among the three continued to shift with the movement of the ship. Maintaining a consistent distance, despite Qi Yangji and Fong Sun's relentless attacks, the black-clad individual rarely suffered a hit. Even when struck, he appeared largely unharmed, continuing to engage fiercely with Qi Yangji and Fong Sun. Conversely, the energy attacks from Qi Yangji and Fong Sun diminished significantly. It became clear to all present that Qi Yangji and Fong Sun were not the equal of this enigmatic adversary. If this continued, once the young master and Fong Sun exhausted their energy, they would be unable to contend with him. The servant of Qi Yangji, Afu, gritted his teeth and spoke, casting an anxious glance at Lei Yan. Lei Yan remained silent, merely fixating his gaze upon the three individuals. As the delay in Lei Yan's decision stretched on, Afu's anger flared, ready to voice his frustration, when suddenly a sound akin to that of an eagle echoed from afar. In such a place, the source of such a sound could not possibly be an ordinary bird. Look over there, exclaimed the third son of the Yang family, scanning his surroundings until he finally spotted a dark shape behind the three combatants. Swiftly approaching this way. As it drew nearer, it became evident that the large bird was carrying three figures cloaked in black upon its back. Prepare yourselves. We must not allow them to damage our ship. Lei Yan finally spoke, gripping his long knife tightly. The creature's size was impressive, easily spanning more than 2 lengths, with ample space on its back to accommodate 3 individuals. Its speed far surpassed that of Qi Yangji and Fong Sun. Before long, the creature circled around the aerial battle involving the three and headed straight for their vessel. I shall take the lead, Afu bellowed, brimming with explosive energy as he summoned a force in his left hand. This energy coalesced before him into a circular barrier, 2 feet in diameter, resembling a wooden plank that shielded him. The approaching avian beast, cloaked in dark gray feathers with sharp claws, recognized Afyu's stance as a challenge. With a piercing cry, it lunged forward with its claws aimed directly at Afyu. The gusts from its massive wings sent nearby objects flying, and the beast was soon upon them. 3 figures clad in black leapt from the creature's back, displaying remarkable agility. Concurrently, 3 energy blasts surged toward these individuals, unleashed by the Yang brothers. Unperturbed by the incoming attacks, the 3 black-clad figures met the energy with their swords, dispersing the assaults with ease. As they deflected the energy, the trio retreated a few steps to absorb the impact. Then, these masked figures charged at each of the Yang brothers, while Afyu confronted the avian beast, upon contact between the energy-formed barrier and the beast's claws. It held for 3 breaths before Afyu was forced back 3 steps, resulting in a resounding explosion. The blast sent Afyu hurtling backward, his face paling as he coughed up blood. Lei Yan observed from the sidelines, refraining from intervening. Upon witnessing Afyu's plight, he clenched his teeth, darted behind Afyu to support him, and retreated 3 steps, pivoting to dissipate the force of the impact. "Allow me," he exclaimed, casting Afyu aside without waiting for his own words to settle, and charged towards the beast, which had also been jolted back by the explosion. The creature spread its wings, retreating over 10 paces before it suddenly surged towards the ship, claws poised to strike at Lei Yan. In the moment before their collision, Lei Yan swiftly sidestepped to the right, his left hand darting forward to grasp the beast's leg. With a sudden exertion of strength from his left hand, he pivoted around his right foot at the center of the ship, completing 3 rotations. After dissipating the force of the beast's assault, he took several strides forward, leaping off the vessel with one foot planted firmly on the ship's railing. His entire being soared nearly 10 zhang into the air, twisting in midair while hurling the beast around twice before he unleashed it towards the ocean's surface with all his might. A resounding crack echoed as the water erupted like shattered glass, splashing high into the air. The beast's body was barely submerged beneath the waves, given its considerable weight and his current strength at 50%, equating to over 1,000 joon of force, coupled with the added momentum from his throw. Even the beast's formidable physique could not withstand such a grievous blow. Blood, foul and putrid, gushed from the creature's mouth, and feathers scattered in disarray. Yet, the tempest of thunder and flames did not relent. He found himself unable to control the energy, and as his body could no longer maintain its position in the air, he began to plummet. During his descent, he gripped his great sword tightly, arching his body backward, as if all his strength had been channeled into his arms. The blade crashed down upon the dazed beast's chest with a thunderous impact, penetrating its torso and sending water erupting around it, while both the beast and Lei Yan only sank a short distance. This series of relentless strikes culminated in the beast's demise. Even before engaging, Lei Yan had instinctively assessed the situation in his mind, estimating the forthcoming events with precision. The ship was ample in size, and there remained sufficient space at the stern to accommodate the beast's corpse. Upon first sighting the creature, the 7 individuals on board each harbored their own thoughts, but soon came to a collective realization. As they recognized the beast's death, their actions momentarily faltered. Having just arrived, Lei Yan swiftly surveyed the ship's conditions. The Yang brothers were entangled with 3 cloaked figures, the balance of power between them indiscernible. However, he did not dwell on this for long, and, with a sudden movement, charged towards one of the cloaked figures engaged with Yang Feng. His great sword descended like a mountain upon the adversary. With a clang, their weapons met, and Lei Yan could gauge the black-clad figure's strength to be approximately 300 joon. Nevertheless, at this moment, he was capable of exerting his original strength at 50%, exceeding 1,000 joon, 3 times that of his opponent. The disparity in power was staggering, and as their blades clashed, the cloaked man staggered back 3 steps, his complexion shifting as he coughed up blood, his knees breaking through the ship's deck, impaled by the planks, seizing the opportunity while his opponent was momentarily incapacitated. Lei Yan advanced with a swift stride, executing a horizontal sweep that severed the man's head from his shoulders. Hurry! After dispatching one foe and witnessing Yang Feng and Afu standing in a daze, a wave of frustration washed over him, prompting him to call out as he moved towards another dark-clad assailant. The 2 black-clad figures engaged with the Yang brothers, realizing the peril of their situation upon seeing their comrades slain in an instant, ceased their pretense and unleashed their full might, quickly forcing the Yang brothers into retreat before turning to flee. The cloaked figure targeted by Lei Yan gritted his teeth and unleashed 2 waves of energy with his right hand, one directed at Lei Yan and the other aimed at Yang's third brother. "Leave this one to me." With a single strike, Lei Yan shattered the surge of energy, disregarding the force of the impact. Leaving behind a solitary phrase, he followed the cloaked figure and leapt from the vessel. The figure, having escaped the ship, retrieved a black vial from within his robes and shattered it without hesitation, revealing 3 dark pills nestled within. Without a moment's pause, he swallowed the pills whole. Lei Yan landed upon the water's surface, his feet firmly planted as if on solid ground, showing no inclination to sink. With a powerful stride, he sent splashes of water erupting beneath him, propelling his body forward several paces, almost instantaneously closing the distance to the slightly delayed figure in black. His blade slicing through the air without a hint of hesitation. Realizing escape was futile, the cloaked man pivoted, brandishing his sword to meet Lei Yan's assault. The clash echoed with a resounding clang. The black-clad figure opting to harness the force of the impact to retreat rather than engage in a relentless struggle. Upon initial contact, Lei Yan sensed the man's reluctance for a prolonged confrontation. Prompting him to temper his strength. As his strike continued, he forcefully drove his right foot into the water, causing a violent eruption. His body surged forward like a released arrow, his blade following in swift pursuit. The cloaked man, taken aback by Lei Yan's remarkable reflexes, raised his sword horizontally as he retreated, his left hand pressing against the blade to brace against the impending strike. Unexpectedly, when their weapons met, Lei Yan's blow, though seemingly ferocious, bore little force. Chapter 18. The gathering of energy and body refinement. When Lei Yan's blade struck the long sword of the cloaked figure, he deliberately restrained his strength. His intent was to prevent the black-clad man from utilizing the force to rebound and evade his relentless onslaught. However, the cloaked figure, sensing the shift, suddenly summoned an intense surge of energy that coursed through him, converging in his lower abdomen. With great effort, his long sword, akin to a released arrow, thrust forward, embedding itself into the man's belly. Unbeknownst to him, the energy amassed in the man's abdomen, while formidable, was wildly unstable. Lei Yan's thrust acted as a mere spark, igniting a vast cache of gunpowder, resulting in a massive explosion. The unleashed energy erupted violently, sending shards of flesh and blood cascading toward Lei Yan, resembling a torrential rain of crimson. To Lei Yan's astonishment, amid such a powerful explosion, the cloaked figure merely sustained a small puncture in his abdomen and was propelled backwards several dozen paces. Yet he did not perish. It soon became apparent to Lei Yan that the man had intended to concentrate his energy in his abdomen to propel himself away from danger. Although Lei Yan's strike had prematurely triggered the explosion, the man had prepared for such an eventuality. Despite his grievous injuries, he had preserved his life. As Lei Yan ready to pursue, he hesitated, his body instinctively retreating beneath the position where the man had come to a halt. A forceful energy lifted him above the water's surface, serving as a platform to support his body. Simultaneously, a shadowy figure surged forward from below, and with a resounding crash, it erupted from the depths. Jaws agape as it seized the lower half of the cloaked man's body. Immediately following the utterance of a single word, the figure cloaked in black was wholly consumed by the air, while simultaneously its body soared above the surface of the sea. With a resounding splash, the elongated creature, measuring over 10 zhang in length, trembled violently, sending blood splattering in all directions. This was the energy unleashed by the black-clad individual who had engaged in combat with Fong Sun and his companions. And as it approached, it was intercepted by the immense form of the creature. That energy, representing the full might of the man, was potent enough to drive the dark entity back into the depths of the sea. The creature was none other than the black water snake. Lei Yan inhaled sharply. He recognized this formidable marine beast, known as the black water snake. This creature, characterized by its glossy black exterior, undergoes a transformation upon reaching a certain threshold. Its skin morphing into scales and developing a horn reminiscent of a dragon serpent. The specimen before them measured an impressive 15 to 16 zhang in length, its head the size of a cart, with its neck skin beginning to transition into scales. Witnessing this scene, Lei Yan gasped. Had he been at his peak, he would not have feared this beast, which possessed the strength of a 7th or 8th tier monster. However, in his current state, he found himself unable to contend with it. The black water snake, unexpectedly enduring an attack, was consumed by fury and surged forth from the ocean's depths, casting a glare at the approaching black-clad figure. With a piercing hiss, it propelled itself toward the individual. The black-clad man, upon witnessing this, was seized by terror and turned to flee. Yet, the distance between them was already minimal, and the snake, moving at full speed, soon closed the gap. From afar, One could observe the colossal serpent raise its massive tail and strike at the fleeing figure. In the blink of an eye, the man was sent crashing into the sea, his body sinking below the surface. The once calm waters erupted into tumultuous waves. "Let us depart at once," urged one of the Yang brothers, seizing the opportunity as the black-clad man escaped into the ocean. Lei Yan, too, could not afford to delay in capturing him. The large vessel, propelled by 6 fourth-tier warriors, sped away as if propelled by the winds. After more than an hour, with a change of rowers, their pace slowed considerably. Phew! Fong Sun exhaled deeply. Rising to his feet, he turned to Lei Yan, who was meticulously dissecting the corpse of the avian beast, and inquired with curiosity, "Lei, do you not need to rest properly?" With a deft motion, Lei Yan cleaved the creature's body, extracting valuable components to be handed to Fong Wen for the concoction of medicinal pills. Meanwhile, he discreetly consumed the beasts on the other hand. Fu, who had been shaken by the claw of this monstrous beast, approached and said, "Young master, this is indeed a 6th-level beast. I confronted it briefly and was directly injured. However, this creature lacks the power to resist under Lord Lei Yan's command." "Oh, it seems Brother Lei is truly a master of concealment. Even a 6th-level beast cannot withstand him for long." Qi Yangji inhaled sharply, initially believing it was a joint effort by Lei Yan and his companions to slay the beast. But now it appeared that Lei Yan had single-handedly dispatched it in a short span of time. Just luck. Let's not dwell on that. What about you? How formidable is that man in black? Lei Yan rubbed his nose and cast a glance at Fu. "That person," Fong Sun began, hesitating for a moment before continuing. "We believe that the man in black possesses strength akin to a 7th-level warrior. Nearing the 8th level. In terms of sheer energy, he should be capable of exerting over 1,000 Jun of force. However, his physique is remarkably robust, seemingly capable of delivering several hundred Jun of strength. Indeed, that man exuded an aura that suggested he adeptly harnesses his energy, and his physical form is formidable. It appears he is on the path of body refinement." Qi Yangji interjected, nodding in agreement. At this revelation, a hint of astonishment flickered across the faces of those present. In their understanding, body refinement was an arduous process, often fraught with excruciating trials. Some methods of body refinement were exceedingly terrifying. In the initial stages, one would endure intense assaults daily, followed by immersion in various medicinal fluids. Once the body reached a certain threshold, it would become even more fearsome, with practitioners subjecting themselves to extreme heat and cold to temper their bodies, striving for a physical strength that rivaled that of beasts. Few who undertook the path of body refinement could be considered normal. Is it truly possible for someone to reach the 7th-level warrior stage through energy convergence? Their innate talent must be exceptional. How could they choose the path of body refinement? Yang family's third son listened with a puzzled expression, casting curious glances at the others. Upon hearing this, Lei Yan felt a momentary shock. It seemed that such body refinement practitioners were exceedingly rare in their discourse. In his previous environment, the categorization of a person's strength was rather chaotic, with many aspects differing significantly from those here. Although he was among the pinnacle of strength in his former place, his youth limited his exposure to numerous matters, leaving him unable to grasp certain concepts. Now, having arrived in this region, albeit a distance from his homeland, it felt as though a great door was opening before him. Indeed, the extent of one's innate talent largely determined the level a person could attain as a warrior, unless an individual believed there was no opportunity to advance along the path of energy convergence. They might opt for the route of body refinement as a means to bolster their strength. Qi Yangji's reasoning brought forth a perspective that was quite compelling. "Wait," Fong Sun suddenly interjected, a hint of tension evident in his voice. "I am uncertain of your circumstances when you were captured, but at that time, I was at sea with my family when we were besieged by those individuals. At that moment, I recollect that among those individuals, there was a secondary master, 2 8th-level warriors, and more than a dozen 6th or 7th-level fighters that I had engaged in combat with. Some of them, their physiques were remarkably robust. Are you suggesting that those within the so-called Wuzong have all undergone rigorous training?" Qiangji inhaled sharply, involuntarily swallowing hard. "I believe so." Fong Sun nodded in affirmation, falling silent thereafter. The individuals present refrained from uttering a word, enveloped in a profound silence. After a brief pause, Lei Yan suddenly smiled and remarked, "We are not here to confront them. Our mission now is to escape. That person is entangled with the black water serpent, providing us with a prime opportunity to depart. Ideally, both the individual and the serpent will suffer mutual ruin." It appeared that the individual intended to vanquish the serpent, showing little concern for us. Qiangshi concurred. With the passage of an hour, Given their speed, they could cover a distance of hundreds of miles. In the vast expanse of the ocean, locating them would not be a simple task. Soon, the sun dipped below the horizon, and they gazed at the stars in the sky to ascertain their course. Lei Yan stood at the bow of the ship, contemplating the words spoken by those individuals earlier. The most striking concept for him was the realm of energy convergence. Previously, he had never encountered this term. It was only after arriving at this location that he became aware of the term energy convergence. Had he not come here, he might have remained oblivious for a lifetime. Yet, perhaps it would have been better had he never come at all. What are you pondering? Fong Sun approached and inquired. Noticing Lei Yan leaning against the ship's railing, I am contemplating what lies beyond the realm of energy convergence, void breaking. Fong Sun positioned himself beside Lei Yan, explaining, upon reaching the secondary void level, progressing further leads to the breaking of the void itself that I wonder if we will ever encounter a master of this caliber. Throughout my life, I have only encountered a void-level master once. Hush! Lei Yan suddenly gestured for silence, closing his eyes as if attuned to some distant sound. Moments later, he opened his eyes wide and rushed to the stern, addressing Fong Sun. It seems something is trailing us. And the noise is quite pronounced. What could it be? Fong Sun asked, a sense of bewilderment washing over him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. Could it be that black water serpent from today? It is possible. Or perhaps something else entirely. Lei Yan nodded. The noise from behind grew increasingly thunderous, akin to a multitude of oars stirring the sea. The clamor intensified, and Qiangji and the others joined them, all fixated on the surface of the water behind. Under the moonlight, the sea sparkled like a myriad of diamonds, an exquisite sight. Look, what is that? Yang Feng abruptly pointed to their left front, where the sea surface appeared shattered like a broken mirror. A swarm of demonic beasts, Lei Yan uttered solemnly. His greatest fears realized that a continuous wave of demonic creatures surged forth from the ocean, rolling in like tides. Let us go. We must continue. Do not halt the ship. With that, Lei Yan brandished his blade and leapt into the water, standing upon the surface as if he were a feather, rising and falling with the undulating waves. Upon witnessing this, the individuals aboard the vessel were momentarily taken aback. Yet they understood that this was not the time for astonishment. Qiangji and Fong Sun exchanged glances, and Qiangji instructed the others, "You must guard the ship and ensure that these monstrous beasts do not breach it. We shall venture forth to draw their attention." With that, Qiangji followed closely behind Fong Sun as they soared into the air. From their airborne vantage, Fong Sun gazed downward to behold the multitude of beasts, large and small, occupying a vast expanse of the sea. The larger creatures measured over 10 zhang, while the smaller ones were merely the size of an arm. Lei Yan, there are numerous beasts below. Quickly ascend, and do not allow yourself to be encircled. Fong Sun felt a chill creep over him at the sight. Merely being surrounded would be manageable for a brief moment. But as time wore on and energy dwindled, the only fate that awaited them would be dismemberment. If only I could fly, as you suggest. You all should seek an opportunity from above while I distract them down here. Lei Yan offered a wry smile, his body springing into motion as he charged across the surface of the sea towards the beasts. Both Qiangji and Fong Sun were momentarily stunned, only to quickly regain their composure. Qiangji couldn't help but chuckle at himself, remarking, "I should have realized it sooner. He has never utilized even a hint of energy in our presence. It appears he has chosen the path of physical cultivation. No wonder." Chapter 19. The pursuit of the unaffiliated Lei Yan charged towards the monstrous beasts a mere several zhang ahead, his feet gliding over the sea as if it were solid ground. Approaching him was a colossal fish, easily over 10 zhang in length, possessing not only the body of a fish but also a pair of wings. Its massive form erupted from the depths, jaws agape, revealing nearly 10 rows of razor-sharp teeth, accompanied by an overwhelming stench. With a mighty stroke, Lei Yan struck the creature's head. Despite the effort, the beast staggered backward, severely injured yet still clinging to life due to its formidable constitution. As Lei Yan's feet touched the surface of the sea, he immediately propelled himself upward once more, swinging his blade toward the creature's heart. The force of his strike was immensely powerful, creating a gaping hole in the beast's chest. Akin to an explosion of gunpowder, blood and flesh scattered and all simultaneously, his body executed a sidestep, evading the charge of 3 of the monstrous beasts, yet his left hand seized one of them. Such creatures possessed a strength akin to levels 3 or 4. They merely exhibited swiftness in the water and had a physical constitution comparable to that of ordinary weaponry. Therefore, Lei Yan dared not allow them to strike directly at him. He chose to evade whenever possible, and if evasion was futile, he would brace himself to endure the impact. With a swift motion, he cleaved the beast in two with his long knife, in the inner core. Slightly smaller than a peanut, bore only a single gash from the strike. Using the captured beast as a javelin, he hurled it towards a particularly large creature, simultaneously snatching the diminutive inner core and tossing it into his mouth. The surrounding beasts lunged at him once more, but due to his relatively small stature, the larger beasts could only encircle him from behind, effectively blocking his escape, rendering their offensive capabilities rather ineffective. Capitalizing on this, he deftly leapt and dodged atop the backs of the larger beasts. In midair, Qi Yongzhi and Fang Sun continuously unleashed waves of energy, repelling or slaying those beasts, thus clearing some space for Lei Yan. While darting among the beasts, he occasionally struck down those positioned unfavorably. If circumstances permitted, he would extract the inner core from the slain beast and swallow it whole. Yet, more often than not, the inner cores would plunge into the sea or be consumed by other beasts. Watching those precious cores slip through his fingers, his heart ached. Had he been able to ingest them, even if his injuries could not be fully healed, he could have recovered to a significant degree. Before long, the initial wave of beasts that had surrounded him was decimated, yet the number of incoming beasts continued to swell. Their battleground followed closely in tandem with the moving vessel in these vast waters. Straying too far from the ship could potentially lead to an inability to regroup. As he continued his onslaught, Lei Yan suddenly noticed that the energy attacks from above had abruptly ceased, leaving only the distant sounds of thunder. Intrigued, he leapt onto the back of a large beast and craned his neck for a glimpse above, only to recoil in shock. Countless water orbs, each the size of a human head, surged from the depths towards Qi Yongzhi and Fang Sun in the sky. These were no ordinary droplets. Their rapid flight and cohesion suggested they had been compressed. The onslaught of water orbs compelled Qi Yongzhi and Fang Sun to evade or disperse them. In a moment of evasion, he submerged into the sea, propelling himself towards a location where the water orbs were emerging with greater frequency, skillfully avoiding the bodies of the beasts. Lei Yan extricated himself from the small encirclement he had previously occupied. Although surrounded by seawater, the absence of the frenzied assaults from the beasts granted him a fleeting sense of relief. However, the sounds behind him served as a stark reminder that danger was far from over. This was the region dense with the water orbs, revealing a surrounding cluster of over a dozen spherical beasts. The surface of these creatures was adorned with spines extending a foot in length. Each beast possessed a diameter of several feet, resembling gigantic spheres. Their mouths, akin to chimneys, measured a foot in diameter, yet extended 3 to 4 feet in length. He beheld the monstrous creatures, and they, in turn, gazed upon him. One by one, they twisted their maws in his direction. Observing the dark, gaping mouths of the beasts, Lei Yan's heart sank. Suddenly, the rotund bodies of the creatures deflated, and from their maws erupted water droplets the size of human heads, hurling towards him. Given the short distance between them, merely a few paces, the speed of those water droplets left him no room for evasion. He could only swing his blade at one of them. The force of his strike remained unyieldingly direct, and upon contact with the droplet, it burst forth violently. The explosion released a torrent of water, far exceeding the volume contained within the droplet, akin to a boulder plunging into a body of water, sending forth a spray that formed a wall of water before him. The subsequent droplets collided with this watery barrier, detonating one after another. These droplets, having been compressed, shattered more readily than ordinary ones, for they would disperse after a brief moment in time. As the first droplet succumbed to his attack, shards flew in all directions like arrows, their impact formidable. Although Lei Yan was not struck directly, the force of the blast propelled him backward significantly. Before he could evade further, the tail of a beast behind him swung forth, striking him squarely on the back. The tremendous impact caused immediate internal injuries, robbing him of any resistance, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His body careening forward, plunged into the ocean. Lei Yan felt as if his senses had dulled, his form enveloped in a weightless sensation. The frigid waters surrounded him, and the inner cores of the beasts began to dissolve within him, bringing waves of searing pain. With a gasp, he expelled a stream of warm blood into the sea. Regaining clarity in an instant, a multitude of beasts surged towards him, yet his body gradually came to a halt. Fixating on the approaching creatures, he surged back toward the surface, standing upon the water just as they caught up to him. Is he all right? In the air, Qi Yongzhi and Fang Sun felt a heavy weight in their hearts as they witnessed him being thrust into the ocean. That moment, if anything befell Lei Yan, their combat effectiveness would plummet. With so many beasts in the sea, they could only ensure their safety until their energy was exhausted. Behind you, Lei Yan's body suddenly darted to one side as he turned around. He saw over a dozen water droplets explode around him, sending sprays of water into the air. Through the cascade, he spotted the creatures, now resembling slender bamboo poles after expelling the droplets, opening their mouths to gulp in water. A glimmer of recognition sparked in his eyes. He leapt forward with astonishing speed, far surpassing that of the pursuing beasts. He struck at one of the creatures, which was still unprepared to react. Slicing through its mouth with the blade and cleaving it in two. Having slain such a beast, he reluctantly abandoned the inner core within its body, for time was of the essence. He pivoted and dispatched two more of the same kind before the others finally caught up, ensnaring him and preventing further slaughter of the water-gulping creatures. Seizing the moment, he resolved to eliminate those beasts. After fending off the assault of a demon beast, he deftly evaded the attacks of these creatures while calling out to the two individuals hovering above. "I am coming," Fong Sun bellowed, as a surge of energy coursed through his right arm, rapidly converging towards the long sword in his grasp. With his right hand, he struck at the demon beasts that were siphoning seawater. Each swing of his blade released a crescent-shaped wave of energy that soared towards the beasts, cleaving them in twain upon impact. However, approximately half of these strikes were thwarted by the water droplets conjured by the other demon beasts. As their numbers were far from negligible in such circumstances, witnessing this scene, Lei Yan couldn't help but let out a silent sigh. The inner cores of the demon beast within him continuously replenished his stamina. And despite the prolonged intensity of battle, he remained invigorated. Observing the seemingly endless horde of demon beasts, he smiled faintly, dismissing his injuries as he charged forth. He dodged their attacks amidst the throng. He relentlessly struck out, wounding and even slaying the creatures. For those that fell, if he could obtain their inner cores, he would swallow them whole. If not, he would not pursue them. The ferocity of the battle escalated, blood splattering upon him, predominantly that of the demon beasts, with only a trickle of his own. This blood would soon be washed away by the sea. The blood of the demon beasts spread and stained, emerging from a tranquil locale. He surfaced from the sea, drawn by the sounds towards the gathering of numerous entities. The dawn had begun to cast a hazy light, allowing for a faint glimpse of the horizon, where 9 figures hovered in midair, besieged by a multitude of monstrous sea creatures. Each of these figures floated above the water, indicating that even the weakest among them was a warrior of at least the 6th tier or perhaps even stronger. Among them were Qiangji and Fong Sun, while the identities of the remaining 7 remained a mystery. Certainly, they were not the individuals from the ship. Those people could momentarily hover in the air, but engaging in combat was beyond their capabilities. Just as he emerged, he witnessed one figure, struggling to maintain a defensive stance, being struck by several droplets of water that had launched from the sea, causing their body to veer to the side. Observing this, he turned and pursued the direction in which the individual was propelled. That person fell into the water ahead of him, compelling him to follow suit. Before long, he located the nearly lifeless figure beneath the waves. It was Fong Sun. Looking at the unconscious Fong Sun, he struck his chest with a firm palm, applying just enough force to jolt Fong Sun awake, who gasped and expelled a mouthful of seawater mixed with blood. "Lei Yan, you're still alive," Fong Sun exclaimed, momentarily taken aback upon seeing him. "Of course, if I were dead, you would be in quite the predicament as well," Lei Yan retorted, a hint of irritation in his voice. "What about those individuals? Their strength is formidable," Fong Sun inquired once he regained his breath. "They are the pursuers from Wuzong, a total of 7. And indeed, quite powerful. However, fortunately, their interest in the sea serpent seems to surpass their focus on us," Lei Yan replied with a slight release of tension. "And what of Qiangji?" Fong Sun asked. "Rest assured, he is quite adept at concealment and possesses greater strength than I do. If he intended to escape, he has likely done so already." Fong Sun managed a wry smile, inhaling deeply before exclaiming urgently, "We must find the ship quickly. If he reaches it before us, he will not wait." Hearing Fong Sun's words, Lei Yan offered a rueful smile, saying, "If that were the case, the ship would likely be gone." Chapter 20, the 5-character decision. As he gazed at the sun peeking over the horizon, revealing half of its visage, Lei Yan remained calm. It was at this moment that Fong Sun realized his predicament. Glancing at his feet where 2 faint orbs of energy floated, akin to wooden blocks, supporting his form, the undulating waves of the sea crashed against his legs, while Lei Yan's height fluctuated above and below him. Aren't you a body refiner? How is it that you can stand on the surface of the water? Moreover, you appear remarkably light," Fong Sun questioned. By day, they navigated towards the direction of the rising sun, while at night, they steered by one of the corners formed by 3 prominent stars. Fong Sun sighed, managing a bitter smile. but my energy has dwindled to less than 20%, and I am gravely injured. Even if merely traveling, I cannot cover much distance. Furthermore, we lack energy supplying amethyst. Without the means to replenish our energy along the way, how far can we truly go? Lei Yan patted Fang Sun on the shoulder. His gaze fixed on the gathering of monstrous beasts over 10 miles away, where the battle raged on. The cloaked figures had taken their place, engaging in combat with the creatures of the sea. The surrounding waters, stirred by the tumult of battle, surged with far greater ferocity than in ordinary locales. Do not relinquish hope. For now, we are still whole and able. Fang Sun's visage remained marred by despondency, prompting Lei Yan to utter comforting words. Gritting his teeth, Fang Sun declared, "Very well, let us strive with all our might." With a smile, Lei Yan hoisted the injured Fang Sun onto his back and turned to sprint towards the rising sun. As he lay upon Lei Yan's back, Fang Sun began to gradually absorb the energy of his surroundings. After more than an hour, Lei Yan's pace not only persisted but quickened. Noticing this, Fang Sun, drawing upon his thoughts, inquired, "Lei Yan, how is it that you traverse the surface of the sea? It appears you encounter no hindrance, as if merely treading upon sand dunes." Upon hearing the question, Lei Yan pondered momentarily before replying. "To be frank, the place I once called home was quite primitive. Until a few days ago, I was unaware of what it meant to reach the energy-gathering realm. Initially, I focused on physical cultivations. However, due to certain circumstances, I became capable of absorbing energy into my body. Fang Sun exclaimed in surprise, reflecting on the words of his elders when he first embarked upon the path to the energy-gathering realm. Those who cannot perceive the energy of the heavens and the earth face insurmountable difficulties in advancing to that realm, with many doomed to a lifetime of failure. Contemplating this, Fang Sun felt a renewed respect for Lei Yan. "And what of your current state?" he asked, hesitatingly, only to realize he had touched upon a sensitive topic. After a prolonged silence, he finally ventured, "Might you teach me the art of standing upon the water's surface? I wish to learn. It is not particularly difficult. It merely requires adaptation. To begin, carry a certain weight upon your back while walking on solid ground, gradually increasing the load. Next, attempt to maintain your footing on sand or marshy terrain, and ultimately, you may venture onto the water. In essence, it is a method of mastering one's strength. Habituation is key." Lei Yan, unreservedly sharing his knowledge, continued, "As long as one wields their power adeptly, it can be as effective as the manipulation of energy." For instance, he abruptly halted, planting his foot upon the water's surface. Although the sea appeared unchanged, beneath it, the water rippled in layers, cascading downwards until, several yards below, it erupted violently. The splashing water transformed into a torrential downpour, drenching the two of them in an instant. With a chuckle, Lei Yan resumed his journey. "What?" Fang Sun stood in stunned silence for a considerable time before comprehension dawned upon him. "It is merely a means of controlling one's strength. Beyond these two methods, I possess several others for managing either one's own power or that of another. Broadly speaking, they can be categorized into techniques of release, concealment, explosion, and lightness." "And just how great is your power?" Fang Sun exhaled quietly, refraining from probing further into the specifics of these techniques, as such inquiry would be rather impolite. However, upon uttering the question, he suddenly realized that it, too, might be deemed somewhat discourteous at this moment. It felt as if 1,000 burdens weighed upon him. Fang Sun nodded slightly, choosing not to speak further, silently absorbing the ambient energy around him in an effort to restore his own vitality as swiftly as possible. However, due to his severe injuries, the energy he could assimilate was inherently limited. A portion of this energy was allocated to prevent his condition from deteriorating and to expedite his healing process. The meager remainder was conserved within the meridians of his body for future use. Observing Fang Sun wholly engrossed in his recovery, Lei Yan refrained from disturbing him, deliberately slowing his pace to mitigate the jarring movement. The sun gradually traversed the sky, and he continued to sprint forward at a remarkable speed, outpacing ordinary beasts with ease, from running directly facing the sun to gazing upward at its zenith, and finally to sprinting with his back turned to it. He maintained an astonishing velocity that even he found taxing under his current wounded state. As night fell, he glanced at the stars twinkling in the sky, pressing onward. Suddenly, while running, he sensed a subtle shift behind him, prompting him to halt. Fang Sun, with his eyes tightly shut, expelled a mouthful of blackened blood. After this release, a hint of color returned to his pallid face, and he exhaled deeply. "How is it?" Noticing the coagulated remnants in the blood, a twinge of concern flickered within him. "It's fine, much better." Fong Sun replied with a faint smile, channeling energy into his legs to precariously keep himself above the ocean's surface, though far from the effortless grace of Lei Yan. All right, now you take a rest. It's my turn to carry you. Without waiting for a response, Fong Sun transferred his sword and dagger to Lei Yan and unceremoniously hoisted him onto his back. Very well, I shall rest for a moment. Lei Yan nodded, lying against Fong Sun's back as he was borne forward. Manipulating his energy, Fong Sun created a stable platform beneath his feet, akin to walking on two wooden planks across the ocean surface. However, occasional missteps would see them both drenched by the waves, rendering them somewhat disheveled. Within less than 2 hours, Fong Sun's complexion grew increasingly ashen, and his pace inevitably slowed, sensing Fong Sun's faltering steps. Lei Yan instinctively took over the journey. The internal beast cores within Lei Yan gradually dissolved, merging with his body, providing him with stamina while simultaneously fortifying his physique. Day turned to night, and neither of them ceased their relentless pursuit, their speed subtly increasing. Yet, the vast and boundless ocean weighed heavily upon them, particularly for Fong Sun, had it not been for Lei Yan shouldering a significant portion of their journey each day. Fong Sun would have long succumbed to exhaustion. 5 days later, Lei Yan carried Fong Sun across the ocean's surface, the relentless sun scorching their bodies. In such conditions, their faces were pallid, especially Fong Sun's. Cough, cough. Hearing the reassuring cough from his back, Lei Yan's brow furrowed. He could still endure, but the injuries within him were gradually worsening, with sharp pains occasionally radiating through his chest and abdomen. Yet, if Fong Sun continued on this path, he might truly reach his breaking point. Are you all right? Upon hearing this, Lei Yan halted his steps and gently shook his head, saying, Do not utter such words. We have journeyed for many days now. Perhaps we will soon discover an island. In the vast expanse of the sea, the absence of precise coordinates might mean we could wander for a lifetime. Shoo! Lei Yan interrupted Fong Sun's words. As several small black dots appeared in the distant sky, let us refrain from speaking for now. We may have a chance. The black dots drew closer. He discerned that they resembled humans. If there are people, then there must be a place to land, perhaps a vessel, or possibly a nearby island. Those individuals on the water could not possibly go without rest. The two submerged beneath the waves, their eyes wide open, observing the figures above. There were 6 individuals clad in black, their garments tattered, evidently having endured some conflict. They soared overhead, following the sun's arc from their submerged position. They could clearly see the figures above, who remained blissfully unaware of the two watching them from the depths below. Even if they were to consider it, the vastness of the sea would make spotting 2 individuals exceedingly difficult. Once the figures had departed, Lei Yan pulled Fong Sun up to the surface, gesturing towards the direction the figures had taken. This way, let us head in this direction, and we should be able to find a place to rest. Fong Sun gritted his teeth and replied, Very well, let us proceed. With a determined direction established, the two pressed on, feeling a renewed vigor with the emergence of a goal. However, as they traversed the undulating waters, it felt as if they were navigating towering mountains, rendering their journey significantly more arduous. Their already slow pace was hindered further by the conditions, and merely enduring was a commendable feat. Lei Yan's injuries, though often concealed, began to manifest after such prolonged exertion, with a dull ache settling in his chest. Fong Sun, in a more dire state, was nearly unable to maintain a steady pace, relying entirely on Lei Yan for support. A day later, beneath the blazing sun, smiles broke through their pallid faces as they finally spotted an island ahead. It was not particularly large, but it spanned several dozen miles in either direction. Come, let us find a secluded spot to rest. Grasping the weakened Fong Sun, Lei Yan circled the island until he discovered an inconspicuous area for them to ascend. The island was remarkably tranquil. Yet the moment they set foot upon its shores, Lei Yan caught a whiff of not only the salty sea air but also a faint metallic scent of blood. Noticing Lei Yan's momentary stupor, Fong Sun inquired, What troubles you? Is there a scent of blood? Lei Yan twitched his nose, inhaling deeply a few times. The odor seemed to dissipate with the wind. Nonsense, you must be imagining things, he replied. Upon reaching the island, Fong Sun relaxed, a smile breaking forth on his face. Perhaps so. Let us find a safe place. Lei Yan shook his head, discovering a stone cave along a cliffside perpetually worn by the waves, half of which remained dry. Let us rest here for a while, and then we shall discuss our next move. Fong Sun settled in the driest corner of the stone cave, beginning to recuperate his energy. Observing this, Lei Yan refrained from saying anything further and sought a comfortable spot to lie down and rest. Several hours later, a familiar pang of pain surged in Lei Yan's chest once more. His closed eyes involuntarily fluttered open as he gasped for air. a slight furrow forming on his brow. The internal injury had reemerged. His body had endured excessive strain over the past few days, compounded by the lingering injury. Had it not been for the substantial quantity of demon beast cores he had previously consumed to replenish his depleting energy, he would have succumbed long ago. Yet, at this moment, he found himself devoid of any means to restore his vitality. If his condition continued to deteriorate, it would only worsen. Contemplating this, he cast a glance at Fang Sun, noting that there was no indication of him awakening anytime soon. And thus he exited the cave. Chapter 21. The melody of the flute on the deserted island. Stepping out of the cave, Lei Yan stood atop a stone, surveying his surroundings. The sky was nearing dusk, precisely the time he required. Before long, darkness enveloped the land completely, the moon appearing as a waning crescent. Yet within a radius of several dozen yards, his vision remained sharp, under the cloak of night. He ventured toward the island's center, ever vigilant of his surroundings, proceeding with utmost caution. Numerous signs of human activity were evident in the vicinity, although efforts were made to minimize disruption. Such details could not escape his keen perception. After traversing over 10 miles, the trees ahead grew denser, resembling a primeval forest. However, beneath these trees, the ground had been cleared, presenting a remarkably flat terrain lined with rows of black tents, exuding an air of sternness in the darkness. Upon witnessing this scene, the first thought that crossed Lei Yan's mind was that it resembled a military camp. As the sound of a flute wafted through the air, a synchronized cadence of footsteps approached rapidly. Hearing the noise, he felt a jolt of alarm and swiftly concealed himself within the branches of a large tree, regulating his breathing to an exceedingly slow pace. Moments later, several dozen figures clad in black emerged, marching in perfect formation towards his direction. With the inaugural notes of the flute resonating, additional melodies followed, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of footsteps. The first group of black-clad individuals, led by a cloaked figure, entered one of the tents. Subsequently, more batches of black-clad figures, guided by cloaked individuals, continued to enter one tent after another. Once the black-clad individuals had entered the tents, the cloaked figures gathered, standing before one of the central tents. Observing these cloaked figures, he noted that they were all women, and not particularly aged, all females. Who, then, were these individuals? He pondered quietly, and as the flute music ceased, the black-clad figures fell silent, leaving only the faint sounds of breathing. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth slightly, gently descending from the tree and stealthily approaching one of the tents. Inside, there was no sign of commotion, merely the sound of breathing. Furthermore, if this tent were to accommodate occupants, it could hold no more than 10 individuals at most. However, those who had just entered numbered over 50, a fact that left him deeply perplexed. He held his own conjectures within, yet uncertainty lingered. Hence, he descended to investigate. After lingering at one side of the tent for a considerable while, and sensing no unusual occurrences in the surroundings, he swiftly slipped into the tent. Upon entering, he was momentarily taken aback. Instinctively raising the long blade he wielded horizontally before him, after a brief pause, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Before him stood dozens of figures clad in black, arranged in perfect order like a row of pillars. Their eyes wide open, hands hanging down, standing upright with utmost rigidity. These individuals merely breathed lightly, devoid of any movement, as if they were oblivious to his presence. He counted a total of 60 black-clad figures, varying in height, all male, their garments somewhat tattered, each carrying a long blade on their backs. The blades they bore differed from his own, being of a more commonly recognized style, slightly curved and appearing hefty, yet measuring less than 3 feet in length. They were alive. Each of these figures emanated the essence of life, yet they remained as stiff and motionless as corpses. It was true that these individuals had previously moved about, behaving like the living. The only discernible difference now lay in the haunting melodies of the flute, which served as a primary catalyst for their mobility. Upon returning to the stone cavern where they resided, he felt a gust of wind upon entering, prompting him to swiftly evade to the side while simultaneously swinging his blade. Clang! Utilizing the momentum, he retreated and quickly declared, "It is I doubt with great effort." Fang Sun managed to push aside the encroaching figure, releasing a sigh of relief as he withdrew his energy, stating, "Upon awakening and finding you absent, I feared something had gone awry. This place, however, is far from secure. It resembles a military barracks," Lei Yan remarked, sharing his observations. "Tomorrow night, I shall return to investigate further. Exercise caution while you remain here. However, as long as you do not venture outside, you should be safe. You, do take care. I shall remain here to recuperate and refrain from going out." Fong Sun hesitated momentarily, seemingly indecisive. Noticing this, Lei Yan furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, "It appears you have recently emerged from a certain family or locale." "Correct. Indeed, I have just embarked on my journey of experience after leaving my family, only to be captured shortly thereafter. All those who were alive at that time are present here. Even if my family were to learn of my predicament, they would not know how to find me," Fong Sun replied with a bitter smile. After an extended silence, Fong Sun finally spoke, subsequently resting to restore his energy. Following a day of recuperation, his complexion regained some color. No longer as pallid as before. Before long, the haunting flute melodies resonated once more, and a procession of black-clad figures, led by those in cloaks, approached, their garments dust-laden and further tattered. Upon the entry of these black-clad individuals into the tent, the cloaked figures departed. Seizing the opportunity, he entered one of the tents, finding a suitable spot to bury his long blade within. Simultaneously, he sought out a black-clad figure of similar height and build. "You shall do," he concluded. Upon recognizing the individual, he clenched his teeth slightly and moved the person's body aside. After departing from the military camp with the body, he concealed it within a secluded stone cliff. Using objects to plug the ears, once he had successfully hidden the individual, he donned the person's outer garment. His trousers, having been specially tailored in the past, remained intact to this day. Originally, it was a complete set, but the upper garment had vanished after he was thrust into the spatial rift. His attire was entirely black, akin to that of the cloaked figures, indistinguishable at a cursory glance. Upon returning to the tent, he positioned himself at the spot where the cloaked individual had been, adjusting his demeanor. The melody produced by the flute was unlike any he had ever encountered. At first, it seemed innocuous. Yet soon he was enveloped by a profound sense of nostalgia. This sentiment struck his heart, as if beckoning him, directed by the very sound of the flute. Moreover, as the melody resonated, the previously listless cloaked figures instantly transformed, as if statues had come to life. The awakened throng of cloaked individuals lined up and exited the tent. Positioned at the rear, he observed this transformation and followed suit, stepping out with eyes as vacant as those of the others. Upon emerging, he beheld a cloaked woman standing outside the tent. Towering in stature, she was easily visible in her entirety. A youthful maiden, seemingly in her late teens, possessed a countenance of above-average beauty. Yet her eyes exuded an unusual coldness. In her hands, she held a half-foot-long flute crafted from jade. From the other tents emerged a multitude of cloaked figures, each group led by a similarly cloaked woman. Hesitant yet compelled, he found himself moving along with them. Compared to the other cloaked figures, his pace was noticeably slower. The leader of their contingent, having detected his peculiarity, gazed at him for a moment, sighed softly, and turned to proceed forward while playing the flute. As the melody wafted through the air, the cloaked figures around him began to follow suit. He quietly committed this melody to memory, knowing that upon hearing it again, he would grasp its meaning. Each group of cloaked figures advanced toward the center in perfect synchronization, reminiscent of a well-drilled army. The melodies played were uniform, devoid of any discernible variation, yet the cloaked individuals never intermingled. Each group adhered closely to the woman at their forefront. Having walked for approximately 3/4 of an hour at a steady pace, they neared the island's center. Countless groups of cloaked figures continued to arrive, and from his observations, there were no fewer than 30 such formations, each comprising 60 individuals. The sheer magnitude of this assembly astonished him, for while the exterior appeared to be a desolate island, within lay an entire battalion. Before long, they were ushered into an expansive clearing, reminiscent of a military parade ground, dominated by a raised platform occupied by dozens of individuals, all clad in black attire. Before he could ponder further, the flute's melody resonated once more, surrounded by figures clad in black. The individuals began to stir in harmony with the melody of the flute. The first action was to draw their blades. He had calculated that there were a total of 50 squads, comprising 3,000 black-clad warriors, standing somewhat sparsely, unperturbed by the risk of their drawn swords striking their comrades. Imitating the movements of these black-clad figures, he too unsheathed his weapon. The flute's notes resonated continuously, and all the warriors commenced practicing their swordplay, having initially drawn their blades. "Very well, everyone, select half and send them to the central roundabout. Simultaneously, employ the clear heart melody to restore them to their original state for remanipulation, and prepare to receive the next batch of battle puppets." A voice issued forth, prompting all those with awareness to bow their heads and respond in unison. This voice manifested but once, thereafter fading into silence. Lei Yan was secretly astonished. Such formidable power resided on this island, a strength he could not rival even at his peak. Those observing from the high platforms began descending to make their selections. Among them, those with swift movements, robust physiques, and keen reflexes were all duly noted. Once the selections were concluded, both sides numbered approximately 1,500. Prepare the clear heart melody. The previously vanished voice resounded once more. Still without revealing its source, all cloaked figures retrieved their flutes and, under the guidance of one among them, began to play. This time, the flute's melody was uplifting, evoking the sensation of being in a vast prairie. Allowing body and mind to relax, devoid of worries. Everything seemed inconsequential, and all was forgotten. As the melody concluded, the remaining black-clad figures stood in a daze, as if they had forgotten everything. Subsequently, another tune began. With distinct melodies emanating from both sides, those selected across the way began to move, following the cloaked women as they departed slowly. Everyone, let us redistribute these battle puppets. We must prepare to receive a new batch. A voice from the high platform spoke, and all those above departed, leaving behind 30 cloaked women. Each selected 50 black-clad warriors and commenced playing a simple tune. Upon hearing the flute's notes, the remaining figures stirred slightly before following the cloaked individuals away. Chapter 22. The corpse sound insect. As he departed from the assembly area with the black-clad figures, Lei Yan exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. Over 1,000 individuals gathered on one side, and once they formed a line, the cloaked women ceased their flute playing. With fewer people, it is much easier to manage. At last, one voice broke the oppressive silence of the night. Never mind. Those who have been under our control fare better. Though their numbers may be overwhelming, do not forget that they are already. An older woman shook her head and continued. You will soon learn just how bothersome these corpses, recently dominated by the corpse sound insect. Truly are. By the way, I have never encountered a corpse sound insect. What do they look like? A girl, no older than 16 or 17, exhibited more vitality than the others and couldn't help but express her curiosity. As the words fell from her lips, the cloaked women trembled slightly, as if gripped by the recollection of something dreadful. Well then, let your team remain vacant for now, awaiting the next batch. The girl who had posed the question stuck out her tongue and nodded. Though the sight of these individuals stirred a sense of unease within her. A few older women, seemingly of considerable standing, each claimed 50 of the black-clad figures, forming small squads. The remaining individuals were allocated varying numbers of the black-clad figures until, in the end, a few were left without any. Among those few was Lei Yan, who had been too slow to react earlier, joined by several others in the same predicament. Ultimately, 4 individuals were left behind. You may keep these 4. When the new batch of corpses arrives, let these battle puppets handle the laborious tasks, remarked a woman who appeared to be the leader, casting a glance at the girl beside her, who stood alone without a single battle puppet. With a sigh, she continued, Well, this is merely temporary, isn't it? The girl murmured. She was acutely aware that the 4 remaining battle puppets were not the least competent. Yet, what could be done? Assigning the task of moving corpses to her was time-consuming, so it would be far more efficient to allow these puppets to do the work. Let it be. Then, everyone disperse. Those puppets should only arrive during the day. Best to rest and regain your strength. We cannot afford any mishaps, for the consequences. At this point, the woman hesitated, scanning the others with a heavy sigh, implying that further elaboration was unnecessary. Indeed, upon hearing this, a palpable fear swept over the group, as if they had sensed something far more terrifying than the corpses or the eerie sounds of the insects. Silence enveloped them, and the women, playing their flutes, departed with their vacuous black-clad entourage. Along with the other 3 somewhat unsteady battle puppets, followed closely behind the girl of around 16 or 17, eventually entering a rather dilapidated tent. Once they had settled, the girl ceased her flute playing and, gazing at the 4 black-clad figures, let out a weary sigh before leaving. Once she was gone, his previously expressionless demeanor resumed its normalcy. And after a moment of contemplation, he made no further movements. Soon, daylight broke. The sound of flutes filled the air, and Lei Yan inhaled deeply, following the melody's lead as they stepped outside. This time, they headed swiftly towards the edge of the island. Exhibiting a sense of urgency by the shoreline, dozens of large vessels awaited, where black-clad figures were continuously transporting elongated wooden coffins, while several boats at the periphery escorted individuals ashore. Upon arrival, the flute's tune shifted to a rhythm he did not recognize. Nearby, black-clad figures approached to carry the elongated coffins that had been delivered to the shore. Lei Yan followed suit, pondering, how did these battle puppets come to life? Some warriors returning from their campaigns observed the laboring puppets and began to murmur among themselves. Though the voices were low, Lei Yan's keen hearing allowed him to perceive them distinctly. I have heard that this phenomenon is caused by a repulsive creature known as the corpse sound insect, which burrows into the brain and manipulates their movements through those flute-like sounds. A voice, deep and resonant, remarked that these were mere remnants selected from the lot. In simpler terms, we had inflicted injuries upon their corpses, rendering their movements sluggish, thus relegating them to mere laborers. Truly, even in death, they find no peace. The individual who had previously posed the question fell silent for a moment, then could not help but utter, "Hush, if you wish to avoid demise, then work diligently and speak little." On the riverbank, thousands toiled, yet aside from the haunting flute melody, scarcely a sound escaped, as if all were rendered mute. Nearly all of the battle puppets bore 2 wooden coffins, following the flute's tune to a more secluded spot within the island. Here, the surroundings were unremarkable. Flora and trees were abundant. However, as they arrived, a pungent stench of blood assailed their senses. Several stone caves appeared before them, exuding an eerie atmosphere. Each cave, measuring about 10 feet in diameter, was spacious enough for a battle puppet to carry 2 coffins within without feeling confined. The ground was flat, sloping downward, flanked by illuminated orbs. The deeper they ventured, the more intense the odor of blood became, while the battle puppets beside him exhibited a glint of crimson in their eyes. Before long, they entered a vast cavern, where stone walls were punctuated by numerous stone doors. At the very center lay a seething pool of blood, with channels continuously feeding the crimson liquid into the various doors. Here, the stench reached an overwhelming intensity, inducing a sense of nausea. They did not pause, but continued onward. Behind this immense cavern, an even larger one awaited. After setting down the wooden coffins, they lifted the lids. Inside lay lifeless bodies, predominantly male, immersed in a pale red liquid, their forms exuding a healthy hue. Unlike the typical pallor of the deceased, that moment, a group of women clad in black entered, surrounding a young man dressed in azure. This young man, appearing to be in his 20s, possessed striking features. Yet a shadow lingered in his eyes as he strode forward with measured steps. "These battle puppets are quite satisfactory. Bring forth the insects," he commanded. Yes, several men emerged, cradling a rectangular stone box, which they placed upon the ground before unveiling its lid. Lei Yan strained his eyes to see, but the distance hindered his view. "Commence." With the young man's decree, the flute music began to play. As the melody resonated, the stone box emitted faint sounds. Transparent creatures gradually crawled forth, eagerly entering the wooden coffins, diving straight into the liquid within with palpable urgency. Originally, these creatures were inherently translucent, exhibiting a soft and delicate appearance. However, upon entering the liquid within the wooden coffin, they seemed to vanish into thin air. Yet, soon enough, the pale red liquid began to converge towards the center with increasing swiftness. Ultimately, a long, serpentine entity emerged from within. This being, resembling a snake, measured over 3 feet in length, about the thickness of a finger, and was entirely pale red, as if it had melded with the water. However, at the larger end of its head, measuring 8 inches, 2 slender arms protruded. After its formation, the creature gradually swam towards the head of the corpse within the coffin and pried open its mouth, diving in headfirst. Witnessing the 3-foot-long body vanish into the corpse's mouth, the girl playing the flute nearby changed color, her music momentarily faltering. It was evident that her complexion paled, prompting her to hurriedly resume playing the flute. Once the creature entered the cadaver's body, the corpse's eyes suddenly widened. Initially, they appeared blank, but soon they regained clarity, allowing the soundworms to merge seamlessly with the battle puppet. "Tonight, it would be you." The youth in green nodded and then pointed at the girl in front of Lei Yan, offering a faint smile. Upon hearing this, the girl visibly trembled. 2 women in black forcibly led her away, while the remaining women followed suit, taking their controlled battle puppets with them. Once the stone door was shut, it left behind a scene of wooden coffins and corpses immersed in the transparent liquid, which perhaps should now be referred to as battle puppets. Lei Yan's eyes regained clarity as he surveyed the surrounding coffins, his heart secretly astonished. It was clear that these individuals possessed at least the strength of first-level warriors. To kill so many would require an immense force. Moreover, this was merely a location for training battle puppets. Besides him, there were no conscious beings left, and he breathed a sigh of relief, carefully observing his surroundings. The area was desolate. After a brief circumnavigation, he discovered nothing and redirected his focus to the stone door through which the others had exited. This door bore no mechanisms, simply two handles on either side. However, it seemed cumbersome to open, suggesting it was not light that he leaned against the stone door, listening intently, but no sounds of activity emerged from the outside. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth slightly, grasped the two handles, and with a forceful pull, created a narrow opening. Outside was serene and quiet, devoid of any presence. Relieved, he stepped through the opening and closed the stone door behind him. Upon careful examination of his surroundings, he was most astonished by the scalding blood spring too soon. He felt a warm current spreading through his fingertips, invigorating his entire being with a newfound strength. What a remarkable sensation! He inhaled sharply and plunged his entire right hand into the blood pool. A searing pain radiated from his hand, yet he knew he had not yet reached his limits. He had returned. This profound vitality continuously infused his body, and he could sense his blood beginning to boil. At that moment, sounds emerged from outside, approaching with remarkable speed. In a moment of desperation, he rolled over and submerged himself in the blood pool. As he sank beneath the surface, the thick, scalding liquid enveloped him completely. The garment he had hastily donned soon vanished, for it was merely a flimsy fabric. His body descended slowly, and within the embrace of the blood, he found himself gasping for air, increasingly suffocated as he sank deeper. The temperature of the blood pool intensified as he descended, yet he could perceive a powerful vitality surging into him from every corner of his being. Before long, he suddenly felt something coiling around him. Something smooth and slippery, gliding slowly around his body. The corpse soundworm. When the two tentacle-like appendages made contact with him, he recalled the repulsive creature he had previously encountered. Chapter 23. Resurrection in the blood pool. Upon realizing that the entity touching him was the corpse soundworm, Lei Yan was taken aback that in such a rich and searing blood pool, he could not open his eyes, yet he found himself confronted by this abhorrent creature at that moment. The temperature of the corpse soundworm, in close proximity to his body, was even higher than that of the surrounding blood pool, eliciting a discomforting sting even from him. The worm meandered across his body as if searching for something. He remained uncertain whether the corpse soundworm would treat him like one of the only in influx, with no outlet. His inner being was engulfed in discomfort, his muscles taut and pronounced. The veins on his body distinctly visible, as though he had inexplicably expanded in size. The temperature within him surged, particularly in his chest, where the heat far exceeded that of the surrounding blood pool. He needed to breathe. Without it, his body would inevitably explode from the excessive heat and vitality. As his form grew larger, a peculiar web of blood vessels appeared on the surface of his skin, enveloping him entirely. Yet, he continued to sink until his feet finally touched the ground. The surface was smooth and excessively hot, with the high-temperature blood emanating from the surroundings, further heated here, and once a certain threshold was reached, it would automatically rise. At this moment, Lei Yan's mind felt somewhat numb, completely oblivious to the external world. Even the corpse sound insects coiled around him were imperceptible. A vague image formed in his mind, depicting the surface of his own body, adorned with those blood vessels, blood flame, a peculiar fire he had once subdued. He was uncertain of its exact formation, yet this fire was notoriously ferocious, becoming exceedingly bloodthirsty unless forcefully restrained by a strong will. As he had done initially, in order to maintain his true self, after his energy was depleted, the blood flame seemed to vanish, remaining dormant until now. However, under the impetus of the blood pool, it had been revived. Simultaneously, a suit of black garments appeared on his body. Unbeknownst to him, a connection had formed with this ensemble. This attire, woven from the threads of the black patterned ant after its demise, boasted formidable defensive capabilities. Yet, neither the blood flame nor this garment could impede the vibrant life force surging into his body from the blood pool. On the contrary, these two factors amplified his bodies. As the highly heated life essence from the surrounding blood flowed frantically into him, a hum resonated from the depths of the blood pool, initially potent, yet weakened through layers. By the time it reached the surface, it had transformed into a sizable blood bubble, just as his body approached the brink of explosion. Lei Yan instinctively convulsed, unleashing a force from within. His skin fissured with numerous cracks, and rivulets of blood seeped from his body. The swelling form rapidly contracted, and upon returning to its normal size, began to expand. Previously, he was acutely aware of the changes occurring within his body. Now, he was attempting to communicate with the garment clinging to him. With a mere thought, the clothing seamlessly merged into his form. Upon its integration, his body took on a slightly darker hue, yet became significantly more robust. With another thought, the black attire reappeared upon him, and after several repetitions, he grew increasingly adept at this process. However, the corpse-sound insect that coiled around him showed no signs of departing, remaining entwined upon his body. Awakening fully, Lei Yan grasped the insect with both hands and, without hesitation, pulled it apart with a forceful tug. Severing it in two. The resilience of the corpse-sound insect exceeded his expectations. Typically, warriors of levels 5 or 6 would find it nearly impossible to tear it asunder. Yet at that moment, he discovered that he had regained approximately 80% of his strength, making the act of rending the insect effortless. As the insect was torn in two, it gradually dissolved in his grasp. Vanishing like water, his body began to breathe autonomously, slowly absorbing the life energy surrounding him, alleviating any concerns of suffocation. Here, his injuries rapidly healed. Time passed swiftly, and he was oblivious to how long he had lingered in this place. It was not until he sensed that his wounds had fully mended that he contemplated departing. The blood pool was not particularly expansive. Before long, he felt his head had emerged from its depths. Once free, he gave a slight shake of his head to rid himself of the blood that clung to him. As he opened his eyes, he was taken aback. Above the blood pool, 7 figures clad in black were seated in meditation. They hovered a foot above the pool, drawing in the rich essence of blood into their bodies. Noticing that the 7 black-clad individuals had not detected his presence, he exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. The location was a cavern, roughly 10 meters in diameter, with the blood pool occupying a central space of about 6 meters. The stone door lay 2 meters away from where he stood. Should he attempt to cross and open it, these individuals would undoubtedly awaken. Just as he hesitated, a voice called from outside the stone door. Team 7, time's up. Hurry out. Yes, one of the black-clad figures, the one absorbing the blood essence most rapidly, responded hurriedly. Lei Yan gradually sank back into the blood pool, not plunging too deep upon emerging. He felt an overwhelming sense of lightness, able to breathe in the fresh air of the outside world, liberated from the need for his body to absorb external energy. Nevertheless, upon experimenting, he discovered that he could still breathe. Thus, in the depths of the sea, he could sustain himself, allowing for prolonged stays underwater. This newfound ability filled him with immense joy. Even greater was his elation regarding the attire he donned, which he could effortlessly merge with or project outward at will, serving as a means of protection and concealment. After a brief inspection, he noted that there were no individuals outside the stone door, likely indicating that the others had departed. Quietly, he slipped out. This cavern was precisely one of the targets from which the blood pool had dispersed. The warriors around him were clad similarly. As long as he followed the melody of the flute and mimicked certain movements, he felt assured that he would remain undetected. Approximately a day later, the stone door creaked open, revealing a woman he recognized. Upon seeing the 4 warriors, a faint sigh of relief escaped her lips as she murmured, "Fortunately, these warriors are still here, perfect for training new flute manipulators. After all, no one will take notice." With that, she began to play a tune on the flute, guiding the 4 warriors out. This time, they exited the cavern and made their way to the opposite side of the island. As they circled around the island's center, he observed the warriors, neatly arranged in formation, wielding their blades with precision under the woman's control. Others, with less manipulation, engaged in combat, brandishing unsharpened swords. Arriving at a quaint village-like area, he noticed several small huts constructed from wooden blocks, closely monitored by a dozen or so figures clad in black. "Zhu Shangyue, come out," the woman called towards one of the wooden huts, after a prolonged silence. She repeated her summons several times, before finally storming into one of the huts, dragging a small girl out with a combination of force and urgency. Lei Yan observed with curiosity. The girl appeared to be around 11 or 12. Disheveled and wearing tattered clothing, remnants of what once seemed a respectable outfit. "Demon, don't touch me," the girl cried out, clearly terrified, struggling against her captor. With a growing impatience, the woman in black struck the girl across the face. Then, with a menacing tone, declared, "Let me make this clear. If you wish to survive, you must obey me. Otherwise, your fate will mirror that of those you see around you. If not for your tender age, you would." She paused, a cold smile gracing her lips as she continued, "Should you manage to stay alive, perhaps you will have the opportunity to avenge your family. But if you remain disobedient, your end will be the same as those unfortunate souls." Her words seemed to have an impact, as the girl ceased her cries, numbly trailing behind the woman. "From now on, I shall teach you how to play the flute. Once you master it, you will be able to control these warriors." The woman instructed, gesturing towards the 4 figures. For the time being, they serve no purpose other than to be your practice dummies. The young woman incessantly spoke, imparting knowledge that the girl ought to comprehend. However, under such circumstances, the girl absorbed little of it. Conversely, Lei Yan listened intently, not missing a single word. This represented a splendid opportunity for him to gain insight into his surroundings and devise an escape. His strength had now been restored to its zenith. By the standards of this place, he had attained the level of an 8th-tier warrior, and he believed he could handle most individuals with ease. Chapter 24. Zhu Lei Yan possessed a somewhat dull demeanor, and at this moment, he deliberately feigned the appearance of a mindless battle puppet, exuding a unique charm. The girl, Zhu likely grasped little of the discourse. Yet Lei Yan comprehended it with remarkable clarity. The melody from the flute could be broadly categorized into several types. One type instilled a sense of dependency in those manipulated by the corpse soundworms, allowing them to be controlled by their own flute melodies. Thus, when multiple puppet masters played the flute, their controlled puppets would still adhere to their directives. Another type commanded the puppets to perform mundane actions, such as walking, transporting items, and queuing, a series of common behaviors. The third type issued commands for the puppets to engage in battle. Once this melody was played, unless interrupted by the puppet master themselves or external forces, the commanded puppets would fight to the death. Furthermore, due to the influence of the corpse soundworms, upon receiving this command, they would attack any living being in proximity, aside from other puppets under the same control. The final type was employed to erase the memories of the puppets, rendering them susceptible to the control of other puppet masters through a calming melody. After several hours of discourse, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Well, I have conveyed nearly all I wish to say. Now, reflect upon it thoughtfully. Tonight, you shall acclimate to coexisting with these flesh and blood yet will-less puppets. After ushering the 4 puppets into a wooden cabin, the woman pulled Zhu inside, leaving behind a solitary remark before closing the door and departing. Silence reigned in the vicinity. The girl curled up in the furthest corner, trembling slightly, although she understood that these puppets, lacking the flute melodies of a puppet master, could not move. Being confined in a small wooden cabin with 4 reanimated corpses was far more terrifying than confronting mere corpses. The cabin was devoid of any furnishings, and Lei Yan observed the girl's every movement, silently sighing. Yet he felt powerless to assist, as he himself was struggling for survival. From the conversations among the individuals, it was evident that the puppet master controlling the 4 puppets had perished, and in a most gruesome manner. Others were deliberating on Zhu, speculating whether she could acclimate to this environment. That I believe this girl is far too timid to adapt, one remarked. Not necessarily. When we first arrived, our situation was no better than hers, yet we persevered. Humans, in their quest for survival, can endure much. That it is rather pitiable. She is merely 11 or 12 years old, significantly younger than we were upon our arrival. Fortunately, we have now become adept sound manipulators, capable of controlling these battle puppets. As long as we do not err, they would not dare to strike against us. Otherwise, we too would meet our demise. This girl is the only female among those captured this time who has managed to survive. The others have already. Enough of this idle chatter. Oh, you wish to die? The elder sound manipulator admonished in a low voice, causing an instant hush among the crowd. From their tone, it was evident that they harbored a profound fear of that young master Wei. After a night devoid of incidents, the following morning, the woman returned once more. Zhu remained curled up in the corner, clutching her knees. Upon seeing the wooden door swing open, she instinctively recoiled, only to find herself pressed against the wooden planks behind her, unable to retreat any further. Humph! With a cold snort, the woman spoke. From this moment forth, I shall be responsible for teaching you how to play the short flute. Should you fail to master the simplest melody, the cleansing heart tune, within 3 days, you shall suffer the same fate as those girls you have witnessed. Upon hearing these words, Zhu trembled violently, as if haunted by some horrific thought. The woman maintained her indifferent demeanor, pausing momentarily to produce 2 nearly identical flutes, tossing one beside Zhu. Now, I shall demonstrate. Listen carefully. The cleansing heart tune typically requires 3 repetitions to yield effect. First, I will imprint my flute's melody upon these 4 battle puppets, commanding them to perform certain actions. Your task is to eradicate my melody from their minds within the span of 3 days. With that, the woman began to play the flute. Initially, she infused the air with her melody for over an hour, and even Lei Yan found himself inadvertently reliant on its enchanting sound for a brief period. Fortunately, his will was sufficiently resolute, allowing him to quickly shake off its influence. Each sound manipulator employs the same captivating melody to control their battle puppets. The sole distinction lies in their individual styles of performance that a single piece, played by 1,000 musicians, evokes 1,000 different sensations, imperceptible to the unobservant, yet the battle puppets are acutely sensitive to such nuances. Afterward, they mimic the woman's flute music to perform a series of simple movements before resuming their positions. Once they halted, the woman continued to instruct Zhu Zhanyu on how to produce sound from the short flute. Discussing pitch and technique. As the hours passed, fatigue began to set in for the woman, while Zhu Zhanyu remained squatted there, motionless. Observing her efforts seemingly in vain, the woman's expression darkened. She tossed 2 pale white pills, coldly stating, "This is your sustenance for the next 3 days. Whether you consume it is your choice. Tomorrow, I shall reiterate the lesson, and on the 3rd day, young Master Wei himself will come to inspect your progress. Should you fail, no one will be able to save you." With that, she flung the door open and departed. It was some time before Zhu Zhanyu slowly picked up the short flute, attempting to produce a sound. However, under these circumstances, she found herself utterly incapable of doing so. A day passed swiftly, and Zhu Zhanyu barely managed to coax a note from the flute. Lei Yan watched anxiously, knowing that his understanding of the flute's melody perhaps surpassed that of Zhu Zhanyu. Mastery of the flute requires both innate talent and time. After the sound was produced, a certain amount of energy support was necessary to fully manifest its effects. Otherwise, the outcome would be negligible. The following day, Zhu Shanwei was able to play the short flute proficiently. The woman visited once more, speaking for over an hour before departing. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Day's noon approached. 6 individuals entered through the door. Sensing their arrival, Lei Yan hastily held his breath, employing a breathing technique reminiscent of one submerged in a blood pool, drawing in the external energy and absorbing it into his body. Although this method of respiration was painstakingly slow and yielded merely 1/10 of what he could achieve through free breathing, he dared not breathe freely in the presence of these individuals. In the past, he had no choice but to hold his breath. Now, being able to manage even a minimal intake was commendable. Among the 6 newcomers was the sound puppet master. One of the others was a young Master Wei, whom he had encountered once before, while the remaining 4 were men clad entirely in black, with only their eyes and hands visible. Upon seeing young Master Wei, Zhu Shanyu did not rise. The sound puppet master, noticing the 2 pills he had lost still lying on the ground, observed Zhu Shanyu squatting there, practicing the Qingxin melody, and could not help but exclaim, "Ah!" Startled by the outburst, Zhu Shanyu gasped upon recognizing the newcomers. Zhu Shanyu, this place does not harbor the useless if you cannot play the Qingxin melody. Then, just then, an individual named Sancho interjected. This young lady shows promise. If she can play the melody, it would indicate her talent. And she may stay. If not, it matters not. I happen to be in need of a maid, and she shall suffice. The well-dressed young Master Wei, with a smile, waved his hand to halt the sound puppet master's further remarks. Understood. The sound puppet master bowed his head in acquiescence, refraining from saying more. Come, little girl, do not be afraid. Give it a try. Young Master Wei approached Zhu Shanwei, squatting beside her with a beaming expression. As he drew near, the color drained from the girl's previously pale face, her hands trembling. Slowly, she brought the flute to her lips and began to blow gently. Standing at the back, Lei Yan felt a flicker of anger at this sight. Over the past 3 days, Zhu Shanyu had never faltered. Playing the Qingxin melody was not beyond her reach. Given such a short span of time, her remarkable talent elicited his silent admiration. However, in her current emotional state, she was incapable of delivering a complete rendition of the Qingxin melody. A series of disjointed notes emerged from the flute, forming the melody. But at this level, the sound bore little effect. A full performance of the Qingxin melody typically lasted about 15 minutes. An hour later, the sound puppet master named Sancho manipulated his own flute, and aside from Lei Yan, who reacted somewhat sluggishly, the other 3 battle puppets executed their movements flawlessly. Alas, how unfortunate! Young Master Wei, exhibiting remarkable patience, finally spoke. It seems this child lacks the necessary talent. She is ill-suited to be a sound puppet master. Henceforth, you shall accompany me. While it is true that the words spoken hold weight, the glimmer of joy in young Master Wei's eyes cannot be concealed. The girl's talent is simply astonishing. With 3 consecutive renditions of the Qingxin melody, she has made no errors. No, I can do it. I shall master the Qingxin melody. Upon hearing this, Zhu Shanyue's face drained of color once more. She attempted to rise, but, having exhausted her strength and having knelt for too long, collapsed onto the ground. Sancho, this. Young Master Wei's expression changed, and with a cold snort, he cast a glance at the nearby sound puppet master. Since this child is destined not to become a sound puppet master, she shall be entrusted to the young master. To accompany him is indeed her fortune. The sound puppet master's expression shifted. Although she recognized Zhu Shanyue's talent, she dared not voice her objections. Very well, that if that is the case, then so be it. A smile reappeared on young Master Wei's face. Sanxiu took her leave. The sound puppet master glanced at Zhu Shanwei. Her eyes filled with compassion, yet fear compelled her to step back. Save me. Zhu Shanwei lay on the ground, watching the sound puppet master Sanxiu depart, and could not help but extend her right hand. Upon witnessing this, Sanxiu's body faltered. She was tempted to reach out, but the cold snort from young Master Wei echoed in her ears. Gritting her teeth, she withdrew. The wooden door closed, and the smile on young Master Wei's face vanished. He pinched Zhu Shanyue's chin between his fingers and spoke slowly. You wretched girl, it is a blessing that I have set my sights on you. You must understand, I have never been rejected by anyone. With a resounding slap, his hand struck Zhu Shanyue's face, leaving a crimson mark on her already pale and dirty cheek. The force of this blow was neither too great nor too small. It would not crush this girl, seemingly no more than a first-level warrior, but it would not spare her discomfort either. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth, dabbing his fingers in the blood from her lips. Young Master Wei brought them to his own mouth and tasted it. Delicious, exquisite. As he spoke, young Master Wei suddenly lunged forward, tearing apart Zhu Shanyue's garments. Zhu Shanwei reacted, letting out a scream. Girls typically develop at a faster rate. And although Zhu Shanwei was still young, she had begun to exhibit certain feminine physical traits. Moreover, she had witnessed firsthand how young the heart is an exceedingly vital organ for an individual. Even though the body of the cloaked figure was robust, it could not withstand the furious blow delivered by Lei Yan, leading to its instantaneous and silent demise. Young Master Wei tore apart Zhu Shanyue's garments. Lei Yan, fueled by rage, exhibited a sudden shift in his demeanor. The others, not anticipating that a battle puppet could act autonomously, remained unaware of the unfolding events, their attention diverted elsewhere. He forcefully suppressed his wrath, biding his time for an opportunity, and when it arose, he struck, claiming one life. Who are you? Young Master Wei turned to find Lei Yan, having freed himself from the grip of the cloaked figure, charging towards him, causing a wave of panic to surge within him. Chapter 25. Energy array in a fit of anger. Although Lei Yan had slain one man, he was momentarily hindered by the grasp of the deceased's hands. Breaking free, he hurled a fist toward young Master Wei. Upon witnessing the ferocity of the oncoming strike, young Master Wei's heart skipped a beat. Without hesitation, he flung Zhu Shanwei, whom he held in his right hand, towards Lei Yan. Simultaneously, his left hand swiftly moved forward to erect a barrier, forming a diminutive energy orb. As Lei Yan's fist descended, he did not anticipate that young Master Wei would throw the girl at him. In a moment of desperation, he quickly extended his right hand, grasping Zhu Shanwei's arm, and executed a swift turn to dissipate some of the force. At the same time, leveraging the momentum from the throw, his left hand aimed to strike at young Master Wei. The force of his left hand collided precisely with the energy orb young Master Wei had conjured, resulting in a thunderous explosion that obliterated the entire wooden dwelling. The power unleashed from his left hand surpassed 2,000 Jun, far beyond what young Master Wei could withstand. With a resounding crack, the bones in young Master Wei's left hand shattered, and his body was forcefully propelled backwards. Young Master! A cry of alarm erupted from the three cloaked figures as they witnessed the scene unfold within the shattered wooden structure. They could hardly fathom that a mere battle puppet could send their master flying. In their panic, the trio attempted to assist, yet a dreadful thought crept into their minds. Would the very battle puppet they held captive awaken and turn against them? Without further contemplation, the three acted in unison to destroy the battle puppets they grasped. Indeed, the three battle puppets were genuine, their physiques still formidable, yet they were no match for the combined assault of the three men. Help me! Young Master Wei, having endured Lei Yan's devastating strike, initially believed he could overcome his opponent. But upon contact, the sound of his bones fracturing filled the air, and he was sent hurtling away, engulfed by fear. After uttering those three words, a torrent of blood escaped his mouth, rendering him speechless. With a resounding crash, his body shattered as stone. This presented an excellent opportunity for pursuit. Yet Lei Yan paused. He removed his upper garment and draped it around Zhu Shanwei. You? Zhu Shanwei gazed at Lei Yan with wide eyes, a mix of fear and an inexplicable sense of safety washing over her. Rest assured, you are safe now, Lei Yan reassured her, nodding gently. Meanwhile, he gripped the large blade he wielded as a battle puppet. resolute in his intent. Kill him. Although young Master Wei sustained an injury to his left hand, his overall condition remained largely unscathed. At this moment, he came to the realization that this individual was far from being a mere combat puppet. Rest assured, he shall not escape, he declared. Among the three shadow-clad figures trailing young Master Wei, one emitted a cold snort and nodded towards the other two. Each of these dark-clad warriors drew forth their formidable blades, encircling Lei Yan in a tempestuous whirlwind of energy that enveloped him. Concurrently, the swords in their right hands began to shimmer with layers of energy. Observing this, Lei Yan furrowed his brow slightly. Tightening his embrace around Zhu Shangyue with his left arm. In a sudden burst of motion, he surged forward to confront one of the black-clad men, swinging his sword with ferocity. Humph! The man retorted with a disdainful grunt. Raising his blade to parry the strike, the clash of steel echoed as Lei Yan's sword shattered upon impact. The quality of his weapon was insufficient to withstand the force of their duel. However, despite the destruction of his sword, the black-clad warrior was sent reeling backward with considerable effort. With one foe dispatched, a gap emerged in the energy barrier formed by the three, and without hesitation, Lei Yan propelled himself forward with a powerful thrust of his right foot. Young master, flee. This man is at least a level 8 warrior, one of the remaining black-clad figures exclaimed in shock. In response, one rushed to provide support while the other shouted urgently towards young Master Wei, who had suffered a broken arm. Seeing this, young Master Wei felt a chill grip his heart and promptly turned to escape. Lei Yan understood that he could not afford to linger. He unleashed his full strength, delivering a sweeping kick towards the black-clad warrior who had previously repelled him. Though the struck warrior was unharmed, he found himself temporarily unable to channel energy for an attack, resorting instead to a desperate slash with his blade. In that instant, Lei Yan pivoted on his left foot, evading the swing and positioning himself behind the assailant. At this moment, his strength was not only fully restored, but had also grown substantially. An 8th level warrior specializing in physical combat. His prowess in close-quarters fighting was formidable, despite the combatants before him being roughly equivalent to 7th level warriors with physical training. They were ultimately comparable to 6th level warriors in terms of pure physical strength and reflexes. From his advantageous position behind the man, Lei Yan struck the warrior's wrist with precision. The sound of shattering bone resonated through the air, and the man winced in pain, his eyes widening as he struggled to suppress a cry. His hand, rendered numb, released the sword, which clattered to the ground. Despite enduring excruciating pain, the warrior retaliated by thrusting his elbow backward while propelling himself forward. After shattering the man's wrist, Lei Yan deftly caught the fallen blade. However, the price was a painful blow to his right rib from the man's elbow strike, causing him to stagger back a few steps. While the warrior leapt outside his reach, simultaneously, the remaining two black-clad figures advanced, leaving Lei Yan with no choice but to confront two 7th level warriors, one of whom was injured, despite any disparities in strength. The difference would not be substantial. After a brief assessment, Lei Yan felt that continuing the fight was futile and turned to leave. If you wish to depart, then stay. Upon witnessing his retreat, 3 figures clad in black swiftly pursued him. Hold tight. I shall help you escape from this place, Lei Yan urged softly to Zhu Shanwei as he abandoned his reluctance to fight and took off running. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the woods. He sprinted through the forest with remarkable speed. The towering trees and their dense foliage provided ample cover, rendering the 3 airborne black-clad pursuers, who maneuvered their energy to fly, unable to catch up with him. Before long, he had covered several miles and was nearing the sea. Boy, stay here. More than a dozen black figures suddenly appeared ahead, forming a barrier in his path. At the forefront stood the notorious young Master Wei, flanked by 7 individuals on either side, totaling 15. You are Zhu Shanwei, are you not? Are you afraid of witnessing death, with his escape route obstructed? Lei Yan halted and lowered his gaze to Zhu Shanwei's somewhat dirty face, inquiring softly. She looked up at him and shook her head slightly. Humph, quite the bravado. Let him go, but the girl is mine. Young Master Wei scoffed, inadvertently causing a jolt of pain in his arm, which made his eyelid twitch involuntarily. Kill! The 14 black-clad warriors roared in unison, splitting into 2 groups as they charged forward. 7 on the left and 7 on the right, with one leading the charge. Go! They shouted, unleashing their latent energy in an explosive surge. The 2 foremost black figures propelled themselves through the air, skimming the ground as they came at him simultaneously. Standing his ground, Lei Yan slightly retreated his left foot and swung the large knife he had seized in a wide arc. The sound of metal clashing echoed as the two black figures were sent hurtling back. Landing amidst their comrades, surround him, they shouted in unison, unleashing their energy. The remaining 12 black-clad warriors also channeled their energy, forming a circular formation that enclosed Lei Yan and Zhu Shanwei in the center. Ha! Ha! The two leading black figures raised their heads and shouted, their energy intensifying to form a barrier that surged outward. The other 12 black-clad warriors followed suit, their energies merging with those of the two leaders, creating a formidable force. Under the command of the two black figures, this energy coalesced into a large bowl shape, inverted and trapping Lei Yan within. Good. Attack swiftly and wear that boy down, young Master Wei exclaimed with delight as he observed the scene. Simultaneously, the three black-clad figures in the sky caught up. We are here too. The trio of 7th-level warriors, having finally arrived, were elated at the sight before them, unleashing their energies to merge into the energy formation. With the addition of these three formidable 7th-level warriors, the power of the energy array swelled, reaching a thickness of over 2 inches. Attack. Based on the extent of energy dissemination, it can be inferred that the two leading figures clad in black are indeed at the level of 7th-tier warriors. As for the remaining 12 individuals in black, they appear to be 6th-tier warriors. The mobilization of such a multitude of formidable fighters would naturally cause even someone as composed as Lei Yan to feel a surge of unease. The 17 figures stood outside the energy array, their energy emissions noticeably slowing down. After all, the energy array had already been established. They merely needed to maintain the integrity of this energy formation without allowing it to be disrupted. However, with a command from young Master Wei, the 12 6th-tier warriors swiftly drew their long swords. The physique of that individual was remarkably robust. Engaging him in close combat would be unwise. Utilizing energy sword techniques to deplete his strength would be the prudent approach. As the pain in Wei Gongzi's left hand resurfaced, he recalled the clash with Lei Yan, stirring a flicker of trepidation within. That palm was more formidable than conventional weaponry, clearly honed through rigorous training. Indeed, the black-clad figures nodded in agreement, remaining stationary, while their right hands wielded the long swords. These swords were nearly indistinguishable, all a deep shade of black, with energy converging upon them, gathering yet not dissipating. The 5 7th-tier warriors occupied the 5 focal points of the energy array, seated in a meditative posture, with 6th-tier warriors flanking them on either side. Suddenly, a sharp whooshing sound pierced the air, prompting Lei Yan to instinctively evade. A crescent-shaped wave of energy soared past him from where he had previously stood, its velocity far exceeding the typical attacks of 6th-tier warriors. Following this, several more energy blasts hurtled through the air, their speed reaching that of an ordinary 7th-tier warrior's assault. However, the sword energy formed from this concentrated energy vastly differed from the energy sword painstakingly crafted by Feng Sun. Astonished, he focused on an incoming sword energy and met it with his blade. Clang! The high-density, condensed sword energy struck his large blade with the force of metal, causing him to stagger back a step to absorb the impact. This demonstrated an attack power equivalent to that of a 7th-tier warrior. Sensing the potency of this assault, he began to draw conclusions. These individuals had released their energy, with 5 7th-tier warriors orchestrating the formation of this energy array, although the others were merely 6th-tier warriors. The energy concentrated in their long swords enabled them to unleash attacks that far surpassed their intrinsic capabilities. Consequently, it was as if he were facing 12 7th-tier warriors. Chapter 26. Subordinate powers. As thoughts raced through his mind, Lei Yan's body continued to evade, skillfully dodging the onslaught of attacks. Nonetheless, the energy array was not expansive. Despite the ample space for movement, he could initially evade the majority of their strikes. However, as the pace of their attacks intensified, he found it increasingly difficult to evade them entirely. He had to resort to deflecting approximately 30% of the blows with his blade. Big brother, you should leave me behind and escape. The impact of the 7th-tier warrior's attacks, even when blocked, reverberated with tremendous force. Zhu Shanwei, cradled in Lei Yan's arms, could no longer endure the strain, acutely aware of her own burden. Should he be devoid of his own presence? Perchance this elder brother could have escaped. With his mind divided, Lei Yan found himself increasingly agitated. Upon hearing such words, he could not help but let out a hearty laugh, declaring, "Fear not, these individuals cannot hinder me." As he spoke, the speed of his blade's movements suddenly surged, successfully parrying the assaults of the 12 assailants. Dust flew into the air, and the ground had become loose from the force of the impacts. With brazen audacity, he urged, "Increase your onslaught." I intend to vanquish both of these foes. Initially, young Master Wei had been filled with exhilaration, but upon witnessing Lei Yan's reflexes, as the attack seemed unable to reach him, his expression darkened. Receiving the command, the 12 warriors took slightly longer to gather their energy, yet their frequency increased significantly. Their attack power diminished somewhat, but their speed had markedly improved. With a mighty shout, Lei Yan shielded Zhu Shangyue with his left hand, determinately charging forth in a singular direction. His velocity was remarkable, leaving a trail of sword energy in his wake. Yet, from the front, 2 streams of sword energy surged towards him. With swift, horizontal slashes of his right-hand blade, he dispersed the 2 incoming energies. Without pausing for a moment, he swiftly reached the periphery of the energy array. Raising his right-hand blade, he struck with all his might at the energy formation. The others, witnessing this, were not alarmed. Instead, they displayed faint smiles as they coordinated their attacks, sealing off his retreat. When the blade met the energy array, it felt akin to striking a stone, the rebounding force causing a tingling sensation in his arm. Meanwhile, the energy array merely trembled, a portion of its energy dissipating. However, it would soon be replenished by the remaining energy. The subsequent streams of sword energy approached, and Lei Yan executed a roll with Zhu Shangyue, evading the oncoming strikes amidst the soft soil. Frustrated by his blade's ineffectiveness, Lei Yan gritted his teeth. To shatter this energy array through sheer brute strength was beyond his current capabilities. The notion of multiple attacks was swiftly dismissed. Even with his formidable recovery, he could not contend with 5 7th-tier warriors alongside 12 others of the same rank. As he awkwardly dodged the barrage, Lei Yan mused inwardly. The most fortified defenses often conceal the most vulnerable spots within. With this thought, a subtle smile crossed his lips as he charged once more towards the edge of the energy array. Block his retreat, cut off his escape. Young Master Wei, witnessing this, was elated, exclaiming loudly. The 12 6th-tier warriors understood his intent, directing their assaults from behind Lei Yan. Reaching the perimeter of the energy array, Lei Yan feigned ignorance of the attacks trailing him. His right arm subtly shifted, as if undergoing some transformation. Then, with a deliberate yet unhurried stroke, he struck the energy array, simultaneously exerting force with his wrist, propelling his body backward. The 12 streams of sword energy collided with the energy barrier, causing it to ripple as it absorbed their power. However, in that very spot, a bubble seemed to materialize within the energy. With a resounding explosion, the energy became tumultuous before erupting violently. When immense energy converges and spirals out of control, it results in a cataclysmic explosion. The explosive force was immensely powerful. Thus, the clashes among some elite warriors radiated energy so potent that it could even flatten mountains. Upon witnessing this, young Master Wei's face turned ashen. In a moment of desperation, he could only muster some energy to form a shield before him. The tremendous explosion erupted, and in an instant, the ground within 100 feet was transformed into a colossal crater. As the energy neared detonation, Lei Yan pivoted, shielding Zhu Shangyue behind him, absorbing the violent impact of the explosion with his back. That moment, his complexion had grown pallid, with a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, indicating he had sustained injuries. Yet, despite this, a faint smile appeared on his lips. He had previously infused a surge of power into the energy barrier using a covert technique. The subsequent attacks from the others struck that precise spot, causing the energy there to spiral into chaos beyond control. Once the uncontrollable energy broke free from the grasp of those 7th-level warriors, it detonated instantaneously. In the aftermath of this explosion, the energy of the entire energy array was also affected and erupted in tandem. Seizing the opportunity, Lei Yan bolted, swiftly leading Zhu Shangyue towards the coastline. The tremors of the explosion reverberated throughout the desolate island, not to mention the cacophony it produced. It was likely that even the beasts of the sea had heard it. Before the dust had settled, a figure descended from the sky to the site of the explosion, clad in white. With the appearance of a man in his 50s or 60s, he bore a long sword upon his back. Upon arrival, the cold expression on his face shifted to one of shock, quickly followed by fury. Given his status, how could he not comprehend that such a magnitude of explosion was the result of the energy array's detonation? With a flick of his left sleeve, a gust of wind swept away the dust. That moment, young Master Wei was half kneeling on the ground. His energy shield vanished, his garments tattered, and his complexion devoid of color. Observing this scene, the man in the air's expression changed, and he hurriedly descended to support young Master Wei's body, channeling energy into him. Simultaneously, he produced several pills and fed them to him. "Are you all right?" Upon realizing that young Master Wei had merely suffered from the shock and was no longer in grave danger, the middle-aged man in white regained his stern demeanor. Seeing this individual, young Master Wei, recovering from his daze, was overjoyed and clung to the man's leg, weeping, "Father, humph, indeed, it is as you say. An 8th-level warrior infiltrated the island in secret, disguised as a battle puppet, ambushed me, wounded me, and abducted one of our captives. I brought people to capture him and set up an energy array to trap him in the center. However, I did not anticipate that the energy array would explode." Young Master Wei spoke hastily, his fury palpable as he added, "Father, you must avenge me." Upon hearing this, the countenance of the middle-aged man in white shifted. Although he understood the nature of his son, he felt a twinge of aversion in his heart. However, the infiltration of an 8th-level warrior into the island signifies that its location has been compromised, a consequence that even he cannot bear. "Wait here, I shall see if I can capture that person," he declared. Without allowing Wei Li to continue speaking, he hastily pursued the direction of the retreating figure to leave this island. This route was the most expedient. Weakened by his injuries, Lei Yan's speed had significantly diminished as he stumbled towards the seaside. Cradling Zhu Shanwei, his head still spun, and Zhu Shanwei had succumbed to unconsciousness, evidently unable to withstand the shockwave from the energy array's explosion. Fortunately, she had merely fainted. Upon reaching the shore, Lei Yan halted. And before he could fully react, a warm sensation surged in his throat. With a sudden gasp, blood spewed from his mouth, causing him to stagger forward. Coughing violently, he regained some strength and was about to lift his leg when he sensed movement behind him and turned to look. There, standing in the air, was a middle-aged man in white, appearing to be in his 50s. "So, you are the one who injured my son?" he inquired, observing Lei Yan's condition. It seems you have sustained considerable injuries as well." "You," Lei Yan gasped, recognizing the man as a 9th-level warrior, a secondary expert. Shocked, he realized that this individual's speed far surpassed his own. On this island, he recalled only that solitary figure, the one who had once conversed with the puppet master during the separation of the battle puppets. At this moment, seeing this man, Lei Yan's heart sank. It must be noted that this 9th-level warrior surpassed him by a tier, and thus his strength was overwhelmingly superior within the energy-gathering realm. A 9th-level warrior is referred to as a secondary expert, while above that lies the 10th-level warrior of the next tier. Given Lei Yan's current state, mere self-preservation was a challenge, let alone protecting Zhu Shanwei. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wei Xinda, the island's lord," the middle-aged man stated. "The one you injured is my son, Wei Ida as." Wei Xinda reached this point and observed Lei Yan's injuries. He felt a slight sense of relief. An injured 8th-level warrior would be manageable for him to capture. Lei Yan remained silent, inhaling deeply before abruptly retreating. "This is not a place where you may come and go as you please." Upon witnessing this, Wei Xinda swiftly moved, instantly positioning himself in front of Lei Yan. With a flick of his right hand, an arc of energy descended from the air, blocking Lei Yan's path, halting his escape. Lei Yan gritted his teeth, planting his right foot firmly on the ground, and charged towards Wei Xinda. Though his large blade bore some damage, it remained usable, and he swung it towards Wei Xinda. "Very well, you possess courage," Wei Xinda acknowledged, nodding as he swiftly drew a long sword from his back. It was a pure black blade, adorned with intricate patterns. The clash of their weapons echoed loudly. Straining under the effort, Lei Yan found himself lacking a point of leverage mid-air and was sent flying backward, crashing onto the sandy beach. Yet, he quickly rallied, emerging once more to strike at the advancing Wei Xinda. At this juncture, Wei Xinda was prepared. The long sword in his right hand shimmered with a unique energy, distinct from others, flowing through the patterns etched upon the blade. Thus, the energy augmenting the long sword becomes increasingly substantial, making it less likely to dissipate. As they clashed, Lei Yan's body tilted slightly, causing the blade to deviate somewhat. Wei Xinda swung his sword, and although it met Lei Yan's massive blade, he felt as if his attack had gone awry. Utilizing the technique of unburdening, Lei Yan deftly neutralized Wei Xinda's strike and swiftly maneuvered to his side, delivering a series of slashes. Caught off guard, Wei Xinda was momentarily startled, retreating to parry Lei Yan's assault. Yet, after 2 encounters, he consistently sensed that his attacks were misfiring. Upon reflection, he realized it was not his aim that faltered, but rather that the force of his strikes had been substantially mitigated, with only about 30% of their original power reaching Lei Yan. Nevertheless, even with 70% of his strength neutralized, Lei Yan found the task of withstanding the blows to be exceedingly strenuous. After several exchanges, he had retreated several paces, his body already bearing serious injuries. The collisions exacerbated his wounds, causing a trickle of blood to escape from the corner of his mouth. Observing the severity of Lei Yan's condition after their exchanges, Wei Xianda resolved not to prolong the confrontation any further. With a swift motion of his left hand, he summoned a torrent of energy that surged like a tempest, sweeping up the sand from the ground and encircling Lei Yan in a whirlwind. The grains of sand struck Lei Yan's body, inflicting discomfort. Witnessing the cyclone and sandstorm forming a barrier around him, Lei Yan gritted his teeth, raising his longsword with all his might, channeling the wind to cleave forward. Under his deliberate motion, the blade generated a massive wave of air, powerful enough to manifest as a cutting wind. The wind blade crashed against the sandstorm that entrapped him, creating a resounding explosion and revealing a breach. Seizing the opportunity, Lei Yan propelled himself towards the opening. Quite adept at controlling your strength, Wei Xianda remarked with a look of astonishment. This wind blade was not merely a product of brute force. It required a precise synchronization of speed with one's strength to unleash such a ranged attack. As his words were accompanied by an incoming sword, Lei Yan, still reeling from his injuries, found himself sluggish in response. Evading was no longer an option, so he opted to meet the attack with his blade. A thunderous explosion followed as the sword collided with his blade, sending him hurtling backward, a spray of blood erupting from his mouth. Almost immediately, Wei Xianda unleashed an energy-laden palm towards Lei Yan's flying form, the power radiating from it formidable. Despite his grievous injuries, Lei Yan, upon seeing the impending strike, did not hesitate. He turned and braced himself with his back to absorb the impact. Chapter 27. Captured. Lei Yan shielded himself with his back against Wei Xianda's colossal energy palm. For evasion was no longer feasible, especially as he still cradled the unconscious Zhu Xiaowei. He had been holding the comatose Zhu Xiaowei throughout, for once he had intervened, it was inconceivable to abandon her. The immense force crashed into his back like a mountain. With a sudden gasp, a stream of blood erupted from his mouth, and before him stood Zhu Xianyue. Although she had not been directly struck, a tremor coursed through her body. Despite Lei Yan's efforts to withstand this force, absorbing most of it, Zhu Xianyue was nonetheless injured by the impact. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, two streams of sword energy struck him from behind. "Ah!" he exclaimed, bracing himself against the onslaught of these two attacks. Witnessing this scene, Wei Xianda's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Typically, such a series of strikes would leave an ordinary 8th-level warrior with little hope of survival if they attempted to endure them physically. Yet, this individual merely spat blood, seemingly unharmed, which left Wei Xianda astonished. After a moment of hesitation, he refrained from launching further attacks. Seizing the opportunity, Lei Yan propelled Zhu Xianyue forward. She landed gracefully on the sand several paces ahead of him, as if she were a withered branch drifting down. What a formidable physique, he mused, such a splendid body. It would be a pity to kill you for the purpose of crafting a battle puppet. Just right, Liar could use a battle slave like you. Wei Xianda cast a discerning glance at Lei Yan but did not strike, instead nodding in satisfaction. Lei Yan remained silent and charged forward, swiftly bringing his great knife down. Boom! The sword energy collided with his blade, exploding in a violent burst that sent debris scattering in all directions. Humph! Wei Xianda scoffed, deftly swinging his right hand, sending forth another blade of sword energy. In the face of this assault, Lei Yan did not flinch. Behind him lay Zhu Xianyue, and if he dodged, the attack would surely strike her. Wei Xianda capitalized on Lei Yan's resolve not to evade, rapidly unleashing a flurry of sword energies. The air reverberated with thunderous sounds as the two engaged in a relentless exchange of offense and defense. Each time Lei Yan shattered an incoming sword energy, he was forced to retreat a step due to the force of the impact. Yet, he quickly advanced again, repeating this cycle. After dozens of exchanges, beads of sweat began to form on Wei Xianda's brow, indicating that the strain of the ongoing assault was taking its toll on him as well. However, how long could an injured 8th-level warrior withstand the full brunt of a 9th-level warrior's attacks? Recognizing that the time was ripe, Wei Xianda continued his relentless onslaught with his right hand, while his left hand transformed into a claw, gathering energy into a sphere at its center. Following yet another wave of sword energy, he thrust the energy sphere forward, allowing it to trail behind a blade of sword energy as it flew toward Lei Yan. After launching the energy sphere, Wei Xianda tossed his long sword lightly, letting it hover above and to the right of him. Completing this maneuver, he brought his right index and middle fingers together, directing them toward the suspended sword. causing a torrent of energy to surge toward it. After cleaving through another wave of sword energy, Lei Yan swung his blade forward once more, only to realize that an energy sphere was hurtling toward him. There was no time to retract his strike. As the energy sphere detonated, a tremendous force surged toward him. Straining under the pressure, he let out a roar as his muscles bulged with exertion. A tremendous force surged towards him, yet he found himself unable to evade it due to the unconscious Zhu Shanwei behind him, leaving him no choice but to withstand the impact. Struggling, he staggered backward. With a fierce shout, crimson patterns, reminiscent of those that emerge from a blood pool, seemed to manifest upon his body in that fleeting moment. As he stood resolutely, motionless, the energy released from the exploding energy orb dissipated around him. While Lei Yan stood there with bloodshot eyes, blood continuously oozing from the corners of his mouth. Very well, let this strike be delivered. Seeing this, Wei Xianda felt a surge of adrenaline, shouting fervently as his right hand formed a claw. Grasping at the air, conjuring an energy sword nearly 10 feet long at its core lay Wei Xianda's black longsword, connected to the surrounding energy by intricate patterns. Hearing the commotion, Lei Yan abruptly lifted his gaze. And upon seeing the energy sword, a pang of helplessness welled within him. Casting a glance at the unconscious Zhu Shanwei behind him, he could not help but smile bitterly. Yet, this was not his first encounter with death. He merely wished to avoid perishing in an unfamiliar place. Come on, suddenly filled with a surge of heroism, he wondered if she were present. Would she reproach him for fighting so desperately for a girl he had never met? He did not evade but instead charged towards the energy sword. Go. Wei Xianda waved his right hand forward, and the energy sword launched forth. Lei Yan focused intently on the energy sword, his muscles tensing as crimson veins erupted across his body. Even appearing upon his face, he seemed transformed, as though he had emerged from a sea of blood. Raising his blade, the strength within him surged, transferring to his arms as he struck forward. A powerful gust of energy propelled Lei Yan back over a yard. Yet a fierce determination flashed in his eyes as he gathered his strength, positioning his chest to absorb the oncoming energy sword. Upon contact with his chest, the force unleashed by the energy sword intensified. His body continued to retreat, but the crimson patterns on his body converged at the point of impact. His fists clenched tightly. He struck forcefully at the energy sword before him. Two streams of hidden energy coursed through the sword's blade, colliding at its center. Boom! Before the crimson patterns could fully converge, the energy sword erupted. The energy dispersed, slicing through high. A colossal wave surged forth, crashing against Lei Yan's body, sweeping away a significant portion of his blood and revealing a glimpse of white bone at his chest. With a resounding slap, his body could no longer withstand the onslaught. Even though the wave lacked great force, he was nonetheless propelled backward, sending up a spray of water. Wei Xianda fell silent for a moment, gritted his teeth, and enveloped both Lei Yan and Zhu Shanwei in a surge of energy. After retrieving his longsword, Wei Xianda soared towards the island. The pain coursing through his body felt akin to being engulfed in flames, and his chest throbbed as if beset by a legion of ants. As his senses gradually returned, Lei Yan overheard the conversation of two individuals nearby. Father, why not eliminate this person? He has injured my arm. The voice belonged to Wei Li, tinged with a note of excitement, as if anticipating something. Humph, short-sighted. This man is a body cultivator, his physical prowess having reached the level of an 8th-grade demon beast, nearly approaching the 9th. That I spare his life because I covet this body. You still require a battle slave, do you not? I am preparing to refine him into your battle slave. Wei Xianda's voice resonated, and Lei Yan frowned slightly, attempting to struggle, yet unable to muster even the slightest strength. Battle slave. The exclamation was unmistakably that of Wei Li, who was evidently astonished, albeit filled with great exhilaration. Really? A battle slave? Ha 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 ha. I can have my own battle slave now. Joyous exclamations emanated from Wei Li's vicinity. Look at your lack of ambition, came Wei Xianda's discontented reply, though tinged with a hint of satisfaction. Very well. I shall proceed. However, father, what shall we do about this girl? Wei Li responded, and 2 sets of footsteps approached, only to halt as a disgruntled sound escaped. Wei Xianda waved his sleeve dismissively, stating irritably, You. Get out. This girl remains here. Do not harbor any ill intentions toward her in the future. Wei Li replied in a subdued tone, falling silent as he departed. The sound of the stone door descending echoed, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. Lei Yan's senses gradually sharpened. The pain in his body intensified. Moreover, it felt as though he were submerged in a viscous liquid. That a searing warmth surged around him, flooding into his being. replete with vigorous life force. A blood pool. This thought surfaced in his mind, igniting a flicker of joy within him, for here his body would swiftly recover, noticing his slight movements. The previously quiet Wei Xianda spoke. You have awakened. Your physique is far more resilient than I anticipated, and your recovery rate is considerably accelerated. Cough, cough. Why not kill me? Lei Yan opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings. He found himself in a dimly lit stone chamber, a circular expanse measuring 3 yards in diameter, with him positioned at the center. At the heart of the chamber lay a scalding blood pool. The air thick with the scents of potent herbs and blood. His hands were shackled by chains as thin as a finger, glistening darkly, suspending him over the blood pool. The 2 chains were exceedingly resilient. And despite his struggles, they yielded no effect whatsoever. These chains were forged from the metal extracted from the abyssal obsidian, rendering any attempt at escape futile. Wei Xianda observed Lei Yan's futile exertions with an air of calmness. Noticing the ineffectiveness of his struggles, Lei Yan, too, dismissed his efforts and fell into a tranquil silence, closing his eyes to cultivate his spirit. Surely you have sensed it. This blood pool possesses remarkable healing properties. If you immerse yourself in its depths for a day, your wounds shall mend completely. The sudden voice broke the stillness. It was Zhu Shanyue, awakening from her unconsciousness. Upon perceiving her surroundings, she recoiled with a gasp. Colliding with the stone wall behind her. Do not be afraid. Wei Xianda reassured her with a smile at her awakening. Rest assured, this girl's aptitude is commendable. I harbor no intentions of harming her. As for you, fear not, for there shall be no shortage of valuable treasures that I hope you can endure a little longer and refrain from crumbling too soon. Wei Xianda glanced at Lei Yan and, with a swift gesture, extracted him from the blood pool. Chapter 28. A fate worse than death. Suspended in midair, Lei Yan was pulled from the blood pool by Wei Xianda. A gasp escaped Zhu Shanyue's lips as she shielded her eyes with her hands. Realizing his current state, Lei Yan cast a glance at the discarded trousers and headscarf by the pool's edge, his lips twitching in irritation as he muttered, "What madness is this? Quite a fine physique." Wei Xianda remarked indifferently, inspecting Lei Yan's form. With a flick of his wrist, 2 more chains shot forth, binding Lei Yan's ankles. Your body has nearly recovered. Thus, it is time to cease wasting moments. With a clap against a protruding stone wall, a slab descended from above, covering the blood pool beneath him. The remnants of blood on his body dripped slowly onto the slab, yet it showed no reaction, indicating that this stone was no ordinary material. Around the cavern's walls, rows of small holes appeared, encircling the entire circular chamber. This is my training ground. Make yourself comfortable, Wei Xianda proclaimed with a hint of pride, surveying the dark openings. Suddenly, a whooshing sound sliced through the air as an arrow soared towards him. The arrow was entirely black, measuring a foot in length, with a remarkably sharp tip. Instinctively, he reached out to intercept it, but the chains restrained him. As he rose, the chains constricted significantly, leaving him suspended in a spread eagle position. The arrow struck his arm, sending a jolt of pain coursing through him, leaving a tiny puncture wound from which a droplet of blood began to coalesce. With the release of the first arrow, a flurry of projectiles began to emerge from the dark holes, relentlessly targeting him. The majority of these arrows found their mark upon his body, though a single arrow, even when struck, merely leaves a small puncture wound and spills a few drops of blood. The resilient body of Lei Yan would soon recover. However, when thousands of arrows rained down upon him, myriad gaping wounds mar his entire form. In less than 100 breaths, within the surrounding darkness, over 3,000 arrows have etched countless tiny bloodstains upon his body. Once the barrage ceases, not a single unscathed patch of flesh remains on Lei Yan. Tiny droplets of blood coalesce into larger beads, cascading down from his body like water, their rhythmic patter echoing upon the ground. No, not like this. A cry of despair escapes from Zhu Shanyue's lips as tears stream down her cheeks, having previously mustered the courage to avert her gaze from Lei Yan's battered form. The sound of the arrows slicing through the air compelled her to steal a glance. That fleeting look drained the color from her already pale face. Wei Xianda, devoid of any expression, emerged from the shadows, retrieving the arrows strewn upon the ground before vanishing into a darkened passage. Lei Yan's body was submerged in a pool of blood, the crimson liquid just deep enough to conceal his painfully short hair. His skin bore no unblemished surface, riddled with punctures and the loss of considerable blood. As he entered the sanguine depths, the searing heat inflicted immediate agony upon his mind. Ugh! A muffled sound escaped his throat, yet he dared not vocalize his suffering. The intense temperature of the blood pool relentlessly assaulted his body while simultaneously mending it. The triad of sensations, sourness, itchiness, and pain, invaded his consciousness. Recalling the earlier exchange between Wei Xianda and Wei Li, Lei Yan began to deduce the man's intentions, to shatter his will through this torturous existence, while simultaneously fortifying his body to forge a so-called battle slave. Little girl, at such a tender age, you possess the strength of a first-level warrior. Nearing the second. I surmise your parents must dote on you greatly. Wei Xianda inquired of the tear-streaked Zhu Shanwei from above, that you remain submerged in the blood pool and choose to remain silent. It matters not. Wei Xianda seemed to smile slightly before continuing. The energy of the universe is omnipresent. This desolate realm, though primitive and lacking refined cultivation techniques, has birthed some individuals of extraordinary aptitude through the ancestral technique of energy gathering. Those who ascend to the 6th level of warrior status here, through this rudimentary method, are undoubtedly gifted. Most begin their training at the tender age of 12, as the bodies of ordinary folk are often too frail to endure the influx of energy. Wei Xianda appeared to be conversing with himself, yet his words were directed at Zhu Shanwei. Before the age of 10, anyone who attempts to absorb the energy of heaven and earth through energy gathering will likely experience considerable discomfort. Unless they are favored by destiny, endowed with the blessings of the universe, allowing them to harness such energy without rejection. At the tender age of 10, you have already reached the threshold of a first-level warrior. Nearing the second. It is evident that your innate talent is exceptionally remarkable. Should you choose to take me as your mentor, I can assure you that by the age of 15, you shall attain the status of a 6th-level warrior. As for what lies beyond, that will depend solely on your own efforts. You may wish to ponder this carefully. After Wei Xianda concluded his words, he fell silent, refraining from further speech, within the blood pool. The pain coursing through Lei Yan reached an apex, causing his entire being to convulse incessantly. After more than an hour of excruciating agony, the wounds on his body began to mend significantly, replaced by a warm vitality that surged into him. As his spirit unwound from its heightened tension, Lei Yan could not help but exhale in relief, sensing an expansion in his mind and a clarity in his senses. Particularly, the skin of his body, freshly reborn, felt exceedingly sensitive. He could faintly perceive the abundant vitality within the blood pool, penetrating his skin and nourishing his form. Upon realizing this, he felt a stirring within, and his body began to subtly contract and expand, as waves of heated life energy continuously flowed into him, only to be expelled with his breaths. This energy washed over his form repeatedly, enhancing his already robust body even further. Wei Xianda had hoped that by inflicting injuries upon him, his body. Wei Xianda let out a grunt, then continued, having observed your commendable aptitude, whether you desire it or not, you shall remain here. Such scenes are to be witnessed more often, to bolster your courage. After yet another barrage of arrows, Lei Yan's body was once more reduced to a gruesome state, submerged in the blood pool again. He endured excruciating pain, frantically utilizing his body to breathe, hastening his recovery despite the agony doubling with each breath. Every 2 hours, he would be subjected to a fresh volley of arrows, only to be immersed in the blood pool for further soaking. After enduring 12 such rounds, his body had faced 12 assaults from the arrows. However, the force of the arrow storm was ultimately finite. He estimated each arrow's impact to be approximately 50 Jun. Such intensity, unless concentrated upon a minuscule point, was nearly incapable of injuring his body. After each onslaught of arrows, his body felt as though it were coming apart, the vibrations almost too much for him to bear. Nevertheless, his physique grew increasingly robust, rendering the arrow's attacks progressively less effective. With a sudden jolt, he was extracted from the blood pool once more. Lei Yan's eyes flared wide open, devoid of any signs of fatigue, instead radiating vigor. Following each bout of severe pain, his spirit emerged from its taut state, not only feeling no discomfort, but becoming remarkably clearer. With his eyes closed, he could distinctly sense the external energy, akin to a current, being inhaled into his body with each breath, then exhaled. Wei Xianda nodded in satisfaction, gesturing with both hands as a formidable energy surged forth. This was no ordinary force, but rather a fiery energy reminiscent of the blazing sun. The faint red energy, resembling gas, cascaded beneath him and descended upon the blood pool. The already searing blood pool intensified upon contact with this energy, causing bubbles to rise one after another. In just a quarter of an hour, beads of sweat began to dot Wei Xianda's forehead, a testament to the tremendous toll this energy exacted from him. Moments later, Lei Yan's body was once again submerged in the blood pool. The instant he made contact, his entire being convulsed violently, the chains binding him clanking loudly. The bone-chilling heat seeped into his skin, followed by his muscles and veins, eventually penetrating his bones. The extreme heat inflicted some damage upon his sinews. Yet the blood pool, brimming with vibrant life force, gradually mended his body. His physique was simultaneously breaking down and being restored, this cycle repeating endlessly. The pain remained ever present, not allowing him to lose consciousness despite the high-temperature damage. Ah, humph. This is merely the beginning. Upon hearing this roar, Wei Xianda let out a cold snort, a hint of a smile gracing his features. After all, Lei Yan had previously remained silent during the onslaught of arrows. Hearing this sound now filled Wei Xianda with a sense of achievement. With a swift motion, a pill soared into Lei Yan's mouth. Once again, Wei Xianda plunged him into the blood pool, enveloping him completely. In the searing depths of the blood pool, Lei Yan struggled incessantly. Previously, the elixir that Wei Xianda had consumed dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, and a refreshing sensation surged through his chest and abdomen. At that moment, his mind became extraordinarily clear, allowing him to acutely feel the agony inflicted by the intense heat. The sensation was akin to a fate worse than death. At present, Lei Yan's experience was indeed one of unbearable torment. In the blood pool of searing temperatures, particularly heightened by his extraordinary five senses and the invigorating effects of the elixir, the pain he endured was far beyond the norm. His mind was sharply attuned to the scalding discomfort. To the extent that this agony caused his body to convulse involuntarily, his 10 fingers, taut as parched wood, trembled with tension. The blood within the pool splattered violently, and his body emerged intermittently from the crimson depths. Wei Xianda observed Lei Yan's form. Although his body was flushed red, it had not withered under the oppressive heat, indicating that his physique remained robust, and his recovery rate was impressively swift. Consequently, Wei Xianda's energy output showed no signs of waning. Rather, it had intensified. The high temperature persisted for over 3 hours, and Lei Yan appeared to have lost some weight. Exhausted from the continuous energy output, Wei Xianda was drenched in sweat, his garments clinging to him. Ceasing his energy release, he retrieved a small vial and swallowed a pill. At this juncture, Lei Yan had grown somewhat accustomed to the temperature, his skin taking on a bronze hue. His breathing had steadied. Though his complexion bore signs of fatigue, nevertheless, his gaze remained fixed intently on Wei Xianda, and with a hoarse voice, he rasped, "What? Are we not continuing?" Taken aback by his words, Wei Xianda stared at him in astonishment. "You are more formidable than I had anticipated." "Hey," Lei Yan replied, falling silent thereafter. His peripheral vision caught sight of Zhu Zhanyue, who was curled up, trembling in the corner. He sighed inwardly. There was little he could do in this situation. While he was grappling with physical torment, his indomitable will rendered him resilient against being easily crushed. In fact, these trials only fortified his determination. After all, having endured such excruciating suffering, there was little left to fear. Yet, Zhu Zhanyue was merely a young girl, at an age when one should be nestled in their mother's embrace, and encountering such circumstances would greatly impact her psyche. However, he felt powerless to assist her, as his own life and death were currently at the mercy of others. "Brother, I heard you captured someone to forge a battle slave for Shao Lizi. What manner of person is it?" At that moment, the stone door swung open, revealing 2 figures. They entered, and as the door closed, the chamber's illumination returned to its previous state. These 2 individuals appeared younger than Wei Xianda, sharing a resemblance that suggested they were his brothers. "Haha, second brother, third brother, come and witness how this practitioner, whose physical strength is akin to that of an 8th-level warrior, fares." They approached, curiosity evident in their expressions as they scrutinized Lei Yan, carrying unknown items in their hands. Wei Xianda nodded and remarked, "To attain the status of an 8th-level warrior solely through rigorous physical training, one must have endured immense hardships, exhibiting a willpower far superior to that of an average 8th-level warrior. However, this is of no concern. Typically, low-ranking battle slaves require only a single trial of blood to refine their bodies. Yet for this individual, I believe we can subject him to 3 such trials. After those 3, we shall employ the bone-piercing nails and observe how he perseveres." Hiss. 3 blood trials, such as the treatment reserved for high-ranking battle slaves. Nevertheless, if he can achieve 8th-level status purely through physical strength, his body should pose no issue. One person gasped in astonishment, but nodded in agreement. "Second brother, third brother, how have matters progressed?" Wei Xianda suddenly inquired, his gaze fixed upon the items held by the 2 men. Revealing a glimmer of hope, the one carrying the stone bucket chuckled heartily and said, "Elder brother, rest assured, we have taken action. The black water serpent has been captured, and those few who fled from the central island have also been apprehended. Both the serpent and those individuals still possess value, so we shall keep them alive for now. Here, this is the blood of the black water serpent, just right, a boon for this young man. And this, phosphorescent powder, when added to the blood pool, the quality of the pool shall undoubtedly elevate to a new level." Another individual unwrapped a cloth package, revealing a box within that glimmered with a radiant red powder. "Excellent." After the three departed with their items, they sealed the stone door behind them. As they left, Wei Xianda tossed a pill, compelling Zhu Shangyue to swallow it. Gradually, tranquility returned. Within the blood pool, Lei Yan utilized his unique method of breathing through his body to swiftly absorb the life force contained within the pool. "Big brother, are you all right?" After a considerable time, Zhu Shangyue rose and slowly approached the edge of the blood pool, her gaze fixed upon Lei Yan's head. Upon hearing her voice, Lei Yan opened his eyes to find Zhu Shangyue at the pool's edge. Her small face flushed from the heat. "I am fine. You need not be afraid. This level of discomfort is nothing to me." Lei Yan's vocal cords had recovered somewhat, no longer rasping like a duck's voice. "Then, shall I assist you in severing these chains?" Zhu Shangyue suddenly recalled in a distant land, far removed from the mainland, there exists a small faction that frequently ventures forth to hunt various beasts. On this occasion, she had decided to join them to broaden her horizons, as she was now capable of gathering energy. However, shortly after setting sail, they encountered a multitude of cloaked figures who descended from the sky, ruthlessly slaying anyone in their path. Among those they had brought along, a significant majority had already perished, including Zhu Shanyue's parents. Fortunately, due to her tender age, Zhu Shanyue was spared. Upon hearing this, Lei Yan remained silent, harboring a sense of despondency within, for he too was an orphan. "Very well, there is nothing to worry about now. You should take some time to rest," he advised, choosing not to elaborate further. He closed his eyes, swiftly absorbing the vitality from the blood pool, fortifying his body. This time, the trio seemed to be in a foul mood due to some unfortunate events, and they poured a viscous blood mixture, along with fire phosphorus powder and various potions, into the blood pool. After completing this task, Wei Xianda gathered flames into his palms, while the two individuals behind him placed their hands on his back, channeling their energy into his hands, causing the flames to blaze even more vibrantly. The blood pool already possessed a certain degree of warmth, a temperature to which he had acclimated. However, with the perilous heating, the temperature of the blood pool surged rapidly, exceeding previous levels. His body convulsed slowly under the searing pain. At first, he could endure it, but soon it became beyond his control. After enduring 6 hours in the fiery abyss, Lei Yan's spirit was taut, his body devoid of any strength. With a sigh, Wei Xianda and his companions withdrew their energy and departed, paying no heed to Lei Yan's condition in the blood pool. At that moment, Lei Yan, with his eyes tightly shut, felt a significant expansion in his mind. He could distinctly perceive the state of his body, as if witnessing it in vivid clarity. His bones, blood vessels, and internal organs were all laid bare in the expanded realm of his consciousness. Upon realizing this, he abruptly opened his eyes. The visions he had just seen vanished in an instant, leaving him once more in the depths of the shadowy cave. After a brief moment of rest, he fell into silence, clenched his teeth, closed his eyes once again, and endeavored to revisit the scene he had previously. At this moment, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness enveloping his mind, as if he were on the verge of fainting, accompanied by a disconcerting urge to vomit. As he paused, he opened his eyes, revealing a glimmer of joy within them. Meanwhile, in front of him, Zhu Shangyue had succumbed to exhaustion, lying on the ground in slumber. Indeed, at the position of his heart, a small flame flickered gently, burning with a blood-red hue, reminiscent of seething blood. At this instant, he could distinctly observe the energy his body absorbed from the external world, being drawn into the tiny flame in slender threads. The blood flame, concealed within him, finally manifested vividly before his eyes, although he was unaware of how he could perceive such phenomena within his body. When he directed his thoughts toward the enveloping blood flame, he suddenly sensed a profound connection with it, as if he could control this flame. With a mere thought, the blood flame expanded instantaneously from a single point, transforming into numerous threads that permeated various parts of his body through his bloodstream. Concurrently, a network of blood threads emerged on the surface of his body, intertwining within his mind, connecting one after another. And indeed, there was blood circulating within them. As these blood threads appeared, his body temperature escalated to an extraordinarily high degree. The surrounding blood pool, infused with searing energy and vibrant life force, surged rapidly into his very well. My dear brother, rest assured that we shall exert our utmost efforts to assist, significantly increasing Li Er's chances of success, rendering it nearly a certainty. Thank you immensely. Wei Xinda nodded at the two, yet was met with their indignation. What nonsense is this? We have no offspring. Li Er is our son, and such words should not be uttered again. Haha, splendid. Among us three brothers, there is no need for gratitude. Wei Xinda chuckled heartily, a sudden surge of fervor igniting within him. Without further ado, let us commence, brother, another urged, casting a glance at Zhu Shangyue, who timidly observed them from the ground. With furrowed brows, he inquired, Brother, what purpose does it serve to keep this little girl here? Her talents are commendable. I intend to cultivate her to accompany Li Er in the future. Wei Xinda regarded Zhu Shanwei with satisfaction. Nodding approvingly, the trio ceased their conversation and each took a pill, placing it in their mouths. Their energies then converged upon Wei Xinda, who unleashed the searing energy to commence the refinement of the thunder fire within the blood pool once more. In contrast, this high temperature reached a pinnacle, with the thunder fire voraciously absorbing the heat. However, as it did so, its body began to wither rapidly, akin to a tree slowly desiccating by the flames. Release my elder brother. Cease tormenting him. Zhu Shanwei cried out, fighting back tears as she rushed forward. Humph. Wei Xinda did not spare her a glance. A surge of energy emanated from him, striking Zhu Shanwei and sending her crashing against the stone wall. Rendering her unconscious. An hour passed, and the body of the thunder fire began to wither. Brother, this cannot continue. The temperature is excessively high, surpassing the maximum threshold for refining battle slaves. At this rate, even a body akin to an 8th or 9th level beast cannot endure. One among the three expressed concern upon witnessing the thunder fire's condition. Indeed, brother, if this persists, the body will be ruined. Haste makes waste. Let us proceed at a more measured pace. Another echoed the sentiment, offering counsel. Wei Xinda sighed inwardly, reducing the temperature somewhat. He then spoke. I propose we add everything we have prepared into the blood pool, allowing him to absorb it all at once. Agreed. The two nodded in affirmation. And Wei Xinda closed his eyes, declaring, I shall have my battle slave handle this matter. No sooner had he spoken than a dazed figure clad in black emerged from another passage within the stone chamber. Soon, the figure bore a massive stone bucket, emanating a strong scent of blood. In the other hand, it clutched a bundle of numerous vials wrapped in black cloth. The bucket contained warm, viscous blood, replete with a pungent odor and a rich herbal fragrance. The entire contents of the medicinal powders and blood were poured into the blood pool, increasing its volume, while simultaneously Lei Yan kept his eyes tightly closed, deliberately subjecting his body to such a state. Were it not for his ability to control the blood flames, rapidly absorbing them without detection, this predicament would not have arisen. Now, this circumstance has unexpectedly turned into a blessing he had not anticipated. The nutrients within the blood pool had increased, and the most immediate beneficiary was none other than himself. However, at that moment, just as his body had absorbed a modicum of nourishment and regained some vitality, he felt the temperature of the blood pool rising once more. As the heat intensified, he involuntarily began to spasm. Yet, compared to before, he did not struggle frantically, nor did he emit a cry of anguish. This ordeal lasted a full 12 hours, an entire day and night. Hold on, my brothers. This trial has yet to reach this person's limits. After another 2 hours, Lei Yan appeared significantly emaciated, his complexion taking on a faintly golden hue with an almost translucent quality. Enough. The three individuals ceased their energy output and immediately sat cross-legged on the ground to recover their strength. Simultaneously, the battle slave ventured out once more, returning with an array of items, which he poured into the blood pool. Lei Yan squinted at the contents, feeling a wave of distaste wash over him. Among them were various organisms and liquids. The liquid was a pale silver color, and as it entered the blood pool, the temperature gradual Zhu Shanwei has already been dispatched, as we are nearing the final stage of crafting the battle slave. After several breaths, Lei Yan gradually regained his consciousness and began to breathe in the air slowly. The stone door creaked open, revealing Wei Li, who entered with a look of elation. Father, is it ready? Indeed. Summon the blood god Gu. His body has already been tempered, and now 18 penetrating nails have been driven into his spine, utterly shattering his will. At this moment, he is at his most vulnerable, making it the opportune time for the blood god Gu to infiltrate his mind and seize control of his body. Wei Xinda wiped the sweat from his brow and nodded in explanation. May I commence? Wei Li, overwhelmed with joy, stepped forward a few paces. Let us begin. Wei Li nodded, settled into a cross-legged position, and closed his eyes. The energy within him surged violently, rapidly converging at his chest to form a mass that gradually flowed toward his left hand. It was distinctly observable that a filamentous creature was being propelled through his blood vessels by his energy. This slender entity soon reached his wrist. Come forth. With a low exclamation from Wei Li, there was a sudden pop as the skin at his wrist ruptured, revealing a small, translucent, elongated creature, roughly an inch long. Suspended in midair as if it bore no weight whatsoever. Upon its emergence, the creature writhed incessantly, resembling an earthworm. Quickly, we must not allow this blood god goo to linger outside for too long. Wei Xinda, relieved, urged. Wei Li said nothing. Instead, he pointed with 2 fingers at the entity known as the blood god goo, and a surge of energy propelled it onto Lei Yan's forehead. As soon as the blood god goo made contact with Lei Yan's forehead, it slowly merged into his skin, vanishing without a trace. Is that all? Wei Li inquired, noticing no immediate changes. This is all that can be done. Now we must wait. Wait for the blood god goo to occupy his mind. And at that moment, he shall become your battle slave. All actions will align with your will. Furthermore, with him, as long as he is not too far away, you shall also perceive all that he sees. Wei Xinda nodded, massaging his forehead. In recent times, he had expended considerable energy and felt somewhat weakened. Elder brother, we must take our leave. They have begun to urge us. The stone door swung open, and Wei Xinda's 2 brothers hurriedly entered. Second uncle, third uncle, Wei Li greeted respectfully from the side. Younger brothers, let us depart. Lier, I shall leave my battle slave here. Should anything arise, you may communicate with that battle slave. Everything he witnesses and experiences will be known to us as his masters. Moreover, when you sense that you have seemingly become 2, he will have completely transformed into your battle slave. Upon our departure, only 8 7th-tier warriors and a few 6th-tier warriors shall remain here. Remember, unless absolutely necessary, do not provoke them unduly, unless my battle slave or yours is by your side. After imparting these instructions, Wei Xinda sighed, waved his hand, and said, Be vigilant. After speaking, Wei Xinda departed with his 2 brothers. Within the stone cave, only Wei Li remained, along with a dazed battle slave emerging from another passage. This battle slave was none other than Wei Xinda's, now left behind for Wei Li's. The stone door closed. Wei Li exhaled in relief, casting a cold smirk at the drooping-headed Lei Yan, while glancing at his restored left hand. How daring to offend me! Now you shall become my battle slave. However, since you are now part of me, it would be inappropriate to treat you harshly. Yet, that little girl, I wonder where my father has hidden her. I must search thoroughly. Subsequently, Wei Li shifted his focus away from Lei Yan, meandering about, muttering to himself, generally lamenting why his father had never brought him to this place before. Chapter 31. The Black Patterned Ant in the Stone Cave. Only Lei Yan remained suspended above a blood pool. Behind him, 18 bone-piercing nails were driven into his spine, inflicting endless agony. At this moment, his eyes were vacant, devoid of focus. He felt disconnected from everything around him. Instead, he was acutely aware of his own mind. This place, initially a blur, gradually came into sharp relief as the bone nails pierced his spine. Upon seeing this creature, an inexplicable fear washed over him. Almost immediately, the creature noticed him too. Upon discovery, it suddenly accelerated, rushing towards him at an alarming speed. As it approached, he felt an odd sense yet. Just as he felt a surge of invigorating energy, a sharp, intense pain surged through him, causing him to feel as though his very being was unraveling. The bone-piercing needles. The 18 bone-piercing needles embedded in his back inflicted excruciating agony, rendering him incapable of focusing on the blood god goo before him. Enduring the torment, he fixed his gaze upon the blood god goo, allowing the relentless pain to continuously assail his mind. After all, he was no ordinary man. Having faced death numerous times, his willpower surpassed that of most. Moreover, the trials he endured amidst the rain of arrows and the blood pool had further fortified his resolve. Under normal circumstances, he would have been acutely aware of his physical state, even capable of manipulating the blood flames, which previously could only be controlled with energy, using the power of his mind. Time trickled by, and the blood god goo, and he remained locked in a mutual stare. The sensation of dizziness washed over him repeatedly, yet Lei Yan gritted his teeth and bore it. As time wore on, the blood god goo appeared increasingly translucent, as if it could vanish at any moment. At this juncture, a wave of warmth enveloped him, causing both him and the blood god goo to momentarily freeze in surprise. A red glow from a distance hurtled toward them with incredible speed, emanating intense heat. The closer it drew, the higher the temperature became. It was a small red flame, no larger than a soybean. Despite its diminutive size, this flame was relentless, surging forward with an aura capable of incinerating everything in its path. After a prolonged period of mental strain, Lei Yan found himself on the verge of collapse. Yet upon seeing this flame, he was suddenly engulfed by a sense of warmth. Although the flame approached with ferocity, he felt an inexplicable familiarity. Its heat was but a comforting sensation to him. As it drew nearer, the blood god Gu abruptly began to flee, evading the small flame. The tiny flame whirled around him playfully, exuding an air of intimacy. However, this affection was not reciprocated by the blood god Gu. When the small flame turned its attention to the blood god Gu, it suddenly surged, expanding into a fireball of considerable size, nearly 10 feet in diameter. The enlarged fireball pursued the blood god Gu relentlessly. Seeing this, Lei Yan could not help but exhale in relief. He had emerged from the ordeal. This flame was none other than the blood flame residing within his heart. Although he could not comprehend why this blood flame had manifested in his mind, its actions suggested no danger. Rather, it seemed to be profoundly reliant on him. The extensive consumption of energy had slowed the blood god Gu's retreat significantly. Within his mind, the space appeared limited, spanning only several dozen feet. Soon enough, the fireball enveloped the blood god Gu. As the fireball charged toward him, Lei Yan felt a sudden jolt of alarm. Yet, it was too late to evade. He merely managed to retreat slightly before the fireball collided with him. Strangely, the fireball struck him, wrapping him in flames without inflicting any harm. Within the fireball, the weakened blood god Gu floated, its body writhing incessantly, clearly suffering greatly from the fireball's intense heat. A flickering flame also emerged within that fireball. Upon seeing him, it began to circle around him incessantly, rotating in endless loops. Fortunately, it seemed unscathed, and Lei Yan exhaled in relief, eager to reach out. Yet, it was only now that he realized he was utterly immobilized. Or rather, that he possessed no physical form. Amidst his astonishment, he regained a semblance of composure. If he could exert control over the blood flames with his thoughts, could he similarly manipulate this tiny flame? Contemplating this, he projected a thought towards the little flame. Upon receiving his mental signal, the flame ceased its circling, fluttered before him, and then darted towards the writhing blood god Gu. The little flame spiraled around the blood god Gu several times before its flames surged, enveloping the entity entirely. With a peculiar sound, Lei Yan suddenly felt an overwhelming lightness of spirit, as if a tremendous burden had been lifted. With the danger dissipated, his nerves relaxed. Exhausted, he gradually succumbed to slumber. In the midst of his dreams, a realization struck him. It was not yet time for him to rest. As his body stirred, an excruciating pain shot through the areas pierced by the bone-penetrating spikes. The pain subsided somewhat, and gritting his teeth, he murmured, "Is it merely some pain? If I cannot escape now, I shall never have another chance. That I must fight." With that declaration, he clenched his jaw tightly and thrust his body backward. However, the black-striped ant awakened, and with its razor-sharp mandibles, it had yet to encounter anything it could not rend asunder. A creaking sound emanated from the chains that bound him, and suddenly they slackened. With a swift motion, his foot slipped free, and the chains clattered to the ground. Immediately, the black-striped ant soared up, deftly severing the chains that bound his hands, one on the left and one on the right. With a resounding snap, his body tumbled into the blood pool, and in his weakened state, he fervently drew upon the energy pulsating within the crimson depths. After a quarter of an hour, he emerged from the sanguine abyss. The wounds on his back had significantly healed, and his body had absorbed a considerable amount of vitality, replenishing his strength rapidly. Donning his trousers and tying a scarf around his head, he directly pushed open the stone door and charged forth. Beyond the stone door lay a lengthy staircase, which led him to another stone slab. Upon emerging, he found himself in yet another cavern, this time adorned with a plethora of everyday items. On one stone shelf, dozens of jars of various sizes were carefully arranged, alongside several jade boxes. Upon inspection, Lei Yan was momentarily taken aback. Those jars contained an assortment of elixirs. Moreover, the jade boxes housed a vast quantity of energy-rich purple crystals. With a determined grit of his teeth, he swallowed several elixirs that did not appear to be poisonous. Continuing until he could consume no more, he took a piece of cloth, wrapped several jars within it, and collected an ample supply of the energy purple crystals, numbering in the thousands. This place resembled a study, and as he ventured further, he discovered an area filled with weaponry, boasting an impressive array of arms. He selected a hefty 3-foot-long saber, its blade substantial and weighty. As he traversed onward, he halted before a large stone door, hesitating momentarily. This was likely the residence of Wei Xianda, and there should be guards stationed outside. After a brief contemplation, he resolutely opened the door and dashed out. Who goes there? 6 figures clad in black stood outside, each bearing a long sword. The individuals who had entered were now emerging, startling the 6 black-clad guardians into swiftly drawing their blades. Upon realizing the presence of an outsider, Lei Yan charged toward them, swiftly dispatching one black-clad man who had yet to unsheathe his sword. In a matter of moments, 5 of the 6 warriors lay slain. These were merely 6 6th-level warriors, whose speed, reflexes, and strength paled in comparison to his. Caught off guard, they had little time to react before succumbing to his assault. The remaining warrior found himself with Lei Yan's saber poised at his throat, paralyzed with fear. "Tell me, where is the little girl who was captured?" Lei Yan's voice was hoarse, and given that he had just slain 5 men, the black-clad figure perceived him as a demon. I don't know. With a swift strike, Lei Yan severed the man's left arm. I do not appreciate idle chatter. I in the deepest recesses of the dungeon. Lead the way, Lei Yan commanded, gripping the man's body and casting a glance at the 5 fallen black-clad warriors. The black-striped ants flitted rapidly among the corpses, and those bodies that had been visited by the 2 ants soon withered. Resembling desiccated wood stripped of all moisture. 2 black-striped ants drained the vitality from the corpses entirely, leaving not a trace behind that a thought emanated, and the 2 black-striped ants ascended to his shoulders. Accompanying him as he departed, the man in black was evidently startled by Lei Yan, following him in a daze toward the dungeon. Chapter 32. The Rescue. Trailing behind the man in black, Lei Yan meticulously observed his surroundings. This place could be deemed a subterranean palace, with a serpentine route. Along the way, he encountered several individuals clad in black, yet he afforded them no time to react. Swiftly striking them down, the corpses were subsequently drained of all life force by the 2 black-striped ants, transforming into mere desiccated remnants. With these individuals serving as a deterrent, the one-armed man in black obediently guided the way. They first ascended to the surface. The dungeon was situated atop a small hillock. Following this, under Lei Yan's urging, the man led him into another ominous cavern. Compared to the earlier palace, this one featured a greater number of guards, predominantly at levels 4 and 5, with a few warriors at level 6 that, however, under his lightning-fast assault, these men in black fell one after another, scarcely emitting a sound. After navigating several turns, a few forks in the path emerged. Which path to take? Lei Yan knew he had to act swiftly. While questioning, he pressed his blade against the throat of the man in black. The man, cold sweat trickling down his brow, stammered, having only remained there, aware that the girl had been taken to the depths of the dungeon, but uncertain of the exact location. Sensing the murderous intent in Lei Yan's eyes, he hastily gestured toward the 2 central paths. Trembling as he spoke, both of these passages lead to the dungeon where important captives are held. However, they do not connect. The girl should be somewhere between these 2 routes, though I cannot ascertain which one. Lead the way down this one. Lei Yan chose a path and instructed the man in black to guide him. This corridor contained several forks, some lengthy, while others were merely straightforward paths designated for storing debris. Before long, they entered a vast stone cavern with numerous small cells, each imprisoning various captured individuals. Upon reaching this point, the man in black suddenly moved, unleashing a surge of energy from his right hand as he lunged forward, shouting, "Quick, someone come! This man is the island's primary battle slave. He must not escape." The formerly obedient man in black had suddenly gone mad, causing Lei Yan to feel a sense of disorientation, with a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. He swung his heavy blade, which struck the man in black's chest like an arrow released from a bow. Following through, he grasped the blade and withdrew it. What is happening? Several figures emerged, taken aback by the unfolding scene. Upon seeing these individuals, Lei Yan remained unperturbed. 2 dark shapes flitted behind him, sealing off the exit. "Old Zhao. He killed Old Zhao. Quick, trap him." One of the leading figures clad in black, upon witnessing the lifeless body of the comrade he had severed an arm from and subsequently slain, could not help but be consumed by fury. Within this dungeon, the number of cells was scarce, and the guards were few. However, it was striking to observe that none among them possessed a rank lower than that of a level 6 warrior. The leader himself was a formidable level 7 warrior. A combination of 1 level 7 warrior and 6 level 6 warriors constituted a powerful alliance. In an instant, the 6 level 6 warriors moved with agility. encircling him and channeling their energy, which surged forth in a frenzied display, uniting into a cohesive force that in energy formation, forged from the level 6 warriors, ensnared him in its center, yet he exhibited no sign of distress. Tightening the bindings with his left hand, quickly finish him with a single strike, the level 7 warrior bellowed, brandishing his sword as he leapt into the air above the energy formation, his body inverted. The longsword aimed directly at Lei Yan. Within the confines of the energy formation, Lei Yan gazed upward, his right hand crossing before him, as he swung his massive blade forward with great force. The level 7 warrior unleashed his energy, simultaneously channeling the energies of the level 6 warriors into a singular point, guided by his will, coalescing into a massive energy sword that descended upon him. The impact was cataclysmic. The energy erupted violently, wreaking havoc upon the surroundings. Before the dust could settle, a figure moved with remarkable speed, striking at each location he reached, with each blow resulting in a spray of blood and the collapse of a lifeless body. This was none other than Lei Yan. The energy, initially stable, was disrupted when he infused a third of his strength into his strike, shattering the once solid structure of the energy sword, causing it to explode. The energy sword, a lethal amalgamation of 6 level 6 warriors and 1 level 7 warrior, possessed a staggering force of nearly 3,000 pounds. Had this occurred previously, he would have been unable to withstand such power. But after enduring the rigorous trials of the battle slave, his physical strength and resilience had significantly improved, allowing him to endure the onslaught as the dust from the shattered energy sword lingered in the air. He seized the opportunity to strike down the 6 level 6 warriors. The level 7 warrior, in a moment of urgency, was hurled backward. After dispatching the 6, Lei Yan pursued the level 7 warrior, who, despite his timely retreat, bore tattered garments and a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, clearly indicating his injuries. You are a battle slave. Why do you attack us? The beleaguered black-clad figure suddenly realized. As it seemed that only a battle slave could possess such formidable physical prowess, relying on sheer strength in combat, Lei Yan remained silent, closing the distance with several strides before delivering a decisive blow. Ah! The black-clad man, seeing no hope of escape, cried out, turning to thrust his long sword at Lei Yan, channeling all his energy into a concentrated point in his abdomen. The gathering of energy reached a terrifying intensity. Swift and violent. Self-destruct. The word flashed in Lei Yan's mind, prompting a frown. With a single strike, he cleaved the black-clad man's sword in two, and in that moment, the man's eyes revealed a frenzied glint. Mingled with a sense of liberation, in a moment of desperation, Lei Yan brandished his long knife before him, concealing a package behind his back. The self-detonation of a 7th level warrior concentrated most of its energy at a single point before erupting violently, sending a powerful shockwave radiating outward from its epicenter. Struggling against the force, Lei Yan bent slightly at the waist. Gradually retreating, he bore the brunt of the tremendous impact, compelled to step back incessantly. His legs carving deep grooves into the solid ground, each nearly a foot deep. Coughing, he leaned against a stone wall, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, a clear testament to the injuries he sustained from the brunt of the 7th level warrior's explosion. Once he regained his breath, he surveyed his surroundings. The dungeon was vast, with numerous cells having been breached. The ones nearest to the exit were entirely vacant. Time was of the essence. Lei Yan brandished his knife and ventured deeper within. The structure of the dungeon remained relatively sturdy, supported by numerous pillars, though some had been shattered in the earlier explosion. The cells ahead were all but emptied. As he pressed forward, he discovered several stone cells, each containing 1 or 2 ragged individuals bound in chains. Upon seeing them, Lei Yan felt a surge of determination and swiftly cleaved the stone pillar to free the captives, shattering their chains. Who are you? Asked one gaunt-faced individual, yet his eyes still held a glimmer of life. That's of no concern to you. Take this, Lei Yan replied, tossing a handful of energy purple crystals if you wish to survive. Follow me and rush out together. He discarded the crystals without counting them. Although the stone cells were robust, they posed little threat to him. He continued liberating the shackled individuals, leaving a portion of energy purple crystals with each release, enough to rejuvenate a 6th or 7th level warrior significantly. Upon breaking open yet another cell, he was greeted by a group of over 10 individuals. Momentarily taken aback, he noted that, despite their disheveled appearance, their spirits seemed somewhat higher than those he had freed previously, indicating they had not been captured for long. These were none other than Qi Yang and his companions. Their surprise mirrored his own. and he detected a hint of discomfort on their faces. "How did you end up here?" he inquired, ensuring he recognized them correctly. "Never mind that," he quickly added. "Take these energy crystals and these elixirs, consume some. The 3 strongest on this island have already departed, leaving only a handful of 7th and 6th level warriors behind. We must seize the opportunity to escape." As he spoke, he produced a substantial quantity of energy purple crystals and elixirs. This stone cell was the last. No further cells remained. Outside, a gathering of 20 to 30 individuals had formed. Although weary, each clutched energy purple crystals, rapidly restoring their strength. "Benefactor, we shall heed your words," spoke an elderly man in his 60s. Gripping a handful of energy purple crystals in his left hand and a long sword in his right, this sword being what remained after the demise of the black-clad assailants. "Let us exit first." Lei Yan glanced at the group and then turned to lead the way out. The first to follow him were those under Qi Yongji. He pondered for a moment, then quietly relayed the location of Feng Sun to Qi Yongji. After escaping this passage, a group of individuals halted at the fork in the road. He glanced at the other passage and turned to Qi Yongji, saying, "You all go find a boat and wait for me by Feng Sun's side. I will rescue another person and join you shortly." Upon finishing, he pressed the remaining energy amethyst and elixirs into Qi Yongji's hands. Qi Yongji, taken aback, noticed his figure was nearly fading from view and urged, "Hurry!" Gripping the energy amethyst tightly, Qi Yongji gritted his teeth and declared, "Let us carve our way through." As they entered the passage, an eerie silence enveloped them. Clearly, the earlier battle had startled the inhabitants here, who were now somewhat prepared. He dashed inward, fully aware that soon the area would be sealed off, and if he did not break free in a short time, he would face an onslaught. Just as he was about to reach the prison, a sudden gust of wind caught him off guard. In a moment of desperation, he swung his blade towards the source. Boom! Another energy sword, nearly a yard in length, shot forth from the passage just as he charged in. Had it not been for his exceptional reflexes, he would have been struck directly, though he shattered the energy sword with a single swing. The force of the blow still left him reeling. Yet, in the urgency of the moment, he pressed forward, braving the storm of sand and stone. Upon entering, he indeed found several individuals maintaining an energy array. At its center stood a person with a sword, panting heavily. "Break!" he bellowed, wielding his knife to strike the energy array. The array was controlled by 5 level 6 warriors and 1 level 7 warrior, facing them head-on. One strike alone might not suffice to breach it. However, the earlier energy sword had depleted a significant portion of the array's energy, leaving it vulnerable as he cleaved a gap. Without hesitation, he plunged into the energy, delivering a powerful downward slash. The shockwave from his massive blade sent the 5 level 6 warriors staggering back. "What is that?" 2 cries of alarm echoed, and Lei Yan could not help but chuckle. Those were 2 black-striped ants, small enough to be easily overlooked, which had seized the opportunity to rush in and bite the 2 level 6 warriors. Once ensnared, these warriors had no hope of escape. Soon, they fell silent, evidently drained by the 2 black-striped ants. The remaining 4, caught off guard, were swiftly dispatched by him with little resistance. Exhausting considerable energy to eliminate these 4, he cleared the obstructions at the entrance and found that no further barriers remained. Curiously, the stone cells within were all empty, devoid of any prisoners. Upon closer inspection, it appeared these cells were intended for confining women. In the innermost cell, a girl clad in a black top lay prone on the ground. On the stone bench within, Wei Lijing sat with a pallid countenance, cradling his head in his hands. Behind him stood Wei Xianda, a mere battle slave, his expression devoid of emotion. Witnessing this scene, Lei Yan involuntarily slowed his pace. Chapter 33. The Great Explosion. Upon entering the stone prison, Lei Yan had spotted Zhu Shangyue, but he also noticed Wei Li and a battle slave that he decelerated, approaching Wei Li, who was in front of him. "My blood god Gu has perished, hasn't it? I never anticipated that you could escape and even slay my blood god Gu." Wei Li lifted his gaze to meet Lei Yan's approach, his visage contorted with malice. "The blood god Gu has been slain. You must be suffering as well, are you not?" Seeing the malevolent expression on Wei Li's face, Lei Yan comprehended that after the blood god Gu was incinerated by Blood Yan, Wei Li was indeed in a dire predicament. "Humph! Kill him!" Wei Li snorted disdainfully, and with a loud command, the battle slave by his side lunged forward, brandishing a large blade aimed straight at Lei Yan. Meanwhile, Wei Li's lips curled into a faint, cruel smile that he raised a long sword in his right hand and swung it fiercely towards Zhu Shangyue on the ground. As the battle slave's blade came crashing down, Lei Yan felt a surge of alarm in his heart. The force behind that strike was formidable, rivaling his own. Upon witnessing Wei Li's actions, a flicker of murderous intent flashed through Lei Yan's mind. He positioned his sword horizontally before him, deftly parrying the battle slave's attack, dissipating much of its power, then swiftly evaded to the side. Two small black dots shot forth with astonishing speed, colliding with Wei Li's hand. In an instant, two tiny punctures emerged on Wei Li's wrist. Pain surged through him, causing Wei Li to loosen his grip and slow his movements, his longsword clashing with a clang as it was deflected. With his left arm, Lei Yan lifted Zhu Shanyue's body, while his right hand countered Wei Li's longsword. Now observing the rapid deterioration of Wei Li's right hand with astonishment, he had not anticipated that the two black-patterned ants, upon revival, would possess such formidable devouring power, rendering even a living 6th-level warrior nearly defenseless. Damn it! Wei Li's eyes widened in shock as he beheld his withering arm, a glint of malice flickering within his gaze. With a swift motion, he struck his right shoulder with his left hand, severing his own right arm. Observing this decisive act, Lei Yan internally praised Wei Li's resolve, but he was soon pursued by the battle slave, leading to a clash of blades between them. Two warriors who had attained the 8th level solely through physical prowess engaged in a brutal exchange, their blades colliding with such force that fragments of stone fell from above. Their combat was devoid of elaborate techniques. It was a straightforward clash of blades. After severing his own arm, Wei Li discovered that two black dots had emerged from the stump, swiftly returning towards him with blinding speed. Leaving him no chance to escape, the two black-patterned ants burrowed into Wei Li's body, rapidly consuming the life force within him. Before long, Wei Li's form had become little more than a desiccated corpse, disintegrating amidst the whirlwind created by their clash. Upon realizing this turn of events, the battle slave, momentarily stunned, descended into madness. After deflecting the slave's attack with a technique to neutralize its force, Lei Yan darted towards the exit. Although the body of the battle slave is robust and its strength formidable, it ultimately lacks autonomous consciousness, resulting in somewhat sluggish reactions. The passage, though obstructed by stones, cannot hold back the battle slave for long. At this moment, Zhu Shanyue, who had been in a state of unconsciousness, awakens to find herself in a peculiar situation. However, with Lei Yan by her side, she feels an undeniable sense of security that you've awakened. Are you unhurt? Lei Yan inquires while hastily making their escape. I'm fine, big brother. How did you get out? Zhu Shanyue recalls that he had been locked up, yet in the blink of an eye, he appears before her, rescuing her, which piques her curiosity. We'll discuss this later. For now, take a moment to rest. Difficulties may lie ahead. Lei Yan swiftly carries Zhu Shanyue on his back and races outside. Soon, they exit the underground palace without encountering any obstacles, as some foes have been slain by him, while others have fallen to the hands of the people led by Qiyong. Outside, a multitude of cloaked figures has gathered, with some possessing autonomous awareness standing further back. Meanwhile, a significant number of battle puppets, under the manipulation of those skilled in sound puppetry, are encircling them. Judging by the numbers, nearly half of the battle puppets have been redirected to this area. Quickly, trap them. They must not escape. Two cloaked figures lead a group of over 10 others, who ascend into the air, gathering their energy. Suddenly, the melody of flute shifts, prompting all battle puppets to draw their long blades and converge upon Lei Yan. Upon witnessing this, Lei Yan grits his teeth and instructs Zhu Shanyue, "Close your eyes, do not look." Understood. Faced with hundreds of battle puppets, Lei Yan exhibits no trace of fear. Rather, he is infused with a heightened sense of combat fervor. Were it not for the urgency of the situation, he would relish the chance for a grand slaughter. He plunges into the ranks of the battle puppets, wielding his blade with relentless precision, systematically decapitating his foes. His strikes are focused on severing the heads of these automatons. With a single blow, he dispatches a battle puppet, rendering it lifeless. Otherwise, even if a limb were lost, these puppets would continue to fight. With each step, he delivers a strike, claiming a head with every 10 paces. As he advances, he dispatches one puppet after another, their attacks again amidst the billowing dust unleashed by the energy sword. Those individuals remained utterly oblivious to his whereabouts. Over there, they pursued him, the figures clad in black, suspended in midair. All followed suit, yet none dared to descend and confront Lei Yan in battle. Having broken free from the encirclement, he hurried towards the designated rendezvous point en route. He passed by the spot where he had buried his long blade, retrieving it with ease and handing it to Zhu Shanyue, who grasped it firmly. However, upon reaching this location, 3 energy swords suddenly hurtled through the air. These swords, each merely 3 feet in length, possessed an alarming speed and formidable energy, clearly not conjured by the pursuers behind him. "Return my brother's life," a pained cry echoed, startling Lei Yan, and he inwardly lamented the urgency of the situation. The Wei Xiande brothers had arrived far too swiftly. The 3 energy swords formed a triangular formation, ensnaring him with no avenue for escape. In a moment of desperation, he shielded Zhu Shanwei with his own body. A tremendous explosion erupted, creating a vast crater in the ground. Within that crater, Lei Yan, despite the searing pain, turned and sprinted towards the island's center. The path ahead had been obstructed, compelling him to retreat into the throng of battle puppets. Yet, the puppets had yet to receive commands from the sound puppeteers. Upon spotting him, they surged forward. After dispatching several of the puppets with his blade, Lei Yan suddenly sensed something amiss as more energy swords flew towards him. These swords showed no intention of avoiding the battle puppets, charging directly at him. In the sky, the Wei Xiande brothers dominated the airspace, relentlessly unleashing waves of sword energy towards him. Witnessing this scene, regardless of Lei Yan's resolve, despair began to seep into his heart. The battle puppets around him were decimated by the onslaught of energy swords, while the ground continued to suffer bombardment. After several breaths, the earth revealed a colossal pit, nearly 10 fathoms deep and wide. Once the bombardment ceased, beneath the veil of dust, Lei Yan hunched protectively over Zhu Shanwei. At that moment, his complexion was ashen, and he coughed up several mouthfuls of warm blood. He had absorbed the brunt of the previous onslaught with his own body. Had it not been for his formidable resilience, he would have been reduced to mere fragments. Yet, just as the energy swords ceased their descent, the ground trembled violently. Alongside the tremors, ominous voices emerged. "Elder brother, cease this folly. Our attacks have stirred the volcano beneath the island. If this continues, it will erupt." Wei Xiande halted, casting a glance at the quaking ground, his expression suddenly contorting into a grimace. "If the heir perishes here, I shall ensure they accompany him in death. Very well, let us strike together." The 3 exchanged glances, each revealing a glint of malice. They drew closer, centering around Wei Xiande, and began to coalesce their energy. Wei Xiande raised his obsidian sword, and all of their energy rapidly converged upon that blade. The dark blade gradually illuminated with intricate patterns, clearly showcasing the energy tightly adhering to its surface. Lei Yan, situated within the vast pit, felt the tremors of the ground more acutely than anyone else. As he recalled those seething blood pools, a sudden realization dawned upon him. Just as the thought of fleeing crossed his mind, an unsettling sensation enveloped him, prompting him to glance upwards. In midair, a formidable energy sword was swiftly coalescing, now reaching a height of 10 feet. The ground beneath him suddenly fissured, and a scorching breath surged forth, igniting panic within him. Yet, it was already too late. An oppressive force descended from above, as a 2-foot-long energy sword bore down upon him. The energy contained within this sword was immensely powerful, and its speed was astonishing. Above, another energy sword hurtled down, while below lay the imminent eruption of a volcano. Faced with such dire circumstances, even he could not help but break into a cold sweat. His concern was not for his own life, but for Zhu Shanwei, whom he had always kept by his side. In this perilous situation, he found himself incapable of safeguarding her. In a moment of desperation, he recalled the fiery sphere that had ensnared the blood god Gu in his mind, encapsulating it within. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized upon this singular solution. A thought surged into the blood flame within his chest, and in that instant, he felt a wave of warmth erupt from his heart. Buzz! His body suddenly manifested crimson tendrils, which burst forth as torrents of red flames. These flames swiftly intertwined, forming a sphere that enveloped both him and Zhu Shanwei. Just as this fireball took shape, the ground erupted violently, spewing forth molten lava with tremendous force. Simultaneously, the energy sword descended upon them, striking directly at the fireball, with powerful assaults from above and below. The fireball would scarcely endure for long. Boom, boom, boom. 3 resounding explosions reverberated through the air, the first from the volcanic eruption, the second from the shattering energy sword, and the third from the detonation of the fireball, encasing them. 3 colossal blasts converged within that confined space. In despair, Zhu Shanwei suddenly perceived an anomaly. As the fireball exploded, the very center of it appeared to be consumed by flames. Plunging into darkness, the formidable force of absorption tugged at their bodies. Lei Yan sensed this peculiarity and could not help but smile wryly. He distinctly recalled being brought to this place in such a manner. Yet this time, With Xu Chanwei in tow, he was uncertain of their destination. Or perhaps there was no alternative left. A black hole, roughly 10 feet in diameter, seemed to be a wound torn in the fabric of space, devouring their figures before gradually mending itself above the island. The Wei Xiande brothers gazed at the vast chasm below. After a brief silence, an eruption of molten rock ensued, evoking a sense of melancholy within them. Elder brother, this place is now rendered useless. The sect master will surely impose penalties. Humph. Having served the sect for many years, the sect master is well aware of my contributions. It is only regrettable that you have been implicated, Wei Xian sighed. Casting an apologetic glance at his two brothers. Elder brother, such words are unnecessary. We have been together since childhood, facing everything side by side. What is there to fear? A small boat, swiftly departing from the distant island. Fang Sun gazed at the erupting volcano in the distance, clenching his fists, and declared, Brother Lei, as long as I, Fang Sun, draw breath, I shall ensure the demise of the Wei family's 3 brothers. Beside him, Qi Yang gritted his teeth, sighed, and said nothing. Amid the chaos, the small boat made its rapid escape, carrying 2 to 3 dozen individuals, each possessing a minimum strength of a level 5 warrior, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Their flight was assured. Volume 1. A new journey complete. The second volume begins tomorrow. Darkness enveloped him, an endless abyss of black. Lei Yan gradually awakened from his unconscious state, yet his eyes seemed incapable of opening. He felt as though he were floating, akin to being submerged in water, though devoid of the ebb and flow of waves. This place appeared to be eternally unchanging, his body perpetually drifting forward. However, he could sense the presence of Zhu Shangyuan nestled in his embrace. In the final moments, he had not forsaken the little girl. Despite their lack of familial ties, he had intervened out of pity and disdain for Wei Li's actions. Yet, the subsequent events left him helpless. Had he abandoned Zhu Shangyuan, she would have faced certain death. Reluctantly, he had continued to carry her, and even now, he had not relinquished her. Here, his body inhaled slowly, absorbing the energy that permeated the darkness. A warm sensation blossomed within him. He felt oddly more attuned to this realm than to the vibrant world outside. This place was devoid of life and air, an environment he should have found repulsive. Yet he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Time passed, though he could not measure it, until suddenly he seemed to collide with something that a jolt startled him awake. The surroundings were pitch black, devoid of any discernible substance. At least as far as his eyes could perceive. Aside from himself and Zhu Shanwei, there was an indistinct creature nearby. The recent impact had been the result of his encounter with this being. The warmth radiating from the creature indicated to him that it was indeed alive. Where was this place? His first thought was to question his surroundings, as he struggled to breathe, feeling a weight upon his chest. Yet, his body continued to absorb the energy surrounding him. The energy of the universe was omnipresent. Even in this place, it persisted. As long as energy existed, he could draw it into himself through the rhythm of his breathing. As he explored the creature's form, he was taken aback to discover that it too was human. Dai seemed to sense something, stirring slightly. Though it emitted no sound, he opened his mouth to inquire, only to be astonished to find that he was also unable to produce any sound. Realizing the nature of his predicament filled him with urgency. Yet, he understood that anxiety would not serve him. His first priority was to discern the nature of this place. With his right hand, he brought together his index and middle fingers, directing a thought to the location of his blood flame. This time, he felt distinctly that the blood flame had diminished somewhat, its temperature significantly lower than before, clearly indicating excessive consumption. Fortunately, he drew energy from the external world essential for sustaining life, a portion of which was absorbed by the blood inflammation. In this manner, given a certain amount of time, the blood inflammation could rejuvenate. Responding to his thoughts, a bloodline from the inflammation extended toward the tip of his finger, where a small flame flickered to life, illuminating the area for several paces around him. At that moment, he discovered a rather disheveled man floating before him. The man appeared to be in his mid-20s, gripping a longbow tightly with his left hand. They were suspended in a void, surrounded by an absence of matter, with only a seemingly endless expanse of darkness further afield. Just then, the man appeared to awaken, his eyes snapping open, only to expel a mouthful of blood. After the blood sprayed forth, he opened his eyes wide, surveying his surroundings with an expression of shock, his mouth agape though silent. After a brief moment of stillness, he suddenly erupted with a powerful surge of energy, enveloping a radius of 3 paces around him. Lei Yan, sensing this, became instantly vigilant. The large blade he had previously wielded was inexplicably absent. Fortunately, The 4-foot-long sword he had forged for himself remained in the hands of Zhu Shangyue, and now grasping it offered him a semblance of comfort. Compelled by an uncontrollable urge, he stood up. That it was crucial to note that there was no tangible ground beneath him, rendering the act of standing somewhat perilous. He spun several times before finally stabilizing himself. With no discernible center, he could not differentiate between up and down, left and right, or front and back. "Friend, I bear no ill intent. There is no need for alarm." The man observed him steadying himself without making any move. Upon hearing the voice, Lei Yan was taken aback and glanced around at the energy. He opened his mouth to inquire, "You, where is this place? And how is it that we can speak? This is likely a subspace. Here, there is no air, nor any medium to transmit sound. However, I have enveloped the surroundings with energy, allowing sound to travel through it. Which is why you can hear me." The man's complexion was pale, yet he remained remarkably composed. Zhu Shangyue, who had been exceedingly weak, involuntarily absorbed the energy surrounding them due to the man's influence. "Friend, your sister lacks the strength to absorb energy here to sustain her life. Why do you not channel some energy into her?" Upon noticing Zhu Shangyue's reaction, the man furrowed his brow in mild confusion as he regarded him. Lei Yan hesitated before replying. "I am unable to manipulate energy. I am merely a body cultivator. My apologies, I am unaware of such matters. However, since you are a body cultivator, I sense a significant amount of energy entering your body." The man nodded apologetically, yet his expression remained puzzled as he posed the question. "This matter is rather complex to elucidate." Lei Yan refrained from divulging the truth, finding the situation rather cumbersome. "Oh, I am Cheng Zizai." The man nodded, introducing himself. "I am Lei Yan. Indeed, you inquired about this realm, referred to as the subspace. What manner of place is it, and why does it evoke such an uncanny sensation?" Lei Yan surveyed his surroundings, feeling a sense of wariness towards Cheng Zizai, yet he could do naught but pose his questions to the individual. "This, I believe, is the subspace. Under the guardianship of my elders, I have ventured here once. It is a realm interconnected with our living space. One need only rend the void to enter. Within this domain, air does not exist, yet energy remains available for absorption. How, then, does one exit?" Lei Yan suddenly comprehended that he had initially been thrust into the void, only to emerge without understanding how. During that first instance, he had remained in a state of unconsciousness, utterly oblivious to everything. Now, having awakened in this place, he found himself at a loss regarding how to depart. To leave this space, one must tear apart the subspace, Cheng Zizai remarked, casting a glance at the void with a nonchalant demeanor. "Is there a difficulty?" Observing Cheng Zizai's expression, Lei Yan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In his estimation, Cheng Zizai exuded an aura that far surpassed that of Wei Xianda. This implied that Cheng Zizai was, at the very least, a 9th-level warrior, if not a 10th-level one. "With my current strength, I find it challenging to rend the void and escape from here. Even if I could, locating a habitable planet in the vastness of space with our capabilities would prove exceedingly difficult. Without precise coordinates, we cannot recklessly tear the void to leave." What, then, can be done? Confronted with such a predicament, Lei Yan felt utterly powerless. "However, I'm untroubled. It is merely that she is still young, and it is unseemly for her to remain in this dismal place." He cast a glance at the still unconscious Zhu Chanwei and sighed softly. Cheng Zizai looked at Zhu Chanwei and inquired, "Is she your sister?" "No then." Lei Yan briefly recounted Zhu Chanwei's situation, adding, "She is quite pitiable. Since we have encountered this, we cannot turn a blind eye." Upon hearing this, a flicker of joy appeared on Lei Yan's face. He understood that given his current physical condition, relying solely on breathing to draw external energy for the refinement of his body would mean an indefinite wait to achieve the ability to tear the void, perhaps a lifetime of futility. At that moment, Zhu Changyue let out a soft moan and gradually awakened. "Big brother, where are we?" Upon regaining consciousness, Zhu Changyue surveyed her surroundings, the oppressive darkness eliciting great discomfort within her. After listening, Zhu Changyue gritted her teeth and nodded. "Brother Chang, while we lack food here, is it possible for us to survive without water?" Lei Yan, now emaciated from Wei Xianda's ordeal, felt an acute thirst as the moisture within him had significantly dwindled. "Thus, it is best to speak less in this space. If we continue to expend energy at this rate, we shall find ourselves in dire straits. I will soon constrict the range of energy to maintain communication only within our immediate vicinity. However, unless necessary, it is advisable for everyone to remain silent and absorb energy for storage. As for Lei Yan, he allocated a portion of his mental focus to guard against Cheng Zizai. Although their previous conversations had been quite amicable, and Cheng Zizai had alleviated many of his uncertainties, he still found it difficult to ascertain the true nature of this individual. At this moment, it appeared that Cheng Zizai had encountered significant misfortune, reduced to such a state. Yet, judging by his demeanor and speech, he resembled a member of a prominent family's younger generation, addressing others with the respect due to elders, with his eyes closed. Lei Yan continually endeavored to strengthen his willpower to communicate with the blood flame, making numerous attempts and discovering various applications in the process. Within this alternate space, the three of them maintained their original distance, slowly drifting in a singular direction. In his mind, Lei Yan silently counted his heartbeat, estimating the passage of time. It would be approximately 2 months since their entry into this space, though this was his estimation. He was acutely aware that the actual duration was likely much longer. Throughout these 2 months, the most tormented among them was undoubtedly Zhu Sheni. Her age, curiosity, and restlessness were paramount. However, during this period, she was compelled to refrain from speaking to conserve moisture, enveloping herself in energy to prevent the loss of hydration within her body. In addition, she had been consistently absorbing the energy of the space to refine her meridians, increasing her capacity for energy storage. Each time she opened her eyes, she beheld a minuscule flame flickering before Lei Yan. Though small, the flame illuminated their surroundings, beyond which lay an abyss of darkness. As for Lei Yan and Cheng Zizai, they occasionally opened their eyes to survey their surroundings, with Lei Yan being particularly vigilant. His thoughts were immersed within his own mind. Beside him, the tiny flame danced, perpetually pursued by 2 black and red creatures reminiscent of ants. These creatures were, in fact, 2 black-striped ants that, like the blood flame, could manifest within his consciousness and respond to his intentions. Upon their arrival in this space, everything appeared unchanged. They were unable to breathe, relying solely on energy absorption to sustain their lives. Yet this time, while inhaling, Lei Yan suddenly sensed a faint energy within the surrounding air, distinct from what he had previously encountered. Realizing this anomaly, he opened his eyes wide and gazed intently into the dark expanse ahead. Having detected this subtle difference in the energy of the air, he observed closely. That direction was precisely where they were headed, seemingly pulled by an invisible force, guiding them slowly onward without their conscious awareness. Before he could settle his thoughts to ponder what lay in that direction, Zhu Shangyue unexpectedly erupted with a surge of energy. This energy coalesced into a large circle, dispersing throughout the space. This marked her ascension to the rank of a 3rd-level warrior. He understood that this so-called energy-gathering realm was merely the process of absorbing the energy of heaven and earth to refine the meridians within her body, enhancing their resilience and enabling her to store a greater volume of energy within. Every level possesses its own distinct variations. Take Zhu Anyue, for instance. Her internal meridians are notably more robust, allowing her to accommodate a greater reservoir of energy. Indeed, she is a prodigious talent, having swiftly ascended from a 1st-level warrior to a 3rd-level warrior in a remarkably short span of time, her future boundless. Cheng Zizai also sensed the peculiarities of this place. Upon opening his eyes, he nodded in approval. The energy here is far more soothing than that of the outside world. I feel as though I am absorbing it at an astonishing rate. Zhu Anyue, upon opening her eyes, was delighted to witness the 2 stone statues responding, a thrill surpassing even her own achievement of becoming a 3rd-level warrior. Naturally, the energy within this space is significantly purer than that of the external realm, facilitating a swifter cultivation process. After Cheng Zizai spoke, he intended to close his eyes once more. Hey, Brother Cheng, have you noticed that we are drifting in a particular direction and our speed is increasing? Exclaimed Lei Yan, who, sensing the urgency, hastily interrupted Cheng Zizai's meditation. It feels as though an invisible force is pulling us toward that direction. What? Cheng Zizai responded, his brows furrowing as he glanced downward. I have a lingering sense that there is indeed a force subtly drawing us forth. Lei Yan, feeling the pull, pointed diagonally downward toward a spot beneath their feet, though not precisely centered. Upon hearing this, Cheng Zizai peered down, his expression tightening as he gritted his teeth. Let us take a chance. If fortune smiles upon us, below may lie a colossal rock or perhaps even a small landmass. All right, I appreciate your help. Lei Yan nodded, allowing Cheng Zizai's energy to draw him and Zhu Anyue downward. With the impetus of Cheng Zizai's energy, the 3 of them swiftly soared toward the indicated location. This flight felt as though it lasted several days. Cheng Zizai, in the lead, began to waver from the outset. Lei Yan had noticed that Cheng's eye bore an injury. "Big brother, Uncle Cheng, it seems you are struggling," Zhu Anyue remarked, casting a concerned glance at Lei Yan. "Sure." Lei Yan gestured for silence, then assessed their trajectory, confirming it was indeed correct. However, as far as he understood, traversing this space shouldn't necessitate such exertion. Their speed only intensified, and they could distinctly feel the rush of wind. Time passed, and suddenly Cheng Zizai exclaimed joyfully, "We have arrived. A small landmass awaits us. We are saved." Having been resting with his eyes closed, Lei Yan snapped them open at the sound of Cheng Zizai's voice. That moment, he had already absorbed the flames within himself, as doing so would mitigate the strain on blood flame, which was currently in a weakened state. If this continued, the recovery of blood flame would be significantly delayed. However, before he could summon blood flame to illuminate their surroundings, a glimmer of light emerged ahead, somewhat blinding. Once he adjusted to the brightness, he focused his gaze and beheld numerous tiny points radiating a white-hot glow. Following the light, he discerned the presence of an enormous square stone block, its dimensions unfathomable, far exceeding any island he had ever encountered. The surface above is uneven, yet its thickness pales in comparison to its length and width, a fact that they are unable to comprehend. "Let us ascend and take a moment to rest," suggested Cheng Zizai, who could not suppress a smile, displaying an eagerness that was palpable. After a brief interval, they finally settled upon the edge of this small expanse of land. "Wow, we can stand on solid ground now. This sensation is truly delightful. However, why do I feel so light?" Zhu Shanhua leaped a few times, only to discover that each jump took her to great heights, and her descent was markedly slow. Although this stone is substantial enough to be deemed a small landmass, its gravitational pull is far less than that of the celestial bodies suitable for sustaining life. Nonetheless, to have found such a patch of land in this alternate space is a testament to our resilience. Lei, rest assured, there are no creatures lurking nearby. What sounds can be? Lei Yan instinctively began to speak, only to realize that while the sound was somewhat off, intermittent and somewhat indistinct, it was indeed capable of transmission. This small continent possesses a certain gravity that attracts minute particles from the vicinity, causing them to coalesce around. Though breathing remains impossible here, conversing has become feasible. Cheng Zizai elaborated briefly before taking a few steps. "Very well, let us establish our footing here before seeking an opportunity to depart." The ground beneath them was composed of black stone, its surface smooth as though it had been melted by fierce flames that in certain areas, small cavities were evident. Upon testing, it became clear that this stone was exceedingly hard, comparable to iron without a hint of difference. They were currently situated at the periphery of this small landmass, where the ground was relatively smooth with few irregularities. Yet, peering inward revealed glowing spots of varying heights, indicating that the terrain undulated significantly deeper within. The luminous points were visible to them, though they paled in comparison to Lei Yan's flames. Zhu Shanhua took the lead, while Cheng Zizai found himself somewhat perplexed, albeit confident that it was indeed a hillock. After all, their line of sight here was severely restricted, rendering Cheng Zizai unable to discern much of what lay ahead. The three of them proceeded cautiously toward that direction. Lei Yan held Zhu Shanhua's left hand, wielding his long blade in his right, constantly scanning their surroundings to his right. Cheng Zizai carried a bow in his left hand, adopting a stance poised for immediate action. After a considerable trek, the hillock finally materialized before them. This hillock, still composed of black rock, exhibited some unevenness but remained smooth overall, with tiny depressions scattered across its surface. The entire landmass appeared to be a colossal stone. Upon witnessing this scene, Cheng Zizai could not help but feel a tinge of discouragement. Lei Yan released Zhu Shanhua's hand, grasping his long blade as he approached the base of the hill, thrusting his weapon fiercely into the stone. The sound that ensued was reminiscent of metal clashing, nearly indistinguishable from the noise of colliding metals. The long blade dislodged a fragment of rock, which Lei Yan carelessly cast aside. The hardness of the stone exceeded his expectations, yet remained within the realm of his acceptance. Shortly thereafter, two caves emerged before him. Although modest in size, they were sufficient for shelter. "This smaller one is yours, while the larger one belongs to me and the girl," Lei Yan stated, designating the spaces. The cave designated for him was approximately 10 feet in size. A few yards away lay another cave he had excavated for himself in Zhujiaowei, which contained a slightly smaller chamber intended for her, while he stood outside. "Thank you." Cheng Zizai observed Lei Yan's efforts in digging, wishing to assist, but finding himself hindered by the long bow in his hands. Utilizing energy would be far too exhausting. Come, there is a small room inside for you. I shall remain outside. Lei Yan indicated a small chamber within the cave and crouched down to speak softly to Zhu Xiaowei. Big brother, why are you so kind to me? At that moment, Zhu Xiaowei pondered seriously and could not help but inquire. Well, to be honest, I had not considered that question. However, since you have called me big brother from today onwards, you shall be my sister, Lei Yan replied with a smile, gently ruffling Zhu Xiaowei's hair. Having a sister like her was indeed a pleasant notion, especially considering he was currently alone, devoid of family. Zhu Xiaowei paused, biting her lip, and met Lei Yan's gaze with determination. Big brother, you are so formidable. Why not become my master? Taken aback by her request, Lei Yan hesitated momentarily and said, I have little to teach you. I am merely a body cultivator, and what I can impart is quite limited. That is not true. Master, you are the strongest, Zhu Xiaowei replied, her smile revealing two adorable dimples. Lei Yan was slightly astonished by Zhu Xiaowei's swift response. After deliberation, he resolutely declared, Very well. Since you have called me master, I shall teach you all that I know. However, you are free to leave at any time. He interrupted Zhu Xiaowei, who was about to speak further. After a brief pause, he added, Now, go and rest. After ushering Zhu Xiaowei inside, Lei Yan reclined on the stone bed, closing his eyes to recuperate. His body gradually absorbed the surrounding energy, and soon his exhaustion began to dissipate. Contemplating for a moment, he directed a thought into his left hand, causing two small black dots to appear in his palm. Upon their emergence, the black patterns began to draw inward. Meanwhile, he stepped out of the cave, standing in the surrounding darkness, waiting. Lei Gu, are you not going to rest? Cheng Zizai emerged and inquired that I intend to explore the nearby area. You should rest well here, Lei Yan responded as he revealed his intent. The stones surrounding them exhibited only slight undulations, lacking significant variation. He ventured deeper, the weight of the long knife strapped to his back adding to his burden, yet he moved with ease, oblivious to the fact that he was traversing a place with minimal gravity. Although from a distance, the small landmass appeared to be adorned with numerous luminous entities, upon closer inspection, he discovered that these glowing objects were quite far from them. The nearest one was hundreds of miles away. At this moment, Lei Yan stood atop a colossal prominence, with the direction of his arrival behind him that he strode towards the luminous source ahead, raising his right hand to point forward, conjuring a small flame that flickered into existence. With this flame illuminating the surroundings, he could see clearly within a radius of 3 zhang. Furthermore, the temperature around him gradually rose, dispelling the frigid cold that threatened to freeze him. After traversing several dozen li, he suddenly halted. Sensing something unusual ahead, he closed his eyes and listened intently, yet discerned nothing amiss. However, as he crouched down, a peculiar sound emanated from the front. The noise, transmitted through the hard, iron-like ground, had undergone a complete transformation, rendering it nearly unrecognizable. Though the nature of the sound eluded him, he could still estimate its distance. Approximately 2 li to his left front, he advanced silently, his footsteps barely making a sound, as if he were treading upon feathers. His ability to carry heavy burdens upon the sea translated effortlessly onto this solid ground. Where he stirred not a whisper, he reached a hollowed-out area, crouching there and extinguishing the flame, peering towards the source of the sound. Upon gazing, he inhaled sharply. Before him lay a flat expanse, entirely illuminated by the glowing point. Here, several plants, about a foot tall, thrived. These plants possessed trunks no thicker than a finger, with simple branches and a few scattered leaves. The leaves, reminiscent of willow leaves, grew upwards, flat and pointed at a first glance. They appeared less like plants and more like iron forged into shape. Had it been merely these plants, he would not have been astonished. However, the sight of the Zhikong Gu, devourer worm, took him by surprise that he had never anticipated encountering such a creature in this desolate place. Although he swallowed the 3 energy orbs, followed by the remnants of the blood within the hollow goo, which were scant. Before long, a warm sensation surged within his abdomen. He plucked a plant, placed it in his mouth, and bit down, discovering it to be quite dry, lacking moisture, and imbued with a bitter flavor. After disposing of the 3 hollow goo carcasses, he pressed on with his exploration. The ground ahead remained largely unchanged. However, in areas where light could penetrate, he spotted the same type of plant he had observed earlier. Among them, some bore faint bite marks, and a few had even been uprooted, leaving behind small pits. As he ventured deeper, he encountered dark, cavernous openings, varying in size and seemingly bottomless. He made an effort to steer clear of these places, uncertain of what lurked within, but suspecting it could be more hollow goo. After traversing several dozen miles in tranquility, a series of intermittent sounds reached his ears, prompting him to swiftly conceal himself in the shadow of a rock. Looking up, he beheld over a dozen silhouettes soaring above, each measuring more than 3 feet in length, aside from possessing an additional pair of wings compared to the hollow goo he had previously dispatched. They appeared largely similar. However, before he could fully comprehend the situation, a noise emanated from a nearby stone cave, and a hollow goo, measuring over 6 feet long, erupted from within. This left him no time to react. During his earlier journey here, he had been somewhat hasty and had overlooked the shadowy cavity. The hollow goo, equally taken aback by his presence, hesitated momentarily before emitting a shrill cry, reminiscent of a duck's hoarse quack, which was exceedingly unpleasant to hear. Upon hearing this cry, the other hollow goo surged towards him. Faced with this predicament, Lei Yan furrowed his brow, gritted his teeth, and charged at the nearby hollow goo with his blade drawn. Despite the formidable nature of the hollow goo, now transformed into a muddy yellow hue and possessing the strength of an 8th or 9th level warrior, this particular specimen exhibited only the capabilities of a 6th level warrior. Recognizing this, he remained calm, deftly sidestepping the hollow goo's assault. Seizing its wing, he vaulted onto its back. Crouching atop the hollow goo, he surveyed his surroundings. The smaller hollow goo circled around, intent on devouring him. Yet they hesitated to approach due to the presence of the larger hollow goo beneath him. Observing the multitude of hollow goo, a thrill coursed through him. In his eyes, they were all moving energy orbs. Without further hesitation, he clapped his left hand, channeling a surge of power into the body of the hollow goo beneath him. The force cascaded through its form, culminating in a violent explosion within. Although the hollow goo's exterior was resilient, its interior was exceedingly fragile. The harrowing shriek erupted from the hollow goo, reverberating around it with a chilling intensity, its eyes bulging as if about to shatter, causing the surrounding hollow goo to retreat in alarm. As the hollow goo descended, he exerted himself, leaping towards a smaller hollow gu. As he drew closer, a void-devouring insect came into view, and with a swift strike, he cleaved it in two. The remaining void-devouring insects, witnessing this, scattered in all directions, keeping their distance. Observing this scene, Lei Yan momentarily froze, internally lamenting his misfortune. There was little he could do. As a mere physical cultivator, he was unable to pursue those swiftly flying insects. In essence, he had only managed to slay a single level 7 beast and one level 6 void-devouring insect, while the others all possessed wings. Should he have been able to eliminate them, the energy they contained could have sustained him through considerable combat expenditure. Some blood had splattered upon him, but with a slight tremor of his body, he dispersed it. Extracting the energy orbs from the 2 slain insects, he gazed towards the luminous point from which the others had fled. After a moment of contemplation, he set off in that direction. Several hours later, having traversed over 100 miles, he had ascended to a certain altitude. Along the way, he discovered numerous burrows of the void-devouring insects. Yet intriguingly, none lingered within their lairs. Instead, traces of their activity were evident in areas rich with vegetation. As he ventured deeper, the diversity of flora increased. Some plants, appearing to be particularly water-rich, emerged, igniting a sense of excitement within Lei Yan. However, as he approached within 100 miles of the glowing point, he stumbled upon an exceptionally flat expanse. The area, spanning several miles, was encircled by sharp vegetation, delineating distinct sections. Yet upon observing the scene ahead, he instinctively inhaled sharply. Before him lay a clearly inhabited locale. Yet at that moment, it was littered with the corpses of humanoid creatures, each roughly a foot tall and some exceeding 3 feet in height. These beings bore resemblance to humans, possessing 4 limbs and a head. Yet their bodies were cloaked in a soft yet remarkably resilient fur. Their noses were reduced to mere protrusions, with faintly visible nostrils, indicating a significant regression in respiratory capability. A rough estimate suggested that over 1,000 corpses lay strewn about. In their grasp were branches of local flora, wielded as makeshift weapons. The area was evidently ravaged by the void-devouring insects, and the presence of these corpses, untouched by the insects, was surprising. However, the more water-abundant plants had been largely consumed. After surveying the surroundings, he found little of interest. It was only in a crevice at the edge of a highland, where these beings had cultivated plants, that he discovered a peculiar specimen. This plant was a vine, roughly 3 feet tall, adorned with 2 or 3 delicate leaves, upon which hung a small black gourd, about 3 inches in height. The gourd appeared to have an opening, merely a cork affixed to the vine. Curious, a gourd exists here, he murmured softly, crouching down to examine it. Upon closer inspection, he noticed tiny holes dotting the surface of the gourd, yet they were scarcely perceptible, seeing nothing particularly odd. He grasped the gourd along with its slender vine and pulled it down. Upon doing so, the moment the vine detached from the ground, the cork from the gourd's opening dislodged as well. Gazing at the gaping, dark opening of the gourd, a sudden chill gripped his heart, leaving him momentarily paralyzed with confusion as to why such a predicament had arisen. However, clarity soon dawned upon him. His right hand, clutching the gourd, was unexpectedly ensnared by its pull, rendering even his formidable strength. Nearing 5,000 June at this moment, utterly futile in extricating himself, unless he were to relinquish his hand entirely. The force of the gourd compelled his palm to open, yet it remained obstinately closed. The exertion caused his entire arm to strain, veins bulging, while the small black gourd steadfastly absorbed his palm. After 3 heartbeats, the gourd's suction intensified, and he distinctly felt numerous small punctures appearing on his palm. His lifeblood surged uncontrollably towards his right hand, only to be voraciously consumed by the black gourd, along with the vitality that resided within him. His body, having drawn upon the reservoir of life within the blood pool, had previously been unable to fully assimilate much of it. Now, however, it was all being drawn out. The sensation of being drained gripped him, igniting a flicker of panic in his heart. It was not a fear of death that troubled him, but rather the thought of what would become of Zhu Shanwei if he were to perish in such a place. He had promised to impart all he had to her, and yet he had barely even begun. In what felt like an eternity, he endured the anguish of countless heartbeats. Suddenly, the gourd's suction ceased, releasing its hold on his palm. His hand sprang open, and the black gourd tumbled to the ground with a dull thud, revealing that despite its small size, it was far from light. His heart rate gradually slowed, and Lei Yan collapsed onto the ground, his body undergoing a peculiar fluctuation. He was ravenously absorbing the energy around him. Yet this could scarcely compensate for his losses. At this moment, however, his palm was tinged with pain. Ouch! It hurts! A sudden sound erupted, causing Lei Yan's body to tremble. Grasping his long knife tightly, he fixed his gaze on the source of the noise. It emanated from the vicinity of several peculiar corpses, which, at that instant, seemed to stir, as if attempting to rise. Startled once more, he leaped forward without a second thought, swinging his blade toward the bodies. Yet, he refrained from striking down. Emerging from beneath the corpses was a creature standing a little over 2 feet tall, resembling those strange beings, but with golden fur. "You? What are you?" Upon seeing him, the creature spoke in human tongue, posing a question. "Human? What is that?" The creature, comprehending his words, knocked its dazed head and inquired. I said, "Humans are not things." Lei Yan couldn't help but elevate his voice slightly. How can this be? Everyone is dead?" The creature trembled upon realizing the corpses surrounding it. Glancing around, and only finding the human before it, who was much larger, it cried out, "Are they all dead?" "Ah." The creature let out a piercing, helpless wail. Once the creature grew tired and paused. Lei Yan sighed, crouching down to gaze at the being, which still stood shorter than him, and asked, "What are you?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt a twinge of regret. However, the creature displayed no extreme reaction. "So we feigned ignorance. We are not things. We are of the Shan Kuei tribe." The creature looked around in confusion, finally fixing its gaze on Lei Yan, and said, "Those great bugs not only devour our food and the earth's bounty, but they also seek to consume us. Have you seen those great bugs? Take me to them. I wish to avenge." "Sure." Lei Yan suddenly extended a finger in a gesture for silence, then pulled the Shan Kuei down to roll into a deep pit. Once they concealed themselves, a dozen winged void-eater insects swooped down from the sky. These insects, save for the leader measuring 6 feet in length, were approximately 3 to 4 feet long, and their flight speed had considerably slowed. The swarm circled in the air, surveying the lifeless Shan Kuei below before veering toward a glowing speck. After the void eaters departed, Lei Yan released the now struggling Shan Kuei. "Calm yourself. If you continue to make such a commotion, those void eaters will feast upon you as well," Lei Yan cautioned while remaining vigilant, watching the skies for any signs of the insect's return. After a prolonged silence, the Shan Kuei finally spoke. "Human, why do you assist me?" Lei Yan hesitated for a moment, his mind returning to normalcy. Internally reasoning, "I have not truly aided you. If you are discovered, I shall not fare well either. I have not helped you. I am merely safeguarding myself. By the way, this place is also unsafe. Perhaps you should accompany me for a while. He revealed his thoughts candidly, without pretense. Upon reflection, I realized my unfamiliarity with this place. Perhaps, with the presence of the Shan Kuei, I could glean some information from him. Very well. The Shan Kuei nodded, his pitch-black eyes fixed intently on Lei Yan. He sensed that the connection with the He had been severed. Evidently due to the distance, internally cursing his own negligence, he felt a modicum of relief knowing the He was still present, alleviating his urgency somewhat. After all, this location was situated on the periphery of the land, likely devoid of the sure Kong Gu.as for Cheng Zizai. Being injured himself, he would not act against Zhu Shangyue unless he desired a complete falling out. Nevertheless, Lei Yan could not shake off his unease. Prompting him to quicken his pace, he needed to return expeditiously. He also carried a corpse of a sure Kong Gu, contemplating that it might be edible if the opportunity arose. The first to notice him was still Cheng Zizai. Given his formidable strength at that moment, Cheng Zizai had regained some vitality, and upon seeing him emerge looking considerably gaunter, accompanied by a peculiar creature, he expressed surprise, inquiring, Lei Xiong, what have you encountered this time? How is it that life still exists here? Let's discuss it shortly. I need to rest for a moment. Breathing here is quite challenging, Lei Yan remarked, visibly fluctuating in size. Zhu Shanwei remained in a deep slumber, evidently in need of substantial rest. After about half an hour, he returned to normalcy. He recounted his experiences along the way, revealing everything to Cheng Zizai except for the black gourd. After listening, Cheng Zizai pondered for a moment before glancing at the Shan Kuei, saying, if this is the case, then not only do living beings exist on this land, but also flora. This surpasses our expectations. Are you suggesting that we, alongside the Shan Kuei clan, confront those large insects and utilize the energy orbs within them to sustain our cultivation? Cheng Zizai nodded at Lei Yan, then turned to Kuei Shan Shisan, asking, are you the sole survivor of your tribe? Lei Yan felt an unsettling sensation at Cheng Zizai's question, instinctively tensing his body. No, I am the 13th son of the current king of the Shan Kuei clan. I merely came to patrol the outskirts. I never anticipated those large insects would be so vile. Kuei Shan Shisan replied through gritted teeth, tears welling in his eyes. Cheng Zizai furrowed his brow, taken aback, and refrained from further inquiries, instead directing his gaze back to Lei Yan. Throughout the journey, Lei Yan had acquired some understanding of the Shan Kuei clan. The Shan Kuei were numerous, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, though Kuei Shan Shisan could not provide an exact figure. They inhabited nearly every corner of this small land. Although their numbers dwindled and their strength diminished the further one ventured outward. As for their greatest, if not their sole, adversaries, they were the Sure Kong Gu, the large insects referred to by Kuei Shan Shisan. According to Kuei Shan Shisan's knowledge, the Shan Kuei had existed here for a considerable duration, beyond the capability of precise counting. He could only describe it as a very long time. On the journey back, Lei Yan had already gained some understanding of the Shan Kuei clan and the concept of the devouring void insects. He was aware that these insects reproduced at a remarkably rapid pace. However, due to the scarcity of sustenance in this region, their numbers were not particularly abundant, especially in comparison to the Shan Kuei clan. Nevertheless, in terms of strength, the Shan Kuei clan found themselves at a disadvantage, as they were unable to take to the skies. In contrast, aside from a few low-level specimens, the majority of the devouring void insects possessed the ability to fly, allowing them to come and go as they pleased. Most of the lower-tier devouring void insects lingered on the periphery, feasting on the available vegetation. It was only after developing wings that they ventured inward to prey upon the Shan Kuei. Upon hearing their account, Cheng Zizai could not help but furrow his brow and remarked, your Shan Kuei clan has been preyed upon by the devouring void insects for an extended period. Will you not eventually be consumed entirely? We too have warriors, yet some of those large insects are simply beyond our capabilities. Their ability to fly renders us unable to pursue them effectively, replied Kuei Shan Shisan, his voice rising somewhat in indignation, only to falter with a hint of despondency. By the way, in that previous settlement, the devouring void insects have already slaughtered your kin. Why did they not consume their remains but instead choose to depart? Suddenly recalling this, he pondered why so many corpses of the Shan Kuei had been left uneaten if they were regarded as food by the devouring void. At this point, Kuei Shan Shisan cast a glance at Lei Yan, his expression darkening, clearly reminded of the fallen members of his clan. The clan members had been slain, and there was no escape. The insects were in no rush. They pursued the guru, which, in their eyes, was the most vital element for their propagation. What is guru? Lei Yan inquired, somewhat astonished to learn that there existed something more significant than mere sustenance in the eyes of these insects. Guru is something that emerges from beneath the earth. It is of great importance. Our clan only consumes it during childbirth, Kuei-shan Shursan elucidated. Shall we pursue them then? Although not fully comprehending what Guru entailed, Cheng Zizai felt a stir of excitement. Lei Yan shook his head and replied, "It is over 200 miles to their settlement. We would not arrive in time." Master, Zhu Shanyu emerged sleepily, her eyes still hazy, gazing curiously at the trio seated on the ground. "Awake, come here," Lei Yan chuckled, gesturing for Zhu Shanwei to sit beside him. Cheng Zizai showed no surprise at this address, as if he had known it all along. He nodded and smiled at Zhu Shanwei before asking, "What should we do now?" Lei Yan, how about you take me to a nearby settlement? I can offer you some of those large insects pearls and some guru." Kuei-shan Shursan said, his demeanor tense as he spoke to Lei Yan. 13. "Let us do this. You should rest for a while, and we will discuss our plans here," Lei Yan suggested, casting a glance at Cheng Zizai. "All right." Cheng Zizai suddenly summoned a surge of energy, encasing their surroundings to muffle their voices, and asked, "What is your opinion? We are unfamiliar with this place. It would be prudent to consider Kuei-shan Shursan's proposal. Moreover, our understanding of this place is rather limited. Having an additional ally would certainly not be detrimental. Besides, in the event of any unforeseen circumstances, I believe departing should not pose any significant issues." Right? After resting for over an hour, the group commenced their journey. Upon learning of their willingness to escort him, Kuei-shan Shursan joyfully performed several somersaults. Lei Yan, carrying Zhu Shanyu on his back, swiftly retraced his previous path, significantly increasing his pace. Zhu Shanyu, lying on Lei Yan's back, grew somewhat bored, but soon noticed the dark gourd tied to his waist, prompting her to inquire, "Master, where did you acquire this gourd? May I take a look?" As she spoke, she reached out to grasp the gourd. "Do not touch it," Lei Yan warned, alarmed by her sudden movement. Startled by Lei Yan's intense reaction, Zhu Shanyu stuck out her tongue. Meanwhile, Cheng Zizai cast a glance at the dark gourd, his brows slightly furrowing, for it had not been present on Lei Yan's person previously. Before long, they arrived at the site of the slaughtered mountain Kuei tribe. However, upon entering the village, they found themselves momentarily dumbstruck. The simple stone houses remained in their dilapidated state, while the surrounding vegetation lay barren, and astonishingly, not a single corpse of the mountain Kuei could be found. Witnessing this scene, Lei Yan felt an inexplicable surge of fear that we must leave at once. "We cannot linger here," he declared, turning to depart. Yet, it seemed they were already too late, as the sound of flapping wings resonated above them. They were surrounded. Cheng Zizai positioned his longbow before him with his left hand, while his right hand subtly moved, conjuring an arrow nearly 2 feet in length from concentrated energy. Dozens of winged void-eating goo appeared overhead, encircling them. "Very well, let me see how formidable these void-eating goo's energy orbs truly are." Cheng Zizai suddenly chuckled, drawing back his bow and aiming at one of the void-eating goo. With a swift motion, the arrow shot through the air, solid as steel, piercing through the body of a void-eating goo and vanishing into the sky. With that singular shot, the creature plummeted to the ground. Observing this, Cheng Zizai's smile widened as he continued to draw his bow, releasing arrows that pierced through the bodies of the remaining void-eating goo, each shot striking true to an arrow fired by a secondary warrior or even a master of the secondary void level was simply beyond the capacity of these 6th or 7th level void-eating goo to withstand. However, after the first void-eating goo fell, the remaining ones dove towards them in a frenzied assault. Lei Yan furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Cheng Zizai, unable to suppress a snort of disdain. Yet, at that moment, he had no time to dwell on anything else that he positioned himself in front of Zhu Shanyu and Kuei-shan Shursan, intercepting the descending void-eating goo one by one. With each strike of his blade, he dispatched the creatures with relative ease, utilizing his prowess as an 8th-level warrior. Behind him, Zhu Shanyu and Kuei-shan Shursan instinctively retreated behind Lei Yan upon witnessing the grotesque void-eating goo. The creatures split into 2 groups. One half was drawn away by Cheng Zizai, swiftly being shot down, while the remaining half charged toward Lei Yan, mouths agape, intent on devouring him, faced with the voracious void insects. If he were alone, Lei Yan would find the task exceedingly effortless. However, given his responsibility to protect Zhu Shanyu and Kuei-shan Shursan, he could not afford to falter on several occasions. The void insects nearly collided with Zhu Shanyu and Kuei-shan Shursan, yet Lei Yan, wielding immense power, forcefully repelled and vanquished them. In a matter of mere heartbeats, more than half of the dozens of void insects fell beneath relentless assaults. These creatures were not devoid of intelligence. Upon realizing their ineffective attacks and substantial losses, they began to retreat. Observing this, Cheng Zizai hastened his strikes, managing to slay a few more of the void insects. The battle had erupted abruptly, only to dissipate just as swiftly. Once the dust settled, Cheng Zizai regarded Lei Yan, who stood still, not pursuing the retreating foes, and queried with a hint of perplexity. "Lei brother, what is the matter? I cannot allow such an occurrence to repeat." After uttering these words, he collected the carcasses of the void insects he had slain, ignoring Cheng Zizai. Cheng Zizai paused momentarily, murmuring, "I yearn to exit this place even more than you do. I must restore my strength." Lei Yan remained silent, absorbing his words. Just then, from Zhu Zhanyu's hair, two small black dots emerged. As they flew forth, they suddenly expanded in size to that of a child's finger, leaving behind energy orbs. "Look at those two black patterned ants," Lei Yan exclaimed urgently. If he hadn't intervened, the void insects would have been devoured to the last remnant. Though these two ants were diminutive, typically subsisting on the vitality of other beings, upon encountering the void insects, their voracity was extraordinary. Hearing his exclamation, Cheng Zizai, Zhu Zhanyu, and Kuei Shan turned in astonishment. Their keen eyes had failed to catch the speed of the black-patterned ants. However, as they witnessed the swift consumption of the void insect carcasses, their mouths fell agape, realizing the remarkable appetite of the seemingly small creatures. "Ah, these are my pets. They may not be much, but they certainly have hearty appetites." Under their curious gazes, Lei Yan could only offer an awkward explanation. In no time, the two black-patterned ants had devoured the remains of over 30 void insects, growing slightly larger, now measuring about an inch in length. After finishing their feast, the ants boldly perched upon Lei Yan's shoulder, disregarding the presence of others entirely. Fortunately, his timely warning ensured that the energy orbs were not consumed. Lei Yan gathered his spoils, which amounted to a total of 15 energy orbs. In contrast, Cheng Zizai possessed over 20. Clutching these orbs of varying sizes, Lei Yan suddenly furrowed his brow, discreetly glancing at the black gourd at his waist. "Here, take these. See if you can absorb the energy within," he said, handing Zhu Zhanyu the 3 smallest orbs. "This is far superior to energy amethyst," came the response, not from Zhu Zhanyu, as her speed was not quite as swift. Meanwhile, Cheng Zizai swiftly absorbed the energy contained within his own orbs. Just as they were preparing to depart, the sky resonated once more with the sound of flapping wings. This sound heralded the approach of numerous Shirkong Gu, a sight that ignited a spark of excitement in Cheng Zizai's eyes as he turned towards the source of the noise. Accompanying these sounds were peculiar cries, distinct yet remarkably similar in tone to that of the Kuei Shan 13. "They have come for me, my Uncle Jiu." Upon hearing this, Kuei Shan 13's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm, and he swiftly dashed towards the origin of the sound. "Come, let us investigate," Cheng Zizai urged, leading the way. However, Lei Yan hesitated for a moment, glancing at Zhu Zhanyu beside him. "Be cautious. Girl, if anything seems amiss, stay close to me and do not stray away." With that, he swallowed the remaining energy orbs in one go and followed suit. After traversing several prominent peaks, they encountered a multitude of Shirkong Gu soaring in the air, while on the ground, hundreds of towering mountain monsters, each standing 3 feet tall, brandished stone-crafted long spears in defense against the aerial threats. Amidst these mountain creatures stood a particularly imposing figure, over 5 feet tall, cloaked in brownish-yellow fur, flanked by 2 5-foot-tall black-furred counterparts, each cradling a large stone altar. Witnessing this scene, Lei Yan's first thought was that the 2 mountain creatures were clutching the so-called earth milk. Following Kuei Shan 13, he gazed up at the sky filled with Shirkong Gu, his astonishment palpable. 2 Shirkong Gu, each measuring over 6 feet in length, hovered at the periphery, their brownish-yellow bodies emitting sounds as if directing the others. "Brother Lei, whoever slays these Shirkong Gu will claim the energy orbs," Cheng Zizai exclaimed, arriving ahead of the rest and brimming with joy upon spotting the Shirkong Gu. At that moment, these creatures had become his perceived quarry, and he feared that Lei Yan might snatch them away from him. "They fly so high. How am I to kill them?" "Draw them closer," he suggested with a mischievous grin, drawing back his longbow and aiming a 3-foot energy arrow at the airborne Shirkong Gu. With a swift whoosh, the arrow soared through the air, piercing through the bodies of 2 Shirkong Gu before exploding mid-flight with a resounding boom, startling both the Shirkong Gu and the mountain creatures below. Upon noticing the commotion, a portion of the airborne Shirkong Gu broke away, including a brownish-yellow one that quickly darted towards their direction. "Now is the moment," Cheng Zizai thought, once more drawing his bow to target a single Shirkongu. Lei Yan cast a glance at Cheng Zizai's dark longbow, adorned with intricate engravings, pondering its material and the formidable power of the arrows it produced, while Cheng Zizai's prowess undoubtedly contributed to the arrow's strength. He mused that without such a bow, the power would be diminished. He resolved to acquire a longbow for himself in the future, as his own strength, although considerable, was limited in range. Yet, at that moment, he had little time for such reflections, swiftly brandishing his blade to fend off the approaching Shirkongu. With their attention diverted, the encircled mountain creatures seized the opportunity to catch their breath. The flying void-eating worms are predominantly of the 6th-tier beast caliber. Although their impact is formidable, they appear utterly feeble in the presence of Lei Yan and Cheng Zizai. Each of these creatures that lunges forward meets its demise beneath their blade and bow. It is not long before the majority of the void-eating worms are slain, and those remaining, sensing the peril, hastily retreat. As they watch the retreating worms, Lei Yan conveys a thought to the 2 black-patterned ants, instructing them to consume only the void-eating worms slain by him and Cheng Zizai, leaving the energy orbs untouched. While they collect those energy orbs, Kuei Shan Shursan reunites with his clan members and briefly recounts their situation. The earthy-haired mountain Kuei, accompanied by several others, approaches and surveys them before speaking. "Humans, are you willing to assist us? This is your reward." With that, the mountain Kuei gestures, and one of his companions carries forth a jar. Cheng Zizai gathers the energy orbs, glances at Lei Yan, and steps back, signaling him to take the lead. Noticing this, Lei Yan nods in agreement, stating, "Very well, we shall accept the offering." That he takes the jar, noting its secure seal and considerable weight, indicating a substantial quantity within. This. Lei Yan did not anticipate such a direct invitation from Kuei Shan Shursan. "We can offer you some earth milk and the orbs from these large insects." Observing Lei Yan's hesitation, Kuei Shan Shursan's expression shifts to one of urgency. "Wait, it seems there is a sound." Lei Yan furrows his brow, straining to listen. The void-eating worms are returning, and in significant numbers. After a brief pause, Lei Yan suddenly exclaims, "You mean those large insects? Damn it!" Quickly, everyone gather together. The earthy-haired mountain Kuei's complexion changes as he hastily calls all the mountain Kuei to form a circle. Most of these mountain Kuei stand about 3 feet tall, yet wield stone spears that stretch a good 10 feet, creating an odd disparity. "Girl, you too, step inside. Do not come out." Lei Yan urges Zhu Zhanyu to join the ranks of the mountain Kuei. Once Zhu Zhanyu is safely within, Lei Yan casts a glance at Cheng Zizai, saying, "Let us proceed. These void-eating worms are quite the prize." With that, he strides towards a higher vantage point, and simultaneously, 2 black-patterned ants emerge from his being. These ants appear slightly larger, exhibiting a drowsy demeanor. However, upon receiving a thought from him about food, they instantly perk up. He and Cheng Zizai ascend to an elevated position, directing their gaze towards the source of the sound. In the distance, they behold over 100 dark figures approaching, with one leading shadow reaching an impressive size of nearly 10 feet. What a massive, void-eating worm! "Allow me to take the first shot." Cheng Zizai gasps in awe at the sight, yet fear does not touch him. Typically, the airborne void-eating worms resemble 6th-tier beasts, while those of larger stature possess the strength of 7th-tier beasts. The one before them, even grander, is likely of 8th-tier strength. Cheng Zizai draws his longbow taut, knocking an energy arrow, poised for action. From their vantage point, the nearby void-eating worms appear merely as small dots. As they close the distance to approximately 300 feet, Cheng Zizai's arrow soars through the air. As the hurricane swept through, Lei Yan instinctively squinted his eyes. The speed at which the void-devouring insects approached was astonishing. And even more rapid were the arrows that flew forth. In the blink of an eye, a thunderous sound resonated. The advance of the void-devouring insects was momentarily thwarted, yet they soon surged forward once more. The last of those that soared towards him was the one struck by Cheng Zizai's arrow. "Be careful," Lei Yan exclaimed, shoving Cheng Zizai aside. With a swift motion of his right hand, he brandished his blade, and an overwhelming aura emanated from him, transforming from a mere flicker to an explosive surge of battle intent. The long knife spun with his body before slicing forward. Although the speed of his strike was not exceedingly swift, the blade summoned a wave of energy, manifesting as a cutting wind. The knife, though relatively hefty, could generate a forceful gust at a moderate speed. Should he strike too quickly, this force would dissipate to create a cutting wind required profound mastery. The wind blade soared over 10 zhang in height and exceeded a zhang in speed. resembling a formidable barrier of air as the cutting wind collided with the swarm of void-devouring insects. A resounding crash echoed, momentarily halting their advance. Cheng Zizai, having been pushed aside, hurriedly summoned a surge of energy to shield himself. He had underestimated the physical resilience of the void-devouring insect. The arrow he had loosed was entirely neutralized by the creature, leaving the others unscathed. With a decisive slash, Lei Yan observed Cheng Zizai still in a daze and urged, "What are you waiting for? I will hold them off. You ascend and shoot from the air. Every one you slay counts. Hold on, grant me a moment, and I shall eradicate these void-devouring insects," he continued, releasing several arrows that felled some of the creatures. However, upon seeing Lei Yan surrounded, Cheng Zizai could not help but exclaim loudly, "All right." On the ground, Lei Yan was engaged in a fierce struggle with a void-devouring insect. Nearly a zhang in size, he positioned his long knife before him, intercepting the creature's charge. Under the force of this impact, his feet sank over 2 feet into the earth, and he was pushed back more than 10 zhang. As the momentum reached its peak, it began to wane. Meanwhile, the surrounding void-devouring insects had caught up, and with a swift push of his hand, he evaded their onslaught. In comparison to the void-devouring insects, his physique was nearly equal, yet amid the rapid and numerous assaults from these creatures, he found it exceedingly difficult to seize an opening. As for Cheng Zizai, he was currently pursued by dozens of void-devouring insects, darting in every direction. Yet, these insects could not catch him. Instead, they fell one by one under the barrage of his arrows. The void-devouring insects were roughly divided into 3 groups, one attacking the mountain spirits, another pursuing Cheng Zizai, and the last encircling Lei Yan, relentlessly charging forth. Among these 3 factions, only the group besieging the mountain spirits posed a significant challenge, as those spirits, while formidable, were still considerably weaker overall. In contrast, the void-devouring insects surrounding Lei Yan were inexplicably perishing. The anguished cries that escaped their mouths tugged at the heart, a testament to the 2 black-striped ants that had entered the fray. These ants, though small in size, possessed an exceptionally hard carapace, formidable mandibles, and an insatiable appetite. The offensive void-devouring insects continued to perish in numbers. The earthy yellow void-devouring insect, having observed for an extended period, revealed a glint of madness in its eyes after witnessing 2 black-striped ants mercilessly slaughtering its bewildered K.I.N. It let out a loud cry and pursued the black-striped ants. Noticing the unusual behavior of this void-devouring insect, Lei Yan transmitted a thought to the 2 black-striped ants. As the ants bore one of the void-devouring insects on their backs, gnawing at its body, the earthy yellow insect suddenly opened its mouth wide and lunged at the one being attacked. Surprised by this turn of events, Lei Yan had, however, already prepared himself. He propelled himself upward with a push of his right foot, leaping onto the back of the earthy yellow void-devouring insect. He plunged his long knife into its back to steady himself. In pain, the insect seemed to regain its senses, the madness in its eyes dissipating. It let out a shriek and began to flap its wings vigorously. Spinning in midair, the insect's defenses exceeded his expectations, yet he managed to embed his blade 2 feet deep. Though its thrashing body threatened to dislodge him, he managed to hold on. Once accustomed to the insect's erratic movements, he exerted force with his arms, pressing his right foot down on its back. Utilizing this momentum, he pulled the blade, creating a gash that spanned over 3 feet, blood gushing forth in torrents. The 2 black-striped ants abandoned their previous prey and turned to this side, burrowing into the corpse of the earthy yellow insect. With 2 void-devouring insects in pursuit, the creature stood no chance of survival. Within a matter of breaths, it succumbed. The remaining 2/3 of the void-devouring insects soon scattered in disarray. Witnessing the spectacle, Lei Yan couldn't help but feel astonished. "Humans, we thank you for your timely assistance once more." Kuei Shanshur-san, seeing the area secure, approached and expressed gratitude towards the 2. Lei Yan was primarily focused on collecting the energy orbs from the void-devouring insects. Responding to the gratitude with minimal acknowledgement, in no time, he had gathered over 20 energy orbs, including that of the earthy yellow insect. The void-devouring insects were a catastrophic presence for the mountain Kuei, instilling a sense of dread within him. However, in the eyes of him and Cheng Zizai, they appeared as mere mobile energy orbs. Indeed, in the eyes of his 2 black-striped ants, these void-devouring insects resembled delectable moving meals. At that moment, Lei Yan suddenly felt an odd sensation. "Humans, welcome to our realm." A voice resonated, shaking the very ground beneath them. This voice was loud and commanding, evoking an involuntary sense of reverence. Realizing something was amiss, Lei Yan hurriedly moved closer to Zhu Shanyue, gripping his long knife tightly. As the voice echoed, he and Cheng Zizai exchanged glances. Humans. It was evident that the voice referred to them. They were unaware of the identity of the voice's owner, their location, or the extent of their power, especially since their adversary remained hidden. Cheng Zizai also drew nearer to Lei Yan, respectfully clasping his hands in front of him and proclaiming loudly, "Senior, we have inadvertently entered this space and found ourselves here in search of refuge. If we have disturbed you, we shall take our leave immediately. Arise, my friends. Your arrival here poses no threat. It is indeed a welcome sight." Cheng Zizai exhaled a sigh of relief, for the tone of the voice carried no hint of malice. A positive omen for them. "Thank you, esteemed elder. That young man with dark skin, despite his youth, appears to possess knowledge of these formidable creatures known as the devouring insects." The voice paused momentarily, directing its focus towards Lei Yan. In that instant, Lei Yan felt an intense gaze upon him, causing a flutter of unease within his heart. A chill ran down his spine, and beads of cold sweat began to form. The term young man with dark skin seemed to refer to him, particularly as his complexion contrasted with Cheng Zizai's fair skin. Clad in black trousers and a dark headscarf, his long blade was also black. For reasons unknown, he seemed to harbor a peculiar fondness for that color. "I have encountered the devouring insects before," Lei Yan stated, swallowing hard, his nerves palpable. The voice hesitated for a moment, then urged him with an air of urgency, "Specify the location." It was on a distant planet, approximately 1 to 2 years ago. However, it is likely situated quite far from here. Previously, I was cast into the void by a creature and woke up in a place entirely unfamiliar to me. Some aspects varied significantly. Before this ancient entity, he dared not conceal any truth and recounted all he knew. Being cast into the subspace indicates a considerable distance, yet not insurmountable. Could it be that issues have arisen there as well? The voice suddenly escalated in volume, shaking the ground and causing many mountain peaks to sway. Supporting Zhu Shangyue, Lei Yan waited until the voice subsided before responding. "Esteemed elder, the devouring insects there have been nearly exterminated." Moreover, he trailed off, hesitating. "Speak." The voice in the air sharpened, fixating upon him. "The matriarch of the devouring insects awakened during your slumber, and she has many offspring. However, most of the young were offered in blood sacrifices to awaken you. Esteemed elder, you mentioned possessing a single strike of power, after which you would continue to suppress another existence. Since then, the matriarch has remained silent, and no further devouring insects have appeared. As Lei Yan spoke, anxiety gripped his heart. He dared not reveal that the matriarch had been subdued by his 2 black-patterned ants, resulting in these 2 devouring insects exhibiting remarkable sentience. Escape, impossible, with the true body as suppression. How could the matriarch awaken? How formidable is the strength of that matriarch? Esteemed elder, I have not confronted her directly, but overall, she seems to possess the strength of the void-breaking realm, Lei Yan pondered. Offering a rough estimation, it was merely a small avatar. No wonder. However, if even the avatar has been suppressed and slain, then there should be no further issues there. After a brief pause, the voice softened considerably. Inquiring, young man, since you have encountered the tribulation of the devouring insects, how did it feel? It is quite troublesome. Nearly all living beings struggle to escape their insatiable hunger. Moreover, wherever sustenance is present, their reproductive rate is astonishingly rapid. As the echoes of Lei Yan's voice resonated with the scene of that moment, a sense of trepidation washed over him. Had the avatar of the devourer mother been unleashed, the entire population of the planet would have perished. Now that this knowledge was clear, he felt a certain relief. Let me share some matters with you. Please listen attentively. Yes, Lei Yan nodded. His curiosity piqued about what this existence might reveal at this juncture. He had discerned the ancient origin of the voice and surmised that this place was likely a prison for the devourer mother, though he remained uncertain about its current state. To spare lengthy details, I shall focus solely on the 2 devourer mothers. Following their release by a certain clan, these entities wreaked havoc, voraciously consuming life and proliferating numerous offspring. Upon receiving the news, we mobilized a contingent of formidable warriors to eliminate these 2 devourer mothers. However, after countless skirmishes, both sides found themselves at an impasse. Thus, we devised a plan to suppress these creatures using our own bodies. In pursuit of the devourer mothers, we finally tracked them to this forsaken realm. We managed to confine the 2 creatures between a planet located in the southern and northern regions of this desolate domain. The land you currently inhabit, where your powers lie, is the very planet where we subdued the devourer mothers. However, During this confrontation, the Devourer mothers shed some blood, giving rise to smaller Devourer entities. Consequently, I was compelled to rend the fabric of reality and enter this alternate dimension. Within this space, the reproductive rate of the Devourer entities was significantly curtailed. I resolved to cultivate certain life forms to combat them, and the mountain spirits emerged as the few beings capable of surviving in this inhospitable environment. Regrettably, these mountain spirits proved too feeble. While the Devourer entities matured at an alarming pace, after thousands of years, the situation here has transformed drastically. If this continues, I fear I shall be consumed by these Devourer entities. At this juncture, the ancient presence paused momentarily before continuing. The Devourer mother has been subdued by my true form and is on the brink of death. However, I lack the strength to contend with the Devourer entities on the land, which is why I seek your assistance, a mutual benefit for us both. Indeed, should these Devourer entities escape this alternate dimension, it would take but a brief time before the beings of this forsaken realm, including yourselves, would be devoured. Naturally, with your prowess, you can certainly contend with these lesser foes. However, the few that have reached reproductive maturity pose a grave threat. The ancient voice sighed before proceeding. I have contemplated sending you from this alternate dimension. In a nearby location, I shall rend the fabric of reality to facilitate your departure. When you have garnered sufficient strength, you may tear through the fabric of reality at the point of your exit to re-enter this dimension. By then, even if there is a disparity in power, it shall not be insurmountable. Upon hearing these words, both Lei Yan and Cheng Zizai could not suppress their excitement, particularly Cheng Zizai, who, while listening to the dialogue between Lei Yan and the ancient presence, was taken aback. The more he listened, the more astonished he became, realizing that Lei Yan was indeed an extraordinary individual. Then,